Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, Canada,
our home and native land, true patriot love, in all us command, car ton grand c'est porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix, dans l'histoire les dieux des Pompées, des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be open. Que l'on ouvre les portes. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Richmond Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to celebrate the 50th anniversary of a local nonprofit organization, Richmond Cares, Richmond Gives. They've played a vital role in Richmond by providing philanthropic efforts and essential services in our community. Since started in 1972 with humble beginnings, a group of passionate individuals launched an information center. Eventually, the organization grew and began offering more services with the passion to serve their community as their core value. Some of their programs include a child care resource center, senior support service, and their annual Richmond Christmas Fund. Their contributions have demonstrated the community values of generosity, collaboration, and compassion. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the amazing work of all the volunteers, staffs, board members, and supporters of Richmond Care, Richmond Gives. Their stories and ongoing work continue to inspire us all and remind us of what a healthy community looks like. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Montmagny.
The honourable member from Montmagny-Liselé, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to tell you about Clovis, a gentle and imaginative man. Recently, during the beginning of COVID, the first summer of COVID, Clovis started to feel unwell. He started to have to go to the hospital. It was hard for his family. They were concerned. Then, his family learned that he was living with cancer. In fact, he had leukemia. That's when his loved ones and community, as well as the Le Camp organization, started to support him. Le Camp offers moments of joy and support. Myself and my co-chair in the Le Camp campaign will be having our head shaved shortly. We will be doing that at Montmagny as a sign of solidarity. As I speak, everyone in this house will be getting an email from me to ask them to donate to this important campaign. On behalf of Clovis and all children dealing with cancer, I'd like to say thank you for your generosity.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain. We have
Wani. Speaker, June is Seniors Month in Ontario, and last Friday I had the pleasure of visiting the Sackville Hills Seniors Recreation Centre, which serves about 3,000 members across my riding of Hamilton Mountain and beyond. I awkwardly participated in an energetic cardio dance class led by Pam. I got schooled in billiards by Angelo and chatted and laughed with women enjoying the bright, sunny lounge. The center was packed and full of life despite not yet returning to full capacity. We know the pandemic took a toll on many seniors who are already vulnerable to social isolation. Places like Sackville are critical to healthy aging, supporting mental well-being, and regular physical activity. Thank you to Recreation Supervisor Laura Rolfe for the tour, for showing me the impact Sackville Hills Seniors Recreation Centre has on our community, and for sharing post-pandemic plans to further engage and expand. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable député de Thérèse.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, I have the pleasure and the privilege today to tell you about an exceptional man, Roger Barrette, a social worker at the Laurentides CISSS. He is recognized and loved by everyone, thanks to his deep commitment to his community. And this is nothing new. From the age of 14, he was destined to work in the community sector. As they say about the character Obélix, he fell in the potion when he was little. He created the first youth home in his village of Lac-Saint-Jean. He became a social worker at 21. And the first thing he had to do...
Ravagé par un incendie meurtrier. Bref, depuis plus de...
And so, for more than 40 years, Mr. Barrette had to raise a number of professional challenges. And he played a key role in developing a unique community approach. He makes a real difference for people and for the social weft of our community. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Sudbury.
The honorable member for Sudbury. Recently, in my riding of Sudbury, the Laurentian Lunars of Laurentian University were crowned the winners of the Over the Dusty Moon competition hosted by the Colorado School of Mines. Students from across the globe traveled to Colorado to face off in the innovation competition. Each team set out to create a system that effectively transports simulated lunar regolith, or loose rock. I want to recognize the incredible display of hard work and innovation demonstrated by Ethan Murray, Adam Farrow, Quaid Howald, Alexander McKenzie, Reed Ludgate, Goran Hinich, Kevin Sullivan, and Kyle Wool. The Over the Dusty Moon competition occurred during the same time as their convocation, so the group was unable to attend and walk across the stage with the other graduates. I would like to applaud the incredible leadership displayed by the Laurentian Lunars and congratulate them on a successful competition and graduation. Thank you.
Honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, on June 18th, the Wellington Halton District Women's Institute will be joining other women's institutes across Ontario to celebrate 125 years. Wow. Established in 1897 in Stony Creek, Ontario, the Federated Women...
Yeah, but now you're engaged on the...
Supportive social networking for women and community action and the personal growth of women. Women's institutes offer educational programs and advocate for social, environmental, and economic change. Today, there are some 2,600 members across 220 branches in Ontario. In Wellington Halton Hills, we have 6 branches in the local communities of Alma, Ashgrove, Coningsby, Dublin, Norval, and Silverwood. I'd like to thank all of the volunteers of the Women's Institutes that have served our local communities. Congratulations on this important anniversary.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to a remarkable person from my riding of Ottawa Centre who will be celebrating her 100th birthday on June 25th. Rita Margaret Mackenzie Markey moved to Ottawa when she was 18 years old to help support her mother. She worked hard and was employed in this very House, Speaker, as a transcriber of Hansard. She is a proud Canadian who takes pride in the fact that she has voted in every election. In 1940, Rita met a young man named Edward John Markey. They have been married for an amazing 62 years. Wow. They found joy in their 6 children, Stephen, Sean, Scott, Stuart, Sloan, and Sharon, her 22 grandchildren, and great-grandchildren who adore their Nona. Rita loves nature and often spends her time painting, gardening, swimming at the cottage on Danford Lake. Speaker, on behalf of the entire community of Ottawa Centre and this entire House, I wish to recognize Rita Markey, a wonderful Canadian. Happy 100th birthday, Rita.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, I have risen many times in this chamber to celebrate the important relationship between Canada and Ireland. This week is the first ever Canada Regional Conference. It's hosted by the Irish Embassy in Ottawa and brings together Irish honorary consuls and the trade promotion agencies from across Canada. Representatives from Vancouver, Calgary, Toronto, Halifax, and Ireland are meeting to look at ways to continue strengthening the 2 bonds between our nations. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank them, and in particular, I want to thank our friend, the Irish Ambassador to Canada, His Excellency Eamon McKee. His tireless efforts to highlight our cultural ties and close historical links are truly inspiring. Special thanks to our friend Ethna Heffernan, a true champion in the Irish community. However, Mr. Speaker, it is with great sadness that I also pay respects to a former ambassador, His Excellency Jim Kelly, who passed suddenly on March 17th. He was a man of great integrity, kindness, and a diplomat with enormous vision. As we look to the future, Mr. Speaker, this House looks forward to working with Ambassador McKee and his team. Mr. Speaker, thank you. And lastly, I want to wish my Irish seatmate a happy birthday.
The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Today I have the honour to talk to this House about the annual Canadian Walk for Veterans. The first walk was hosted as a fundraiser for Equitas Society, organized by South Surrey White Rock resident Mark Burchell, a great friend of mine, and co-founder, Master Corporal retired Chance Burrows. This year, the walk will take place both in person and virtually across Canada over the weekend of September 24th in over 152 cities. This event, hosted by One Veteran Society, invites Canadians from coast to coast to coast to walk shoulder to shoulder in recognition of our military, veterans, and first responders, with the goal of providing opportunities for Canadians to learn about the challenges of coping with life after service. And the rest of my speech. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. The walk will raise awareness of the plight of translators, interpreters, culture advisors, and other locally employed people who have been essential to the success of multiple Canadian missions. I call on each and every member of this House to participate in any way they can and help bring awareness to this very important issue and outstanding organization. Thank you.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, in June we celebrate Portuguese Heritage Month, a great time to recognize and celebrate the contributions of Canadians of Portuguese descent. Also, Friday, June 10th is Portugal Day. It's commemorated both in Portugal and around the world. It's a very special day of pride for me as a Portuguese Canadian. Canada is now home to one of the largest Portuguese diasporas in the world, with nearly 500,000 people of Portuguese origin calling Canada home. This year, we have the special honor of having with us His Excellency Augusto Santos Silva, President of the Assembly of the Republic of Portugal. I'd also like to extend my sincere thanks to the Ambassador of Portugal, Antonio Leão Rocha, and Mrs. Luisa Leão Rocha for their great services to our Portuguese-Canadian community. Again, to our Luso community, and in tribute of 70 years of Canada-Portugal relations, Feliz Dia de Portugal, Viva Canada, Viva Portugal, thank you, merci, obrigado.
The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, on June 6, 1944, 156,000 Canadian, British, and American soldiers stormed some 50 miles of beaches along the heavily fortified Normandy coast of France. The sage advice given to troops by Dwight Eisenhower were simple. You are about to embark upon the great crusade, toward which we have striven these many months. The eyes of the world are upon you. Fortunately for us, one of the regiments to land on D-Day was the North Nova Scotia Highlanders. This Story Regiment, based in Amherst in my riding of Cumberland Colchester, pushed through the extreme fighting and made the greatest inland gains of any Allied force. The now Nova Scotia Highlanders still exist today in Cumberland, Colchester, and in Pictou County. Those who continue to serve stand on the shoulders of giants. The cenotaph in Amherst has recently been beautifully revamped, and it is adorned with a lifelike North Novi, and it is spectacular. As we often debate freedom in this House, let us always remember the great sacrifice by those who have gone before, the seriousness of our decisions, and the plight of those we represent, lest we forget.
The honourable member for Mission Metzke Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in this House with sadness, frustration, and worry. and these emotions are directly related to this Liberal government's agreement with British Columbia that will decriminalize fentanyl. Never before has this government made such a bad decision that will directly impact the safety and well-beings of British Columbians. This exemption will now allow British Columbians to carry up to 2.5 grams of this deadly drug. This amount is serious enough to kill someone many times over, including many members of this House. How can this Liberal government be so complacent and look to normalize the use of this deadly drug, which is 50 to 100 times stronger than morphine? Street drugs are a serious issue in BC. In so many cases, parents can't take their children to the park without first checking for used needles. Just this week at my son's school, teachers were picking up drug paraphernalia right at the entrance of his classroom. Shame. This is devastating and not acceptable. Canadians struggling with addiction deserve compassion. Compassion that puts them on the path to recovery. Compassion that leads them to the mental, physical, and cultural health supports they need. Normalizing fentanyl is not compassionate.
Shame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, it's Canada Environment Week, and I would like to talk about our government's historic investments to position our country and the Sherbrooke community on the path to a clean, strong, and competitive economy in a low carbon emissions world. I am proud of our government. It has contributed more than $3.8 million to the Sherbrooke Transportation Corporation for a 100% electric bus fleet. I would also like to mention the innovative Sherbrooke companies that are reducing our carbon footprint. For example, Sherbrooke OEM, a specialized company that works in the area of recycling. It received nearly $1 million from our government, which will enable it to continue scaling up. We know these businesses need our support for our collective well-being. Together, let us continue our efforts to ensure that our country remains a leader in fighting climate change. Thank you very much.
For Nunavut.
Incremental justice is a phrase too familiar with Inuit, First Nations, and Métis women, girls, and to us LGBTQIA+ in Canada. Odelia and Nerissa Gawiasan, Indigenous sisters whose stories in the injustices and miscarriages of justice experienced by 12 Indigenous women, demand that we pay attention to the shortcomings of incremental justice. Indigenous women account for 4% of women in Canada, yet they represent 50% of all women in federal prisons. I call upon you to ensure comprehensive action and to avoid incremental justice.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, on May 23rd, the Quebec Workers' Federation launched a major campaign to promote the French language, stating that French in the workplace is a right. Broadcast online, on TV, and on billboards, this campaign humorously translates Quebec expressions to remind us that we understand each other much better when everyone speaks our common language. For example, the expression avoir du pain sur la planche is not the same thing as having bread on the board. And in fact, it means having a lot to do, a lot of work to do, and we do have a lot of work to do to decrease the decline of French in the workplace. I'd like to attract our friends' attention to Ottawa. Ottawa is still trying to remove federally regulated businesses from the Charter of the French language. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I'd like to thank our friends at the FTQ for promoting our national language. Specifically, its president, Daniel Boyer, and its secretary general, Denis Bolduc. As the Federation says, French in the workplace is always better.
Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, this week a coroner's inquest inquest has begun into one of the worst cases of multiple partner violence in Canadian history. Basil Borutsky murdered Anastasia Kuzek, Natalie Warmerdam, and Carol Colleton in separate incidents on the morning of September 22, 2015 in Renfrew County. Borutsky was well known to all his victims and to police for a long history of violence. He was a dangerous serial offender with a history of beating women. Now, the three families in our entire community are reliving the horror of that event through the inquest. Bill C-5 is a radical left-wing bill to eliminate mandatory minimum penalties. It sends the wrong message to women who live in fear of domestic violence. It sends the wrong message to the courts. In this case, a violent offender who openly ignored court orders that were part of his probation was released anyhow. Bill C-5 is a slap in the face to every woman in Canada by a Prime Minister consumed by his own toxic masculinity.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mabuhay, Malagayang, Buwanang, Pamanang Filipino. For decades, Filipino Canadians have contributed to the social economic fabric of Canada, and throughout June, we recognize their achievements and show our appreciation for this growing community. Mr. Speaker, among Vaughan's outstanding Filipino organizations actively building a more inclusive Canada are the Filipino Canadian Association of Vaughan, founded in 1990 by Antonio and Arlinda Insigne, will be celebrating its 5th annual Vaughan Fiesta Extravaganza this July 2nd and 3rd. MCBN's Pinoy Radio, led by Vaughan Caton, a great friend, keeping the community across Canada informed and connected, and the Filipino Seniors Club of Vaughan, offering regular and cultural and educational activities to seniors. Mr. Speaker, for 26 years, the City of Vaughan has been a proud sister city of Baguio, Philippines, and is home to more than 15,000 hardworking Filipinos who enrich our community every day. Mr. Speaker, I want to say maraming salamat to all Filipino Canadians who embody the values of perseverance, selflessness, and hard work. Happy Filipino Heritage Month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before proceeding, I want to thank all the members who kept their Standing Order 31's messages under 60 seconds. And to those who went over, which was quite a number of you, I just want to remind you, and I don't want to have to cut off your message, so tomorrow when we're starting, make sure you keep it under 60 seconds, please. Alors, demain, nous allons commencer.
Tomorrow, we will be moving to 60 seconds. I don't want to have to cut off your speech. I don't want to end up losing part of your message.
Questions. Question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, 38% of Canadians are worried more about money than anything else in their lives, more than their health or their kids or their relationships. What does that tell you? Over 20% of Canadians are skipping meals because they can't afford to eat. They don't need a top-up check from these big spending Liberals. What they want is the price of gas, food, and housing to go down, or at least stop going up. So what are these Liberals, who don't think much about monetary policy, going to do to stop the rising cost of everything?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And you know, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to affording the cost of living, for the overwhelming majority of Canadians, the most important thing is to have a job. And that's why our government focused so relentlessly on a jobs-centered recovery. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? It has worked. Canada has recovered 115% of the jobs lost to COVID compared to just 96% in the U.S. Right now, our unemployment rate at 5.2% is the lowest it has been since comparable records were kept. That matters to Canadians.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Those are completely out of touch and denying reality. That's why single parents, young home buyers, and seniors don't believe that they have a plan. Literally, every single day, people are seeing prices of everything go up. Now, on fiscal policy overall, no one will trust this Prime Minister, who is in a very happy political marriage with the NDP. Just ask the Parliamentary Budget Officer, or maybe former Finance Minister Bill Morneau, what he thinks of their fiscal policy. All we see from the tax and spend Liberals is more tax and spend and no plan to fight inflation. Isn't that the truth?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Mr. Speaker, I'm really glad that the member opposite spoke about seniors, spoke about parents, spoke about people struggling to pay the rent. Because thanks to our policies in this year's budget and last year's budget, there are measures directly focused at helping them. Canada Workers Benefit for low-wage Canadians, a family of 3 will get up to $2,300 more this year. Seniors, 10% increase in the OAS, that's $815, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, families and leaders across the country are tired of seeing repeat offenders in their communities terrorizing them with guns. Conservatives are tired of it too. We are all tired of the Liberals' soft-on-crime approach. The Liberals' so-called gun ban is a joke and will do nothing to stop the violence. Just ask frontline officers. Why do these soft-on-crime Liberals think it's okay for drug dealers to shoot up neighborhoods using stolen and smuggled weapons and then be let out on the street literally sometimes the next day and do it all over again? Why?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to have a question about crime, and I want to talk about Bill C-5 and mandatory minimums. And I want to offer a very personal story. When I was a small child, my mother practiced law in Northern Alberta. She did a lot of legal aid work, and the overwhelming majority of her clients were Indigenous. She'd take me to court, and sometimes she'd take me with her to reserves. And I saw firsthand how our criminal justice system treats Indigenous peoples. Our government is fixing that, and everyone in this House should be supportive of that.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to quote a representative of a community that this government claims they want to help. The abolition of these minimum sentences is not only a false good idea, but it puts at greater risk the communities that this initiative aims to protect. And that's what Ms. Muriel Chatelier said at Parliamentary Committee, Mr. Speaker. On the one hand, the Prime Minister abolishes mandatory minimum sentences with C-5, but on the other hand, it does not once mention the victims of violent crimes committed with weapons in C-21. Why does the Prime Minister insist on preferring criminals and helping criminals instead of victims? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would like to offer, in response to this question, a very personal answer. When I was a child, my mother worked as a lawyer in Northern Alberta, and she did a lot of work with legal aid clients. Many of those clients were Indigenous. And I saw, when I was a child, in court and often on reserves, how our country treats Indigenous people, our justice system. We need to fix this. Our government is going to do that. I hope that all members will support us in that. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, let me tell another personal story, which I heard from somebody from my riding, somebody who is concerned about the cost of living, which means that they are not going to be able to pay their bills and pay their groceries before the end of the month. They're going to have to make some very personal choices, and they're probably going to have to take food off the table for members of their family to be able to pay their bills. This is a personal family that I heard from somebody in my riding, but this is a personal story that many of my colleagues have heard in all of their ridings, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, the NDP Liberal government yesterday said no to our concrete measures to help Canadians. Why aren't they helping Canadians? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we understand very well that inflation and the cost of living is an important issue for Canadians, but I want to know why the Conservatives don't support the concrete, targeted measures that we've put in place to help Canadians, like the increase in the Canada Worker Benefit. That is going to give $2,300 more to our most vulnerable workers. There's also the increase in OAS of 10%, Mr. Speaker. That's $815. It's necessary. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, seniors have been left to fend for themselves, faced with a dizzying increase in the cost of living. That's what the Parliamentary Budget Officer confirmed yesterday. 1.7 million seniors have seen their purchasing power slashed because the indexed increase in their pension is lower than inflation. If the federal government doesn't make this right, a third of Quebec's seniors will be out $660 each. Will the Deputy Prime Minister commit to reimbursing seniors for every penny that they will have lost in the next readjustment to OAS? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. I have good news for the leader of the Bloc Québécois, and that is that our government has already decided that starting this summer, we are going to increase OAS by 10%. And this measure, which we have already put in place, will give $815 additional to seniors. This is a good measure. It's a targeted measure that is going to come just when it's necessary. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. The answer from the Deputy Prime Minister raises two questions. What will be the increase related to inflation, which is devastating for seniors' purchasing power? And also, we want certainty, and this is a major change that we would welcome. We want to be certain that there would be no age-based discrimination for those receiving it, so that those who are older than 75 don't have an advantage compared to seniors who are 65 to 74, coming from a government that claims to be against all forms of discrimination. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as you know, the most important programs for Canadians are indexed to inflation. That's a very important element of those programs. When it comes to our seniors, we have already decided, we have already voted in favor of the legislation for this increase in OAS for people aged 75 and up, and they will receive $815 more. And that's 3.3 million people in Canada who will benefit from that.
Mr. Burnaby.
Families are at their wits' end because of the increase in the cost of life. And the Liberals' response is pitiful. They say inflation's not our fault. Everything's going to be fine. But can the Liberals try walking a mile in the shoes of a parent who's had to cut the grocery budget to make ends meet? Yet there are things that the Liberals could do right now to help families. Why aren't the Liberals doubling the GST tax credit? Why aren't they upping the Canada Child Benefit by $500? Why are they doing nothing to help people get through this crisis? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Well, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for the question, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight that there is money that is going to be going out targeted to those who need it most this year. Let's start with this year. We increased the Canada Worker Benefit for the people who need it most. They are going to receive $2,300 more this year. As well, we will be providing a $500 supplement for those who need help with housing.
North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are going hungry. Perhaps the Prime Minister and this Finance Minister have never gone hungry. Perhaps they've never had to suffer through pain because they can't afford medication because they have to pay the rent. Or maybe they've never had to walk to work because they can't afford the gas to get there in their own car. But those are the realities of Canadians across this country right now. While we know the oil and gas industry is reaping mega extra profits, Canadians need urgent help today, not months from now. Will the government finally step up for Canadians and make sure that they get double the GST and make sure that...
Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the fact is we looked ahead. And our government has already set in motion 5 important programs that will deliver support starting this year to the Canadians who need it the most. The Canada Worker Benefit, a family of 3 can get up to $2,300 more. The 10% increase in the OAS, a senior can get $815 more. The $500 payment to people experiencing housing affordability challenges. Dental care.
Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians from coast to coast are worried about the rising rate of violent gun crimes in their communities, and they are calling on this government for action. But instead of listening to Canadians, the Liberals are removing mandatory jail time for offences like robbery with a firearm, extortion with a firearm, and weapons trafficking, just to name a few. Canadians don't want to see government bills that help dangerous criminals skip out on jail time. They want dangerous criminals taken off our streets. Will the Liberals reverse course on their soft on crime agenda?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, serious crime in this country will always carry with it serious consequences. The kinds of situations that we are targeting with this legislation on minimum mandatory penalties, Mr. Speaker, are situations where public security, public safety is not at risk, Mr. Speaker. It is being done to attack the systemic overrepresentation of Black and Indigenous peoples in the criminal justice system. The kinds of situations he is describing are being attacked in Bill C-21, and we're raising the maximum penalties.
Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, that is incomprehensible. Canadians simply don't buy this Liberal logic. According to Liberal logic, the Justice Minister's bill tackles racism by decreasing jail time for gun crimes. But the Public Safety Minister's bill tackles racism for increasing jail time for the exact same crimes. They can't have it both ways, so which one is it?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker,
I believe they were very excited to have 2 people trying to speak, so we'll just calm down and we'll only let one go. The Honourable Minister of Justice from the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, this attack on minimum mandatory penalties coming from a lawyer is something that's hard to understand. The situations that he describes are not the situations that would be touched by minimum mandatory penalties. Mr. Speaker, minimum mandatory penalties are being abandoned because they fail. It's a failed so-called tough-on-crime policy. The jurisdictions in the United States that inspired the Harper government to bring in these minimum mandatory penalties are abandoning minimum mandatory penalties one by one. Serious crime will always be punished seriously, Mr. Speaker. There's no threat to...
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Speaker, on Thursday, May 19th at Public Safety Committee, the Minister of Public Safety confirmed that he stood by his statement in Parliament on May 2nd that, quote, on the recommendation of law enforcement, we invoked the Emergencies Act, end quote. We now know that police did not make this recommendation, and his own deputy minister said yesterday that he was misunderstood. When did it become acceptable for a minister of this House to spread misinformation?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, let me, over the heckling of my colleagues who I know are
Are we ready to proceed? The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland asks the question. I think he wants to hear the answer. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to give it by refreshing his memory and all members in this chamber's memory that last winter we experienced an unprecedented public order emergency in the opinion of law enforcement, which is why prior to invoking the Emergencies Act, we sought their advice on the powers that were needed to restore public safety. And let me quote from Commissioner Lucky's testimony before the committee when she said, and I'm going
to interrupt the Honourable Minister. I just want to make sure we can hear that quote. Everybody's ready to listen? Okay, the Honourable Minister, please proceed.
From the top, Mr. Speaker. I was just about to say, Commissioner Lucky said the following: the Emergencies Act did give us the tools that we needed to get the job done quickly. We invoked the Emergencies Act to restore public safety. It was the right and responsible thing to do.
Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, our memories are very clear on this side of the House. The minister repeatedly stated that police recommended that the government invoke the Emergencies Act. Right. But now we know that not a single police force in this country made that recommendation. The minister has had multiple opportunities to clarify, but he stood by his statement. And now his deputy minister is saying, well, the minister was misunderstood. Who is telling the truth? The public safety minister or his most senior public servant?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I want to be absolutely clear that last winter, when we saw an unprecedented public order emergency in the opinion of law enforcement, we filled the gaps that existed within authorities which were not effective at the time to restore public safety. Prior to invoking the Emergencies Act, we sought the advice, as any responsible government would do, prior to invoking the Act. And you heard Commissioner Lucky say that we needed, for example, power to compel tow trucks as a result of protesters who wouldn't leave. I wonder why they wouldn't leave, Mr. Speaker. They wouldn't leave because Conservatives were egging them on to stay. That was wrong, and we invoked it to protect Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Public Safety knows the severity of invoking the Emergencies Act, the historical significance, the impact on due process and charter rights. The details of why and how this government invoked the Act are key. They will set a precedent in Canada on government powers, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure the Minister would agree there is no room for being misunderstood when setting historical precedent. There is also no room for hiding cabinet documents from Justice Rouleau's inquiry. Will the Liberal government waive cabinet confidence and release the documents to Justice Rouleau?
The Honourable Minister.
As we said all along, the government will cooperate with Justice Rouleau, will cooperate with the Joint Parliamentary Committee to be transparent, because I agree with my colleague that we need to scrutinize the invocation of the Emergencies Act, Mr. Speaker. My point is that the facts are very clear. We were in the midst and in the throes of an unprecedented public order emergency in the opinion of nonpartisan professional law enforcement, and when we sought their advice about which powers were needed to restore public safety, we listened to it and we invoked to restore public safety, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
The Minister's being a bit vague on my question of whether his government's going to release the documents, and the question of cabinet confidence is critical to the Rouleau inquiry, as argued by former clerk of the Privy Council, who said cabinet confidence, quote, should not be utilized to impede the search of the truth where the validity of government action is seriously contested and the law demands that it be reviewed, as is the case with the recent declaration of emergency in response of the trucker convoy protest and blockade. So in other words, this is a really big deal, Mr. Speaker. Will the Liberals respect Justice Rouleau's request and hand over the cabinet documents, yes or no?
Great question. The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, when we invoked the Emergencies Act, we did it to restore public safety after we sought the advice of law enforcement, Mr. Speaker. Following that, we commenced the public inquiry, giving...
I'm sure the Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul missed the first part, so maybe start right from the top, Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we invoked the Emergencies Act to restore public safety. We did it following the conversations and consultations that we had with law enforcement, including on which powers were needed to restore public safety. At the conclusion of it, we revoked the Emergencies Act, and as part of that, we're now participating in an exercise of transparency, including with Judge Rouleau, who has the power to compel witnesses, documents, including classified information. Of course, the government will cooperate because we agree that the Act should be scrutinized so that it is never abused, Mr. Speaker, and we will always follow that principle. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, the Official Languages Commissioner has received a record number of complaints this year. 5,409 complaints. That's 3 times last year's number. And at the heart of this tidal wave are complaints relative to the Prime Minister's appointments of people who do not speak French to key positions, especially the Governor General. The Prime Minister is personally responsible for a quarter of these complaints. Mr. Speaker, will the Minister remind her boss that French is not a second-class language? The Honourable Minister of Official Languages. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and I would also like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Théberge, the Official Languages Commissioner, for his work and for his report. Our modernization of the Official Languages Act is still being debated here in the House of Commons, and this law will be very important to ensure that we do everything that we can to protect and promote this beautiful language, and I hope that members of the Bloc Québécois will work with us to make sure that we can pass this bill as quickly as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, the Commissioner also courageously denounced a slippery slope at the federal level. It seems that French is perceived, and I quote the Commissioner, as being an obstacle to promoting diversity and reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. And another quote, I feel that official languages and diversity go hand in hand as two ways to be more inclusive. Mr. Speaker, when will the federal government understand that French and diversity can and should go hand in hand, and that when the French language is devalued in appointments, that's not inclusive? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've been very clear, promoting and protecting French is a priority, and today I'm not here to fight with the Bloc Québécois. Quite the contrary, I want to work very closely with my colleagues to make sure we can get this bill passed as quickly as possible, Bill C-13, which will make a big difference in the lives of Canadians. What we saw this week as committee it was a waste of time, and I hope that we will be able to work with all members of this House so that we can get Bill C-13 passed as quickly as possible, and listen to witnesses and make sure that we have the best possible bill so that we can get it passed as quickly as possible.
Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States has ordered the release of their strategic reserve to help struggling families with record high gas prices at the pumps. Here's an idea for our jet-setting Prime Minister for his meeting in Los Angeles. We know he likes to import American cultural problems to paper over his lack of leadership. Could he instead import good ideas from our neighbors to the south, like taking action on high gas prices instead of his habitual dividing of Canadians? Or does he want to maintain his reputation as Canada's divider-in-chief?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Honourable Member for the same question as yesterday. We certainly recognize the current impact that the invasion of Ukraine by Russia is having on global energy prices around the world. That is something that is of concern to all countries, all democratic countries. It is something that we are working actively with our partners in the United States and in Europe to address. We have announced that we will be increasing oil and gas production by 300,000 barrels a day by the end of the year, alongside our American friends who are doing likewise. We are working to stabilize energy prices, and here at home we are working to ensure affordability for Canadians on an ongoing basis.
Excellent. Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Divider-in-chief and ditherer-in-chief right over there. Yeah. Canadians have long appreciated that the most groceries are exempt from GST. This keeps groceries affordable for families. Yesterday, when the Conservative opposition voted to temporarily do the same by suspending GST on gas and diesel to help Canadians with out-of-control prices at the pump, the Spend EP Liberals voted against it. When will this Prime Minister put affordability ahead of Liberal tax and spend ideology?
Great question. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From day one, this government has put affordability at the forefront. The opposition voted against middle-class tax cuts. They voted against the daycare program to ensure affordability for Canadians. They have voted against affordability measures since 2015, and they continue to do so. Here, we are working on practical solutions to address the energy crisis that is facing the world. We are working to ensure that we are increasing our production, working with our partners around the world to address this issue, to stabilize energy prices, and to ensure affordability for Canadians going forward.
Excellent. Honourable Member for Calgary-Mindapore.
The price of gas and diesel is hitting record highs across Canada, making it more expensive for Canadians to live their everyday lives. The Liberal government keeps blaming oil and gas companies, but it's Liberal energy policies that have put us in this place. Energy workers build our communities, help the disadvantaged, and provide billions of dollars to national programs. So when will the Prime Minister stop blaming our natural resources sector, take responsibility, and suspend the GST on gas and diesel?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, I understand the role, the important role that energy workers play in this country. I've spent much of my time since being appointed to this post in Calgary, working with the energy sector. I would actually suggest to my colleagues across the way that they perhaps meet with some of the energy sector to understand that they are focused very much on ensuring that we are doing what we need to do to address energy security issues, to address affordability issues, and yes, to fight climate change.
Excellent. Well, member for Calgary-Midnapore.
This Liberal government is determined to phase out Canada's oil and gas sector, and now our Labour Minister is surprised that we don't have enough workers in the industry to keep up with demand. As prices for gas and diesel keep climbing, this Liberal government knows it's their policies that put us here. Their years of industry-killing legislation and laying off thousands of workers are ruining families and lives. So when will this government take responsibility for this cost of living crisis and provide Canadians with some relief?
Honourable Minister.
Certainly, it is important that we are thinking about how we actually create good economic prospects for people across this country, that we are creating jobs and economic opportunities. I was very pleased last week to launch the regional energy and natural resource tables, which are about building on a province-by-province, territory-by-territory basis, a future that is going to create those jobs and economic opportunities in a manner that actually will drive growth and prosperity, in a manner that is consistent with meeting our moral obligation to our children to fight climate change. I certainly look forward to working with the energy sector as we move forward in that direction.
Honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, when people lose their job, they count on employment insurance to keep their homes and feed their families while they look for new work. But the EI system has been broken for far too long. There are more people who pay into EI that do not qualify for benefits when they need them than who do. After almost 7 years in government, the Liberals finally tried to fix something about the EI system in the latest budget bill, and they fell flat on their face. So when are they finally going to fix the EI system and do right by Canadian workers?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I apologize, Mr. Speaker. We are working very hard to modernize employment insurance. Quickly, when we got into the pandemic, we recognized that the way Canadians work, the EI system hadn't kept up with the way Canadians work, and that's exactly why we're working to improve the system in terms of adequacy, in terms of access, in terms of the individuals who pay in that don't yet have access. The member knows very well that we're working very hard on this file. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, today, Quebec's National Council of the Unemployed is launching a campaign highlighting this government's monumental failure to deliver on its promise to reform EI. The pandemic has shown that the current system doesn't work. The self-employed, freelancers, and women, for example, are left out. Real reform is needed so workers have access to good benefits to make ends meet. When will the Liberals finally fix the EI system to help struggling families? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the pandemic laid bare the fact that reform is required to update EI. The government is currently conducting consultations on how to modernize the system so that it serves workers and employers better, and to strengthen the rights of workers hired on digital platforms so that their work can be included in work that's eligible for EI. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Russia's genocidal war on Ukraine has caused the largest refugee crisis in Europe since World War II, with 14 million Ukrainians having fled their homes and about 6 million having fled to other countries. In my community in Etobicoke Centre and across this country, Canadians have opened their arms to Ukrainian refugees, opening up their homes, collecting donations, offering financial support, and more. Could the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship please share with Canadians what the Government of Canada is doing to support Ukrainians fleeing Russia's genocidal war on Ukraine?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin by thanking the member for Etobicoke Centre, who has been a tireless champion for Ukraine and Ukrainian Canadians from the beginning of this invasion. Mr. Speaker, this attack, this unjust war of aggression is an affront to humanity and the very values that underpin the international legal order. Canada has opened its arms to provide safe havens so far to 30,000 Ukrainians or more who've already landed in Canada. But it's not enough that they get here, they need to be supported when they arrive. We've arranged federal charters, including last week in my home province of Nova Scotia. We've established income supports, temporary accommodation, reception supports at airports, and settlement services, including language training. We're going to continue to do what we can to demonstrate this is not a European problem, a problem for the world. Canada will continue to play a leadership role, and I thank my honourable colleague once more. Slava Ukraini.
The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we've heard from the Parliamentary Secretary the tremendous risk for and from unvaccinated air travellers. However, isn't it true, Mr. Speaker, that many unvaccinated Canadians can actually travel by air with a negative antigen test?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All Canadians are sick and tired of COVID, and we all agree on that. But just wishing away or ignoring it will not simply make it go away. Over the past 3 months, we can continue to see more deaths from COVID, over 1,700 in the month of May. The most important thing we can do is to get through this pandemic is to drive up vaccination rates. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to be informed by science and not the political games of the Conservative opposition.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I find it fascinating. We don't want to wish away science. We want to wish away incompetence. And what's important here, Mr. Speaker, is to answer the actual question, because if an antigen test is good for some Canadians to get on an airplane, why not all Canadians? What is the difference between Canadians who are unvaccinated, for instance, in Cumberland Colchester, who want to fly, and those who live in northern communities? Well, the answer is clear, Mr. Speaker, because the only difference is not medical science, it's political science. When will this government drop these vindictive mandates and let Canadians get back to pre-pandemic normal?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yesterday, the member from Cumberland Colchester tried to minimize the COVID-19 deaths in this country by referencing deaths from other causes. Mr. Speaker, every lost life is tragic. And on this side of the House, we understand that it's a government's job to do everything we can to protect people and save lives, whether that's from COVID-19 or any other cause. We owe it to them and all Canadians to remain focused on keeping them safe and our communities healthy, and we will continue to do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Health needs to get in line with the rest of the country's 55 of them that have dropped all the mandates. So he was informed the other day that Canadians that are unvaccinated can travel on ferries as long as the journey's less than 24 hours. So why can't unvaccinated Canadians travel on flights within Canada, since they're all less than 24 hours? When is this Liberal government going to get rid of the mandates and get us back to pre-pandemic normal?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives can't seem to make up their mind about vaccinations. The member from Yorkton Melville claims the government has a secret agenda after refusing to get vaccinated. Another Conservative, the MP from Niagara West, tabled a position.
I'm going to interrupt the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Calm down now.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton is rather far, and I'm sure she wants to hear the answer, so I'm going to let the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary start right from the beginning so that she can hear it, and I'm sure everybody will be very quiet so that he can actually be heard. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, from the top.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's hard to hear myself sometimes in this place. The Conservatives just can't seem to make up their mind about vaccinations. The member from Yorkton Melville claims that the government has a secret agenda after refusing to get vaccinated. Another Conservative, the MP from Niagara West, tabled a petition in this House to ban all mRNA vaccines. Mr. Speaker, those are the vaccines that have saved millions of lives around the world. Science is clear that vaccines are safe and effective in reducing the spread of COVID-19, as well as severe cases, hospitalizations, and death. I'd encourage the members opposite in the Conservative opposition to get behind that and encourage their constituents to get a third or fourth dose. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
The Arrive Can provides a serious accessibility barrier to many Canadians, in particular those who may not own a smartphone or have the digital literacy to properly navigate the process. Not everyone is tech savvy. While the introduction of a paper form was a good first step, and one that should have been in place since day one. Mr. Speaker, when will this government commit to listening to the thousands of Canadians experiencing problems at the border and stop the mandatory use of the ArriveCan app?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Thank my colleague for underlining some of the issues which we've worked through with CBSA on ArriveCan. I'm pleased to report that since the low point of travel during the pandemic, we're now seeing levels come back over 700%, which is good news. That's as a result of the modifications that we've made, easing travel restrictions. That's as a result of lowering some of the barriers that my colleague pointed out with ArriveCan. And I'm also pleased to report to this chamber that compliance with ArriveCan is over 90%. And in the long run, will make the traveler's voyage that much more efficient, Mr. Speaker. So we'll continue to work with all members on it. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamitis, Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, the increase in gun violence in Montreal in recent years is part of a new phenomenon, according to experts. Gang members are now firing multiple shots at buildings and cars to send a message and mark what they claim to be their territory. The guns they're using aren't covered by Bill C-21. Does the minister admit that the solution to this terrible problem isn't to make some guns illegal when they already should have been, as C-21 does? The solution lies elsewhere. It's to keep illegal guns out of our neighborhoods. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I fully agree with my colleague. The cycle of violence involving guns is at such a point, at such a height, and we've already taken action on assault weapons, and we're going to continue with the next steps. But the question now is C-21. We have to stop delaying and obstructing. The Conservatives have to stop that. The debate has to begin on C-21 to protect our communities, and I'm always open to working together with the Bloc on this. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the question wasn't about C-21. Like my colleague said, gunshots in the streets of Montreal don't always kill, but they're still a victim, the public sense of security. This gun culture that's taking hold in Montreal is also a gang culture. So to solve the problem, the police need help dealing with the gang situation. C-21 isn't a bad bill, Mr. Speaker, but it doesn't provide any solution to this problem. When will the minister see that one of the problems to this problem is to create a list of criminal organizations so that we can address the gang problem? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government has already taken a lot of concrete steps. For example, a $350 million fund for police services, but with all due respect, C-21 does take concrete steps to target organized crime. For example, increased penalties and new surveillance authorities to prevent gun violence, and we will work together with the Bloc and all members to pass this bill. It's very important. It's key to protecting our communities. Thank you very much. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Good morning. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. A 12-year-old girl just walking down the street found herself caught up in the middle of a shooting in Montreal, and she was traumatized. This is happening on our streets in Quebec, Mr. Speaker. Instead of tackling the problem of street gangs and illegal gun trafficking, this government, with Bill C-5, is doing just the opposite. They're removing mandatory prison sentences for crimes involving firearms. How can this government be so out of touch as to do the exact opposite of what is so obviously needed and common sense? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Serious offences are still being punished seriously. The situation my colleague just described is not a situation that's covered by C-5. Bill C-5 covers situations that are not a danger to public safety, that are not a threat to the community's sense of safety. Bill C-5 targets overrepresentation of Black and Indigenous people in the justice system. That's precisely what we're accomplishing with that. The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Well, here on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we believe serious and violent gun crimes warrant hard time. We stand with the victims. It's sad to see this government openly siding with the criminals. It even lets them serve their sentences under house arrest for robbery or extortion with a firearm. Those are quite serious crimes, Mr. Speaker. Why is this government so soft on crime with C5? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's something else to see this government once again trying to defend a completely failed policy of Stephen Harper, the tough-on-crime approach. Mr. Speaker, what we're doing, we're still punishing very serious offenses in a very serious way. But what we're currently doing is when public safety is not threatened, when there's no danger, no threat to public safety, we're doing things differently to better support communities and victims. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, here's what Stephen Fogang, a member of Montreal's Black community, had to say about Bill C-5. He said, when the government contemplates getting rid of some of the minimum sentences in the criminal code, we can only wonder whether they're more interested in protecting criminals than the public and victims of crime. Would the Prime Minister be willing to meet with Mr. Fogang and members of other communities to get the facts instead of protecting the criminals? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Harper's tough-on-crime approach was a total failure. Our jails have simply been filled up with Black and Indigenous people. It didn't work. So mandatory minimum sentences were part of the problem, and they were causing delays in the court system all around the world, Mr. Speaker, and especially in the U.S., which Harper was basically copying. They are all getting rid of minimum sentences, mandatory minimums there, because they realize they don't work. So we're acting to better protect society. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indigenous peoples and First Nations organizations have long called for reforms to policing. These communities deserve policing services that don't exacerbate systemic racism. It's time for Indigenous policing to be seen as essential. Indigenous groups have been very clear that they want legislation that recognizes and funds First Nations policing as a priority. Mr. Speaker, what is this government doing to support culturally sensitive First Nations policing and to recognize its essential role on the road to reconciliation? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to thank my colleague for her hard work.
Funded culturally sensitive Indigenous police services is a top priority and vital to our commitment to walk the pathway to truth and reconciliation. We understand the importance of recognizing Indigenous police services as an essential service, which is why our government is launching a public engagement process imminently to develop legislation. In consultation with Indigenous groups, provinces and territories, we'll work to further protect Indigenous communities all across Canada. Mr. Speaker, we will do this work because it is in response to the calls to justice, the calls to action, and because it is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Brentford-Brent.
Mr. Speaker, the 83-year-old father of my constituent was deported from Canada because of this government's draconian mandates. He arrived in Canada, and despite being doubly vaccinated, one of the vaccines he had was not approved. He cooperated and got the Pfizer shot. That didn't help. After being held 3 days, he was sent back to Venezuela to return after a 2-week quarantine. Unnecessary stress, extra expenses, zero common sense. Will the minister apologize for the appalling treatment of this family?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Back in 2020, the Conservatives claimed that we wouldn't have enough vaccines for all Canadians, but let me be clear. Canada has sufficient supply to ensure that all eligible Canadians are protected for primary series, boosters, and pediatrics. On this side of the House, our government will continue to make sure that we're putting the health and safety of Canadians first, because nobody wants another wave of this COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, the member opposite raised a particular case. If you'd like to discuss it personally, I'd be happy to accept a call or an email anytime. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is in a housing crisis. Too many families are unable to find a safe roof over their head, and young Canadians, many are just being forced to give up on the dream of ever even owning a home. There's a simple solution, though: build more houses and increase the housing supply. Yet all we see this government do is pose for photo ops at spending announcements, but there's a curious lack of ribbon cuttings. Mr. Speaker, my question is simple. When is this government going to get off the sidelines and demonstrate leadership to end exclusionary zoning and say yes to building more homes for Canadians?
Minister for Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt to say that they are facing a crisis of leadership, because the honourable member fails to mention that his leader, his very leader, refuses us to help municipalities with supply. His member from Matsqui Mission, Fraser Canyon, says that we should step back and not invest in provincial housing programs. He is opposed on record against foreign ban of Canadian residential real estate. And he has opposed funding for affordable housing for Indigenous peoples. Rhetoric, rhetoric, rhetoric.
The honourable member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
There it is, Mr. Speaker. Once again, more rhetoric, more talk, no real action. If billions of dollars, if announcing billions of dollars could solve this problem, we'd have a housing surplus in this country right now. In fact, the number of houses per 1,000 Canadians has gone down dramatically since 2016 under this government's watch. Right. Again, Minister, when is this government finally going to have the courage to do what's right and commit to working with provincial governments and municipalities to end exclusionary zoning and fix this crisis?
The Honourable Minister.
Doing exactly that through the Housing Accelerator Fund. The Housing Accelerator Fund is all about supply, supply, supply. But they are on record of opposing the Housing Accelerator Fund.
I'm just going to interrupt. The honourable member for Parry Sound Muskoka asked a question. He wants to hear the answer, I'm sure. So if we can just keep it down. The honourable minister from the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member should speak to his leader, who has trashed and rubbished the Housing Accelerator Fund, which is all about supply. His colleague from Calgary Centre, from Calgary Riverbed, from Edmonton Riverbed, I should say, from Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon, from Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola. All of them have said contradictory things about housing supply, about support for first-time home buyers, about building more affordable housing in this country. They have no shame, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Whitby.
Mr. Speaker, as someone who's spent years working with social purpose organizations, I've seen firsthand how social innovation and social finance are a catalyst for positive change. Big challenges like climate change, energy security, poverty, systemic racism, food insecurity, housing affordability, reconciliation, and more can all be addressed by harnessing the ingenuity of our social innovators and our social entrepreneurs. That is why I'm proud of the work that our government is doing to implement Canada's first social innovation and social finance strategy, which will drive economic growth, build more inclusive communities, and help transition to a low-carbon economy. Can the minister update the House on the progress our government is making on building a stronger social innovation and social finance ecosystem?
Before the minister answers the question, if I can have your attention, please.
Zip it.
If I can have your attention, please. Can I continue? I just want to remind the honourable members, when they're referring to someone, please refer to them by their title or by the riding they represent, not by their first name. And mocking someone in the House, regardless of what side you're on, is not something, it's not an example we want to send to our children who are watching today, and they're wondering what's going on. So I just want everyone to just reflect on what they're saying, please. The Honourable Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, and let me start by thanking the member for Whitby, who is the hardest working member in this House when it comes to social finance.
Social purpose organizations like charities and nonprofits. Social purpose organizations like charities and nonprofits play a key role in addressing complex social and environmental issues. They are more important than ever, as many of these issues have been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. That is why we launched the renewed Investment Readiness Program in the summer of 2021, which will provide another $50 million to continue to support social purpose organizations in building capacity and increasing their investment readiness. This will also help the social purpose organizations take advantage of the $755 million Social Finance Fund. Thank you so much to the member of Whitby for his excellent question.
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
People with disabilities are relying on this government to fast-track a Canada Disability Benefit to deliver support without delay. After years of a pandemic, the skyrocketing cost of living is leaving people with disabilities behind. We know emergency COVID payments only reached less than 1/3 of these Canadians because the data was not available. That is unacceptable. Will the minister fix this problem immediately to make sure no one living with a disability is left out of needed income supports ever again?
Full minister.
Since 2015, our government has taken bold action to help persons with disabilities find and maintain employment and make Canada more inclusive. We've made significant progress, but of course, persons with disabilities still face serious barriers, to this in this country. And that's why we are introducing the historic Canada Disability Benefit, an income supplement for working age Canadians with disabilities. Details of the CDB, including the benefit about and eligibility criteria, will be informed by ongoing engagements with the community in the spirit of nothing without us, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Today is World Oceans Day, and our oceans are in distress. They are getting hotter. Acid levels are rising. Oxygen levels are dropping. The heat absorbed by our oceans due to global warming is the equivalent to 7 Hiroshima bombs every second, every hour, every day. Approving TMX pipeline in Bay du Nord just make matters worse. As it is, net zero by 2050 is not a goal, it's an epitaph. When will this government take the climate crisis seriously as the emergency it is?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for the question and remind her that we do take climate change very seriously. That's why in our emissions reduction plan, it is an ambitious sector-by-sector path for Canada to reach our 2030 emission reduction targets on to net zero by 2050. It has broad support from environmental groups, industry, farmers, and Mr. Speaker, it's going to deliver clean air, a healthy environment, and a strong economy. That's what Canadians want, and that's what we will deliver.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for questions today. I wish to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Murray Rankin, our former colleague and current Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation for British Columbia. Comme il est 3h22.
It being 3:22, pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-248 under private members' business. Call in the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one.
Ms. Matheson moved that Bill C-248, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act, Ojibwe National Park, or National Urban Park of Canada, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. La période de 10 minutes pour les...
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
We'll start with the sponsor of the item.
Mr. Massey.
Nous procéderons maintenant aux députés qui participent en personne. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Mr. D'Entremont. Mr. Redekop. Mr. Soroka. Mr. Van Popta. Mr. Muse. Mr. Ruff. Mr. Dalton. Monsieur Blanchard-Jonca. Madame Bérubé. Monsieur Désilet. Madame Hughes. Miss Zerillo. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Shields. Mr. Waugh. Mrs. Thomas. Mr. Motz. Monsieur Lehoux. Mr. Bragdon. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry. Mr. Couric. Mr. Mazer. Mr. Morantz. Mr. Beaulieu. Madame Chabot. Miss Barron. Mr. Bachrach.
Fourth row.
Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Zimmer. Monsieur Reyes. Monsieur Généreux. Mr. Richard. Mr. Dreeshen. Mrs. Block. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Aboultaïf. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Kelly. Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Lemire. Monsieur Savard-Tremblay. Ms. Kazan.
Speaker, when are we having
Mrs.
At the beginning of September, at the end of September. I'm sorry. I already called it. The third row on my left.
Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Tucker. Mr. Viss. Mr. Caputo. Mr. Small. Mr. Godin. Mr. Martel. Mr. Gould. Mrs. Vecchio. Mr. Steinley. Miss Rude. Mr. Ellis. Madame Bien. Mrs. Goodridge. Mrs. Kramp-Nyman. Miss Ferrari. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Baldinelli. Miss Gladue. Monsieur Thériault. Madame Gaudreau. Madame Larouche. Monsieur Perron. Miss Collins Victoria. Mr. McGregor.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Jennings.
Mr. Schmer.
Mr. McLean. Mr. Seaback. Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Lawrence. Mrs. Gray. Mr. Calkins. Miss Landsman. Mr. Hallan. Mrs. Cousy. Mr. Malillo. Mr. Louis Essex. Mr. Barsalou Duval. Madame de Bellefeuille. Madame Michaud. Monsieur Fortin. Mr. Garrison. Miss Blaney. Miss Idlout.
First row on my left.
Mr. Paulus. Mr. Deltel. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Chong. Mr. Moore. Mr. Brassard. Mr. Berthold. Mr. Albis. Miss Finley. Miss Dancho. Mr. Nader. Mr. Sainte-Marie. Mr. Terrien. Madame Normandin. Monsieur Brunel Duceppe. Mr. Julian. Miss Kwan.
Que tous ceux à ma droite qui appuient la motion.
All those to my right who support the motion will please rise.
Next row on my right. Fifth row on my right. Fourth row on my right.
Mr. Morris.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Blakey.
Second row on my right.
Mr. Desjardins. Ms. McPherson.
First row on my right.
Ms. Matheson.
All those on my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row. Fifth row on my left. Fourth row on my left. Third row on my left. Second row. First row. All those at my right opposed to the motion, please rise. Sixth row.
Mr. Turnbull. Mr. Van Bynen. Ms. Bradford. Mr. Chahal. Madame Chatel. Mr. Koto. Mr. Gahir. Ms. Hepner. Ms. Kayabaga. Madame Lapointe. Ms. Thompson. Mrs. Valdez.
Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Long. Mr. Maloney. Mr. McDonald Avalon. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. Morrissey. Monsieur Robillard. Monsieur Shifke. Madame Shanahan. Ms. Sidhu Brampton South. Mr. Sarbara. Mrs. Zaid. Mr. Rogers. Ms. Yip. Mr. Aldag. Mr. Blois. Mr. Dong. Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Monsieur Alcouri. Seka. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Vancouverdin. Mr. Fisher. Ms. Jones. Mr. Kellaway. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. Sidhu Brampton East. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Baptiste. Ms. Damoff. Mr. Fragiscados. Madame Latanzio. Ms. Khalid. Monsieur Arsenault. Mr. Kuzmerichek. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Gerritsen. Mrs. Romanado. Mr. Lamoureux. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Virani. Mr. Fergus. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Ananda Sangare. Ms. De Brusen. Monsieur Lauzon. Madame Lalonde. Ms. Dillon.
Second row on my right.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Madame Saint-Onge. Madame Fortier. Ms. Gould. Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau. Miss Ian. Monsieur Miller. Mr. Hussain. Mr. Fraser. Madame Bendayan. Mr. Casey. Mr. Dollywall.
First row on my right.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan. Miss Bennett. Monsieur Sanson. Monsieur Rodriguez. Mr. Holland. Monsieur Champagne. Mr. Wilkinson. Miss Hutchings. Madame Petitpas-Taylor. Miss Jazek.
We'll now, thank you. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
The electronic voting period is now over.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Viersen. Mr. Viersen, if I can get you to repeat that, please.
I would like to vote yay.
Mr. Viersen, pour.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to confirm that my vote came through as a yay.
No, it did not, but we'll... Oh, sorry. Okay, very good. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 169, 169. Nays contre 147, 140.
The motion carried. Is referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. Pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-240 under private members' business. La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one.
Mr. Moran, seconded by Ms. Landsman, moved that Bill C-240, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, donations involving private corporations, shares, or real estate, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. La période de 10 minutes pour les députés votant par voie.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
We'll start with sponsor of the item.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
And we'll now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Blanchet-Jonca.
Mr. Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Fourth row.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Warkentin.
Mr. Warkentin.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Troisième rangée.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Miss Rude.
Miss Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Miss Goodridge.
Miss Goodridge.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Second row on my
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Miss Landsman.
Ms. Lansman.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Première rangée à ma gauche.
First row at my left.
Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Miss Dancho.
Miss Dancho.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nater.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Que tous ceux à ma droite.
All those on my right in support of the motion will please rise.
Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row.
Fourth row on my right.
Mr. Morris.
Third row on my right. Second row on my right. First row on my right. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row. Fifth row on my left. Fourth row on my left. Troisième.
Third row on my left.
Okay, back to Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Miss Zarillo.
Miss Cirillo.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack. Gazan.
Miss Gazan.
Miss Gazan.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Collins Victoria.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Second on my left.
Mr. Garrison.
Garrison.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
First row on my left.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
All those on my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Miss Hepner.
Miss Hepner.
Miss Kayabaga.
Miss Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sarbara.
Mr. Barrow.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Row on my right.
Monsieur Monsieur El Khoury,
Mr.
pardon.
El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Miss Jones.
Miss Jones.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Madame Latanzio.
Madame Latanzio.
Miss Khalid.
Miss Khalid.
Troisième rangée à ma droite.
Third row on my right.
No.
Mr. Kuzmaricek.
Mr. Kuzmaricek.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Varane.
Mr. Varane.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Bruce.
Mr. Bruson.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Second row on my right.
Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Miss Ian.
Miss Ian.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
First row on my right.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Miss Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Miss Hutchings. Correction, Miss Jazek.
Miss Jazek.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
La Chambre attendant.
The House will now await the end of the electronic voting period before resuming proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Seeing none, le bureau va maintenant
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 146, 146. Nays contre 171, 171.
Je déclare la motion rejetée. L'honorable.
I declare the motion defeated.
Règlement.
The honourable member for Joliette on a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to talk about the voting procedure in the House when it comes to private members' business. To my knowledge, we vote by row and not by party. Will the Speaker allow us to stand up once we've missed our row? I would like your clarification on that point.
Non, c'est une très bonne question.
That's an excellent question. The vote is by individual and by row. There was a mistake. I called out a row, and people stood up after they'd been called, and so the clerk recognized them. That's a practice we've had in the past, and that is why they were recognized, instead of starting the vote all over again. Thank you.
Conformément à l'ordre adopté le
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading of Bill C-241 under private members' business.
La question est la
The question is the following one.
By Mr. Lawrence, moved that Bill C-241, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, deduction of travel expenses for tradespersons, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. La période
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
The sponsor of the item.
Louis Essex.
Mr. Lewis.
Nous procéderons maintenant.
We will now proceed to members participating in person.
On my left, in favor of the motion, will please rise. Sixth row.
D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Reddecup.
Mr. Reddecup.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Papta.
Mr. Van Papta.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Berube.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Miss Zarillo.
Miss Cirillo.
Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Wall.
Mr. Wall.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Rance.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Reyes. Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Maguire.
Mr. Maguire.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Mr. Aboutia.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Miss Gazan.
Miss Kazan.
Third row on my left.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Miss Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. McCauley Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Colkins.
Mr. Halland.
Mr. Halland.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
First row on my left.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Brunel Doucet.
Monsieur Brunel Doucet.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Que tous ceux à ma droite.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Cinquième rang.
Fifth row.
Fourth row.
Mr. Morris.
Third row.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Second row.
Mr. Descharlet. Miss McPherson.
Première.
Person.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row. Fifth row. Fourth row. Third row on my left. Second row. Première rangée.
First row.
All those on my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Turnbow.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Shahal.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Miss Hepner.
Miss Hepner.
Miss Kayabaga.
Miss Carabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sarbara.
Mr. Barra.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Fourth row on my right.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Vancouverdin.
Mr. Vancouverdin.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Miss Jones.
Miss Jones.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Miss May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Miss Damoff.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Miss Latanzio.
Miss Latanzio.
Miss Khalid.
Miss Khalid.
Troisième rangée à ma droite.
Third row on my right.
Sanu.
Mr. Kuzmerichek.
Mr. Kuzmerichek.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrison.
Miss Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Ananda Sangare.
Mr. Anand Sangari.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Monsieur Lozon.
Monsieur Lozo.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Second row on my right.
Miss Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Miss Gould.
Miss Gould.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Miss Ian.
Miss Ian.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
First row on my right.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Miss Bennett.
Miss Bennett.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Miss Hutchings.
Miss Hutchings.
Madame Putzpa-Taylor.
Madame Putzpa-Taylor.
Miss Jazek.
Miss Jazek.
La Chambre.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si des députés n'ont pas pu voter en raison de...
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they can now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 166, 166. Nays contre 147, 147.
I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-246 under private members' business. The question is the following one. Monsieur Champoux, appuyé par Monsieur Terrien.
Mr. Champoux, seconded by Mr. Terrien, moved that Bill C-246, an act to amend the Constitution Act 1867, representation in the House of Commons, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
La période de 10 minutes pour...
The 10-minute electronic voting period has now started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Yeah.
Mr. Champoux.
Participating in person. Que tous ceux à ma gauche qui appuient la...
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Miss Cirillo.
Miss Cirillo.
Fifth row on my left.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Second row on my...
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Première rangée.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Que tous ceux à ma droite qui...
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Sixième rangée. Cinquième rangée. Quatrième rangée. Third row.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Second row.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
First row.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Que tous ceux à ma gauche qui...
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise.
Rangée.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
They left.
Back to Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morans.
Mr. Moran.
Fourth row on
Mr.
my right, left.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abutaev.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Miss Rude.
Miss Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Madame Bien.
Madame Bien.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Malello.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
First row on my left.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Bertrand.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
All those on my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Madame Mendes.
Madame Mendes.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Miss Sepfner.
Miss Hepner.
Miss Kayabaga.
Miss Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
The fifth row on my right.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Miss Susan Brampton South.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis.
Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mrs. Jones.
Mrs. Jones.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Miss Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mrs. Khalid.
Mrs. Khalid.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Troisième rangée à ma droite.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Kuzmarechek.
Mr. Kuzmarechek.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garretson.
Mr. Garrison.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Miss Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Miss de Bruson.
Ms. de Bruson.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Miss Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Second row on my right.
Miss Duncan at Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan at Etobicoke North.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Scarpalagia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Miss Gould.
Miss Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Kinnan Gatineau.
Miss Ian.
Miss Ian.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
First row on my right.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Miss Bennett.
Miss Bennett.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Miss Hutchings.
Miss Hutchings.
Madame Pittspa-Taylor.
Madame Pittspa-Taylor.
Miss Jazek.
Miss Jazek.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la...
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 51, 51. Nays contre 264, 264.
I declare the motion defeated.
Order. It's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, International Development. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes, Health. The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York, Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship. Okay. We have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This arises from a question during question period. And I think I'd appreciate it if you could confirm if my understanding of petitions is correct. But the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health referred in his question to a petition presented by the Honourable Member for Niagara West with the presumption that the member for Niagara West supported the position he presented. I've always taken the view that when asked to present a petition, it's not a statement of my position, it's doing what my constituents or other petitioners have requested. And I worry that that's a poor precedent, but I wouldn't want to make the presumption. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very good. I just wanted to confirm that technically the honourable members are not supposed to endorse the petition or show their support. Yeah. But saying it does not cancel the petition or nullify it. So I just want to remind the honourable members when they are giving it, be as concise as possible and very factual. We're not looking for your opinion. We just want to know what the petition is about. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the Honourable Member from the Green Party standing up. It is convention around this place that petitions are presented by members, and I think the confusion may lie in the fact that the member from Milton referred to a member's support of the petition. It is convention around this place that when a member does present a petition, it's on behalf of their constituents, and it doesn't necessarily reflect an endorsement of the petition, nor whether they're contrary to the petition or not. They're doing the work on behalf of the people that they represent, and I think that's where the confusion may lie, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
And that's exactly it. I mean, you're presenting the position, or the members are presenting their petitions on behalf of their constituents, and yeah. And that's their duty as members, yes. Okay, no other. Very good. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Leader of the Government House of Commons.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to subsection 53(1) of the Privacy Act and to Standing Order 111. Point 1, I have the honor to table in both official languages a certificate of nomination and biographical notes for the proposed appointment of Philippe Dufresne to the position of Privacy Commissioner for a term of 7 years. I request that the nomination and biographical notes be referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 3 petitions, and these returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Very good. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
I have honor to present in both official languages the first report of the Special Committee on Afghanistan entitled Honoring Canada's Legacy in Afghanistan, Responding to Humanitarian Crisis and Helping People Reach Safety, in accordance with the motion adopted in the House on November the 8th, 2021. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. I want to congratulate the members of the Special Committee from all parties and thank them for their dedication, teamwork, and collaborative efforts over the past 6 months. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank the support staff, including Clerk Miriam Burke, the analyst Julie Béchard, and Alison Goody for all their hard work in preparing this very important report. Thank you.
I believe we have a dissenting report. The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Monsieur le Président. Mr. Speaker, I would like to comment on our supplementary report from the Special Committee on Afghanistan.
The report adds the following evidence and observations not included in the main report. While all NATO allies scrambled in the withdrawal and evacuation last August from Afghanistan, Canada performed particularly poorly. The war in Afghanistan was Canada's longest war. Canada's withdrawal from Afghanistan last August was not only a betrayal of our soldiers, diplomats, and Afghans themselves, it was a disaster that has damaged Canada's interests for years to come. Allies and competitors around the world will question the strength of the Canadian government's commitments and whether the government is willing and able to back up these commitments with effective action. Afghans who worked for Canada were left behind and are being persecuted by the Taliban, precisely because they worked for Canada. The Canadian government had a moral duty to evacuate these Afghans and their families and failed to do so.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the fifth report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food entitled Confronting Urgent Challenges and Building the Resilience of the Canadian Food Supply Chain. Conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the government requests that the government table a response to this report.
Take the opportunity to thank our clerk, our analyst, and indeed our witnesses that appeared before the committee. Their contribution has been very important, and I'd like to thank everyone for their collective work. Thank you.
The introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Davidson, seconded by Mr. Barlow, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act and the Companies Creditor Agreement Act, deemed trust perishable fruits and vegetables. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, very excited today, and I am pleased to rise to introduce the Financial Protection for Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Farmers Act, which proposes to amend the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act and the Companies Creditors Arrangement Act to support Canadian produce sellers. Every time I see the dark soil and endless rows of vegetables in the Holland Marsh in my community, the soup and salad bowl of Canada, Mr. Speaker, I see opportunity. But in order for that opportunity to be fully realized in the marsh and across Canada, more must be done to protect Canada's fresh fruit and vegetable growers during the bankruptcy of a buyer. We know that fresh fruit and vegetables are highly perishable with limited shelf life. Unfortunately, the existing laws do not take this into account. This legislation addresses this deficiency by establishing a deemed trust for fresh produce sellers, ensuring they have priority access to an insolvent buyer's assets related to the sale of fresh produce. I'm glad, Mr. Speaker, to bring this initiative forward and champion fresh fruit and vegetable producers, and I trust that all members in this House will support this bill. Thank you.
Mr. Davidson, seconded by Mr. Barlow, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time?
Right now, right now.
At the next sitting of the House. Wow. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Présentation.
Presenting petitions.
The Honourable Member for Mission Mashpee Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I will be tabling two petitions. The first petition is from a group of British Columbians calling upon the Government of Canada to strengthen the Protection of Communities and Exploited Persons Act to address Canada's significant shortcomings on human trafficking that were embarrassingly highlighted by the U.S. State Department's 20th Trafficking in Persons report. The second petition is from Mission Mashpee Fraser Canyon, and the petition calls upon the government to expand rapid detox programs and provide housing and skills trainings to those that are struggling with addiction to get their life back on track. The petitioners state that harm reduction monies are being used to keep addicts on drugs, thus shortening their lives and providing no real help to those unfortunate individuals, and they need to get their lives back. So they call upon the government to stop giving free needles and drug supplies to addicts and to use those funds to establish rapid detox centers and provide those skills previously mentioned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting a petition on behalf of my constituents with respect to the Liberal government's introduction on April 29th of, in their words, a shadow registry on licensed firearms owners in Canada. They're pointing out that this is unfairly going to target businesses and cost countless jobs and wages, as well it's unfairly targeting Canadian firearms owners who are already the most vetted citizens in Canada. They're subject to daily screening and are statistically proven to be less likely to commit crimes than non-PAL and non-RPAL license holders. They are calling upon the Government of Canada to immediately repeal the ordered issue on 29th of April 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Don Valley North.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm here to present a petition on behalf of 75 Canadians and Canadian residents to call upon the Minister of Finance to select Juan Alexander Camus to be featured as the face on the redesigned $5 Canadian banknote. We believe that this initiative will help to fight the anti-Asian racism we observed in the last few years. Thank you.
Présentation de pétition, presenting of petitions. The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition signed by over 1,400 Canadians who call upon Parliament to ensure that the Government of Canada deny public funding to any domestic or foreign non-governmental organizations who promote or engage in acts of anti-Semitism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition, presenting of petitions. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise to my feet. I have two petitions to present today, and they're both related to the environment and the importance of being good stewards of our environment. The first one is on bees, honeybees to be specific, Mr. Speaker, and the importance of the 10,000 beekeepers in Canada and the important role that bees play in our environment, and to encourage people to consider ways that we can help the bee population. There's been overwhelming support by the provinces and the cities to support Day of the Honeybee since 2010, and I am honored to sponsor this petition that had 748 people sign it. Also with the environment and the neglect from the environment from the Liberals is my petition E3912. This is to do with the exclusion of nuclear to the Green Bond framework. It classifies the nuclear as the same as sin stock. The Liberals are grouping nuclear with arms manufacturers, tobacco, alcohol, and gaming activities, which, Mr. Speaker, I think is a travesty, and so did a lot of Canadians. And there was 10,544 people across Canada signed the petition that the Liberals would hopefully reconsider their position on nuclear. And please, to the House, I would present these petitions. Thank you.
Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétition. No, merci. Moving on to the next one, questions on the order paper. Then our Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Question 493, 496, and 499. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number 489 to 492, 494, 495, 497, and 498 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed, and so ordered. And the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yeah, I would ask then that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
There you go. All right, and avis de motion part.
Notice of motions for the production of papers.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, again, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
There we go. Here, orders of the day.
Order émanant du gouvernement, projet
Government orders, government bills, commons.
C-19, the Budget Implementation Act 2022, number 1.
Madame Saint-Onge, appuyée.
Ms. Saint-Onge, seconded by Ms. Gould, moves that Bill C-19, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7th, 2022, and other measures, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, always having the opportunity to be able to talk about the budget implementation bill or the budget in general, it's such a privilege to be able to do so. I wanted to spend a little bit of time in regards to what I believe is a very important issues to Canadians. Something that I haven't really spoke about for a while now, and I think it needs to be reinforced because for the first time in many, many years, we have seen a government that's genuinely committed to a national health care system, Mr. Speaker. We've seen that virtually from day one of the government. You know, for many years ago, I used to be the health critic in the province of Manitoba. And I can tell you back then, there was quite a bit of dialogue towards Ottawa and requests for money. And let there be no doubt that throughout every one of those years, it seems that provinces are constantly asking for more health care dollars, and justifiably so, as the costs of health care have actually gone up. But our government has responded to that call, Mr. Speaker, in a very real and tangible way. You know, back in the days in which we were in opposition, the healthcare accord had actually expired. And we wanted to be able to see a new healthcare accord reached. And it was through the efforts of this government that we were able to achieve that by going to the different provinces and territory. And today we have actually agreements. And that will ultimately see healthcare dollar transfers increase over the next number of years, Mr. Speaker. And I see that as a very strong positive. In fact, if you take a look at the total amount of money that we spend on healthcare today, it is a historic high. Now, one could easily stop there, but we take the Canada Health Act very seriously. Mr. Speaker, we want to be able to be sensitive in terms of what has actually taken place. You know, the Prime Minister has argued in the past that through the pandemic, there's many things in which we can learn from it. One of those things is in regards to health care. All of us, I'm sure, can appreciate the concerns that were expressed in regards to long-term care. And the federal government responded to that. There was the immediate response of providing provinces support, whether it was through the Canadian Forces or the Red Cross. That's hands-on support, Mr. Speaker, some of which went into my own riding of Winnipeg North. It's the idea of working towards a stronger and healthier national standards for long-term care, something in which we are very much interested in doing and pursuing, Mr. Speaker. We take a look at the issue of mental health, and what we have seen is a huge investment towards mental health from the government. We also wanted to be able to see movement in regards to the area of pharmacare. And it wasn't that long ago where we extended to willing partners to start exploring how we can develop a national pharmacare program. I'm very happy that we in this budget talk about a dental care program at a substantial cost, Mr. Speaker. And you know, if I had a choice, I think I probably would have wanted to see more emphasis on the pharmacare side as opposed to the dental care side, but that's a personal preference. I think it's a very positive move, the commitment over the next number of years to establish that dental program. But I don't think we should forget about the pharmacare program, and I understand that there are some discussions that continue to take place. I say that, Mr. Speaker, because I often have the opportunity, as we all do, to have discussions with people and our constituents. And part of that discussion, and maybe it's as we get closer to Canada Day, people kind of reflect in terms of just how fortunate we are to live in Canada. And when I've asked people, in particular, especially newer immigrants, Mr. Speaker, you'll find that one of the things that allows them to identify with Canada, what are the things that they really appreciate about Canada, it is our healthcare system. And I think that that is something that often gets overlooked. And that's why I thought maybe I would start on that particular issue today, recognizing that as a government, whether it was our very first budget in the investments that we made in healthcare, to the most recent budget, where we're expanding into dental care, still looking at pharmacare, investing historic amounts of money into healthcare transfer payments, and giving a great deal of attention to the issues like mental health and long-term care. I would encourage members to reflect on that over the last number of years and suggest to you that we are moving forward on the whole healthcare issue of public policy. And it's one of the things in which I'm very proud of. Another issue that I wanted to provide some comment on is the issue of housing. Because when I think of housing, we get a great deal of debate and discussion. It's often a topic in question period, Mr. Speaker. We are all concerned about the costs of housing, the shortage of supply that's there. But I also believe that we have to take a look in terms of what has actually transpired over the last number of years, and again incorporated into this budget. We have a government that a number of years ago established the first housing strategy of our country, to the degree in which we committed literally billions of dollars, Mr. Speaker. We have looked at new initiatives. I have always been a very big fan, for example, of housing co-ops. I remember many years ago playing a bit of a role in terms of the startup of the Weston Housing Co-op. In my riding of Winnipeg North, we have Willow Park and Willow Park East, two of the, what is probably the one is likely the oldest housing co-op in Canada. Some have suggested possibly even in North America. And we have a Minister of Housing that has seen that as a viable investment. It is an alternative. There's a difference if you live in an apartment versus living in a co-op, Mr. Speaker. In one situation, you are a tenant. In another situation, you are a resident. And there is a big difference. When you are a resident, you get to participate in ownership versus a tenant where you will never own the place in which you're renting from, Mr. Speaker. The element of nonprofit in housing co-ops. So the expansion of that program, I believe, will do wonders. And I look forward to possibly seeing some new startups on housing co-ops. We continue to support provincial governments and the many different nonprofit agencies. We literally have tens of thousands of units across the country. In fact, you know, I don't know the actual number in the province of Manitoba. I suspect it's probably around 20,000 units that are subsidized heavily by Ottawa so that people can, that are financially challenged have an option in terms of a home to be at, Mr. Speaker. There are some initiatives within this budget, like the intergenerational grant, Mr. Speaker, a program that's going to enable people to look at their current homes and maybe build on an addition. Often they refer to them as granny suites, or establish an independent unit in the yard where you're having a parent stay with you. And the government is making it that much more easier in order to be able to do that. It's a program that I know is very, very popular, or will become even more popular once it gets better known, Mr. Speaker. We can talk in regards to the idea of renovations. Again, we have a government where we have the Greener Homes project. Literally tens of thousands of grants involving thousands of dollars that's going to be provided to people that want to look at fixing up their homes, making them more energy efficient, whether they're windows or whatever else it might be. And when I think of a program like that, you can't help but start to think in regards to our environment, jobs, and just the overall housing stock. If you invest in home renovations, as we are doing, you create jobs, and it's very much labor intense, Mr. Speaker. You create the opportunity to have more energy efficient homes. By programs of this nature, we are improving the overall condition of Canada's housing stock. We can talk about the first-time home buyer and enhancing that program so that people that are purchasing their home for the first time have more that they can turn to in terms of finances. We can talk about the millions that are going into the Rapid Housing Initiative. Not to mention the monies that have been there to support agencies like Main Street Project in Winnipeg and others, women's shelters. There is so much that we've been able to do on the housing front. I would ultimately argue that as a government, we have demonstrated that the national government is prepared to lead and work with others. Because in order to be able to deal with the housing crisis that we're actually in today, Mr. Speaker, it's going to take more than just the federal government. You're going to need a higher sense of cooperation, and ultimately, Mr. Speaker, whether it's coming from municipalities or it's coming from provinces. At the end of the day, we need to see more land being developed. We need to, I believe, personally, we need to be able to see the individual be able to acquire a property. as opposed to having to go through a developer, for example. I think there's ways in which we can even have provinces look at some of the reviews, whether it's housing condos, to cooperatives, to life lease programs, or the 55-plus type of programs that are out there. What we know is that there's a high need. And what I find, Mr. Speaker, is at the end of the day, when you talk about housing and we talk about the cost of housing, yes, I, like all of my colleagues, are very much concerned. But I don't think that we should give a false impression that is often trying to be given from opposition sides, where the government is not taking action. The federal government today has taken more action on this file than many, many other governments before it, Mr. Speaker. You're talking about generations, historic amounts of investment, incredible amount of programs that have been developed and ultimately administered. I wanted to highlight those two because I think that those two areas of housing and healthcare are issues that I don't really get to talk too much about, and I wanted to start off my comments on those. Having said that, the big issues in regards to the budget, I believe, can be rooted right back to having consistent policy. Policy that recognizes that the backbone to Canada's economy is our small businesses and our middle class, and those aspiring to be a part of the middle class. And this is where the government, I think, has done incredible work. You know, from the very beginning, Mr. Speaker, I can go back to the 2015 election to today. This cabinet, in fact, the caucus as a whole, has been focused on Canada's middle class and our economy. And I'd like to cite a few examples of that. You know, during or prior to the pandemic taking effect, there was over 1 million jobs created in those first four and a half years, keeping in mind Canada's population of 37 million. 1 million jobs, Mr. Speaker. And it wasn't just the Government of Canada alone. It worked with partners and stakeholders. And that's where a good part of our focus was. We saw incredible amounts of effort put into trade agreements. This government has signed off on more trade agreements than any other government, Mr. Speaker. And that is the absolute truth. You can take a look in terms of the North America, the European Union. Those are agreements that were signed off. And I can recall opposition parties saying that it was derailed, that it wasn't going to happen. Canada is a trading nation. We depend on trade. I understand that our trading deficit has virtually evaporated. For years, when I was in opposition, that was not the case, Mr. Speaker. We understand the importance of international trade, and we have vested a great deal in that area. Mr. Speaker, infrastructure is so important to all of us. I would challenge, in terms of real dollars, any member to demonstrate another government that has committed as much financial resources towards infrastructure. Again, we're going into the billions of dollars. Not only was the government looking at working with whether it's municipalities or provinces or other stakeholders, we also created the Canada Infrastructure Bank, Mr. Speaker. And you know, it's interesting. I make that comment and you witness the response coming from the Conservatives as if it's been, well, as the member says, a total failure.
That's right.
When in fact, Mr. Speaker, you know what? If my friend that just said the infrastructure bank is a total failure, my recommendation is to maybe do a little Google search. I'm sure he can find out, get some little high tech going there. Do a Google and find out what the infrastructure bank has done.
Google's too much.
You see what happens, Mr. Speaker? What you'll find is that the Conservative talking notes are somewhat misleading on it. Because the infrastructure, and I'll use it as an example, and I used it just the other day. In Brampton, you are seeing fossil-fueled buses being converted into electric buses. And that's happening because of the Canada Infrastructure Bank. You're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars. Think before you say something. You're the finance critic. You should know better. Or, Madam Speaker, the member opposite that was just heckling.
Madam.
Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day,
we're gender inclusive.
At the end of the day, let's take a look at the infrastructure bank and many of the projects. Well, don't read your Tory notes, right? Mr. Speaker, look at the site. Look at the hundreds of millions of dollars that's being spent, Mr. Speaker, on this issue. The member might actually be surprised. He might even want to change his talking points on it because it is delivering in a very real and tangible way. We've been a government that has been there to support people, whether it's our seniors, Mr. Speaker, through increases to the GIS, one-time payments during the pandemic, whether it's the 10% to 75 and over, or as I said yesterday, the hundreds of millions of dollars to nonprofit organizations that support our seniors through all sorts of wonderful activities like New Horizon and so forth. Whether it's supporting small businesses through tax cuts, through going through the pandemic of wage subsidies, rent support, easier access to loans, all of which have enabled Canada to do relatively well in comparison to the world. All we need to do when you talk about employment, and I'll get another chance possibly in my answers, Mr. Speaker, you will find that Canada is doing exceptionally well. Thank you, Mr.
I need to remind the member, though, to channel his comments, of course, through the chair. And just because this has happened on a number of occasions, my pronouns are he, him, maybe Mr. Speaker, that would work as well. So I know it's happened quite often, so I just want to make sure I get that straight. I see a point of order from the Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. An agreement could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78-1 or 78-2 with respect to the report stage and third reading stage of Bill C-5, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. Under the provision of Standing Order 78-3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the respective stages of said bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, I have to go there because this particular member raised the Canada Infrastructure Bank. Mr. Speaker, I have no idea why this member would want to raise that. Look, the former Finance Minister, Bill Morneau, actually pointed out the Canadian Infrastructure Bank did not do what it was intended. Mr. Speaker, this member is trying to say that somehow if the Canadian Infrastructure Bank wasn't an entity, it did not exist, that somehow municipalities would not be able to purchase electric vehicle or electric buses. That's just simply not the case. Will the member acknowledge that the government is even in this budget bill changing the mandate of said institution? And really, all we've seen since this was proposed in 2017 is where year after year we hear scandalous stories about executives at the Canadian Infrastructure Bank getting bonuses. In fact, the previous CEO, president, had left, and we still don't know what the former Minister of Infrastructure, Catherine McKenna, who's left this place, what she gave that member. This has been a complete failure. Will the member at least acknowledge with a little humility that that particular institution put in place by his government has been a failure?
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, the member is the finance, or they call him the shadow finance minister. the shadow finance minister should know better.
They got rid of the old one.
You know, they did dump the old one. Mr. Speaker, you're talking about dozens of projects. Dozens of projects. You're talking over $30 billion in terms of investments. And the finance critic, believes that it hasn't done anything? I don't know what world his mind might be in, Mr. Speaker, but obviously it's not engaged in reality. Because at the end of the day, he's listening to the conservative spin doctors in the back room.
That's right.
He needs to do some independent research. Take a look at it. Mr. Speaker, is what I would suggest to the shadow Minister of Finance. Because if he does that, he will see that they have invested millions. And I use the example of Brampton. I think Brampton's a great example. And I'm wondering if the member doesn't support what's happening in Brampton today because of the infrastructure bank in particular. In part.
Right, this is where I give my daily reminder of keeping questions and answers as short as we can so everybody can participate. I'm going to go to the member for Port Moody Coquitlam, but I will try to get around to everybody as we possibly can. Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for speaking about health. And 1 in 5 people in this country works in the care economy, and those healthcare workers and care workers are being exploited in this country. They're immigrants, more often women, without secured status. Seniors caring for seniors in long-term care without proper PPE, inadequate linens, and no lifting equipment in too many of those homes. And nurses, Mr. Speaker, that were not even mentioned in the budget speech. They deserve better. When will this government respect women in the care economy, pay them properly, give immigrant care workers immediate permanent status, and give long-term care workers the protection they deserve by legislation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And during the pandemic, the federal government gave a number of supports for our nurses. They're the backbone of our healthcare system. Literally millions of dollars that was allocated to the provinces to support our nurses. And the other day I've had the opportunity, on a couple of occasions, to talk with Ambassador Robles from the Philippines, and we talked about how many, in this case, people of Filipino heritage that have the skills to be healthcare providers and nurses, and those skill sets are not necessarily being recognized, so they're not being nurses. So there's a wide spectrum of area in the healthcare fields that we need to improve upon. And what we have to respect is the fact that there's a provincial jurisdiction and there is a role for the federal government. But I do believe that the federal government is working with provinces as much as possible, and hopefully we'll be able to continue to have more dialogue on that. Not recognizing immigrant credentials in particular, I think is really quite sad, and it needs to be dealt with. They could contribute so much more to our healthcare system.
Commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I do enjoy this because the answers are quite long when they come from our dear colleague, but I always, of course, enjoy hearing from him. Now, my colleague spoke about what's in C19, and I'm going to speak to him about what is not in C19, which is an increase in health transfers. All the provincial premiers, as well as the Premier of Quebec, are asking for this. All of the opposition parties in the House of Commons, as well as all of the parties in the National Assembly. The only people who disagree are members of the Liberal Party, Mr. Speaker. So my question is simple. When you are the only one who thinks you're right, could it be that it's because you're wrong?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and I addressed that issue at the very beginning of my comments, where I said that even when I was the healthcare critic in the province of Manitoba about 30 years ago, provinces have always asked for more money. It's just something, it's an annual thing. What I found is during the early 90s, when I was quite heavily involved in the provincial legislature, is that there was this threat that we were going to see the federal government get out of financing healthcare because provinces wanted to continue with a tax point shift as opposed to a cash over. And that's ultimately what I would argue back in the late 70s, early 80s, that I believe those were the years where there was some sort of a consensus that saw tax point shifts. And I think that was part of the problem. But today, we have healthcare accords with the different provinces. We understand the importance of healthcare. That's why I spent the first 6-7 minutes talking about healthcare. And we have today record amounts of health transfers, and we're looking even beyond in terms of how we can support issues like mental health and long-term care.
Question commentaire, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think the reason why the Conservatives are not interested in the infrastructure bank is because of the 5 objectives it focuses on. It focuses on green infrastructure, clean power, public transit, trade and transportation, and broadband infrastructure. With the exception of one of those that they might be remotely interested in, the rest are just topics that the Conservatives are not interested in. But the reality is that the Canada Infrastructure Bank, and anybody can go to their website and actually see the projects that are underway through that bank, are providing innovative solutions for municipalities in particular, but also private industry, to work with the government and the expertise that can come along with those partnerships in order to deliver real, large-scale, quite often, infrastructure projects throughout the country. I'm wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary can further expand on the importance of these infrastructure projects right in our local communities and what that means to municipalities that are trying to build critical infrastructure that they'll need for tomorrow.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, in wanting to be fair to my colleagues across the way in the Conservative Party, I think we need to recognize that they're still trying to determine whether or not climate change is real. And so having said that, as my colleague points out, there is an issue where there is a bias towards the new economy, the importance of recognizing new energies and so forth. But the point is that we have literally dozens of projects all over Canada. You're talking well over $30 billion, not million, $30 billion. And the Conservative speaking points that come from the back room are saying that there's nothing happening in that bank. And they need to update their speaking points, Mr. Speaker.
One more question, the honourable member for Calgary Rocket Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During his speech, he challenged the Conservatives to Google the infrastructure bank, so I took the opportunity to do so. I found its Wikipedia entry, and they have a table there that goes through the various projects. I noticed that exactly, according to Wikipedia anyway, that exactly 0 of them have been completed. Can the member elaborate on whether the infrastructure bank has actually completed any projects since it was established by this government?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, I would think that the members might want to consider expanding his research capabilities and possibly look directly at the Canada Infrastructure Bank website, and he will be amazed with how much information he will be able to find there. He'll be able to identify the programs that are actually being financed today, Mr. Speaker. So my recommendation: expand research capabilities. The Conservative Caucus has a lot of money. Let's do a little bit more. Bring forward. Let's start saying some positive things about the Canada Infrastructure Bank.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is an honor to join in, to stand in this place on behalf of the good people of Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola. And today I am going to be speaking to C-19, but I'm also going to be speaking to some of the points that I'm sure the Liberal government may not want to hear. But part of democracy means everyone having to have their say before a decision is made. And as the previous speaker had said, Mr. Chair, there's a number of things that Liberals accuse us of having blind spots. Well, I would simply say that the same goes for Liberals. And that's why it's important for debates to happen and for those ideas and for people at home, Mr. Speaker, to be able to make up their own minds. So that's something I hope to do today. Now, one of the biggest challenges I believe that Canada has right now, Mr. Chair, is it's not debates over spending too much, not spending enough. It's credibility. And I have to say, there used to be a time, Mr. Speaker, where both Liberal and Conservative finance ministers spent considerable time and effort to come to this chamber and to say we have a path to balance. Because in our history, we've gone through world wars, we've gone through pandemics, we've had cases where we've even survived liberal governments backed by the NDP, spendathons that put Canadian taxpayers on the hook for billions of dollars of debt that took decades to be straightened out, and a lot of pain. And so when a finance minister comes to this place and says, we have a path to balance, or we have a balanced budget, that means a couple things. It means, number one, Mr. Speaker, that people know and that the government has credibility when it lets out a bond and takes money from domestic lenders or from outside of Canada. It also says that the power of the government is in a very strong state. And if it decides to go on an infrastructure spending program, or if it feels that there is a hole in the safety net, depending on what are the needs of the day, that there will be money for that. And that taxpayers, both today and tomorrow, are going to be respected in those transactions. One of the things I hear a lot in my riding of Central Okanagan, Smilkameen, Nicola, Mr. Chair, is when I go and door knock and I speak to someone who's a senior, or I speak to someone who's middle-aged, who's very concerned about their children and grandchildren, that they don't have the same opportunities that they did at that period in their lives. That in order to get a good job, you need to have more and more education, and that comes at great cost. And even if you get that great education, it's not always easy to find the work you need in your area of specialty. Now, there's lots of work, and I do appreciate when I meet people that are doing whatever they can to get the skilling that they need so that they can raise a family. But, Mr. Speaker, people are feeling hurt. Now, in all age categories, the cost of living crisis that we're in right now, we haven't seen groceries jump 10% since we had another big, divisive, big tax and spend Liberal Prime Minister in office. And, Mr. Speaker, it almost plays to a T that we are somewhat repeating history, where you have a big spending government that makes bad choices, it hits a debt crisis or it hits oil shocks, and suddenly interest rates go up and inflation starts soaring and everyone's in a load of pain. Now, that pain that people are feeling right now, where they can't fill their gas tank, where they can't purchase the same amount of groceries that they could just a few months ago, Mr. Speaker, that's pain enough. But there's also the feeling with young people that the system doesn't work for them anymore because they can't get into a home. They've given up on that. Now they're just trying to scrape by, try to do what little they can. And instead of putting their money into something that brings them equity, they're seeing that their credit card bills are going up to pay for those groceries, to have those little luxuries because they don't have a home. And that's a real shame. And I think all of us here recognize that. This is not a partisan issue, and we can recognize that a whole generation feels like they are not part of an economy. That's on all of us, and we have to work together to try and find ways to deal with that. And we will have debates in this place, and I don't want to say that I have all the answers, but I will say, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, that part of it comes with credibility. People need to know that their government is working for them. It is not thinking for them, it is thinking of them. And I got to say that when I see question period, when I ask questions to this Minister of Finance, I don't get the sense that she is thinking of Canadians. I think she's thinking for them. Now, she may be well-intentioned, but I also would say, Mr. Speaker, and I've been very open with this criticism, it is a bad decision by this Prime Minister to give so much responsibility to a single individual. To be both Deputy Finance Minister, that's an honor, I'm sure, but to also be Finance Minister. Finance Minister is a full-time job. I remember seeing Minister Flaherty and how hard he would work. And it was good and meaningful work. But to add that, where you have a prime minister who seems to be more about the jet set life, that seems to be more about playing a prime minister on TV rather than being a prime minister in this place, putting so much responsibility onto one individual, that's not fair to her, it's not fair to this place. And by my experience in the Finance Committee, where we saw large sections of the budget bill just cut the EI components, Mr. Chair, the employment insurance, an incredibly important part, cut. Why? It's because everyone agreed the government had botched it. Now, there are so much in this budget bill. There's other things that they have botched, Mr. Chair. But you know what? Unfortunately, this government they just nod, okay, well, we lost something. We'll just keep going on like nothing had happened. That's the problem. The finance minister's too busy. The prime minister is too busy doing his own thing. And there's not a focused government in place. Now, also on credibility, Mr. Speaker, it's so important that when the finance minister says something, it can move markets. Having credibility is so important in a minister of finance and a prime minister. Now, when asked yesterday at a Senate Finance Committee, I should say the Banking, Trade and Commerce Committee, this is what Yves Giroux, the Parliamentary Budget Officer, someone who works for all of us in this place, in response to asking about the credible, whether or not the government's fiscal position, their numbers, was credible. This is what he had to say, and I quote, "I personally don't believe it's credible that there will be that level of spending restraint in the period from 2024 to 2027, given all the expenditures that remain to be implemented by the government over that period of time." He also said, in response, if these planned savings in a time frame was still feasible, he said, and I quote, "If we were to believe the government's number, that would mean between 2024 to 2027, operating capital spending would grow by 0.3% per year. It's a level of growth we have not seen in a long time." Now, what did I say about moving markets, Mr. Chair? Actually, RBC, Royal Bank of Canada, just put out its macroeconomic outlook, and it said the bank expects GDP to go down to 1.9% in 2023. A market drop. So what we have is we have very optimistic numbers that are not meeting the test of time. We have inflation shooting up. We have growth dropping down. We have it where people are tightening up their wallets so that they can pay for their tank, let alone anything else. So this is not a good situation. And for our parliamentary budget officer to be saying that he can't trust the numbers, that those numbers seem overly optimistic, that's a big alarm bell. So they're not credible on their Budget Implementation Act. Minister's too busy. And there's so much that's happening. And the rosy outlook that the Liberal government tries to portray, everything's good. You know, even today, we had the finance minister rise in this chamber and say, Mr. Speaker, that, oh, well, inflation's, she didn't want to talk about that, but she says, look over here. Employment is at all-time highs. Unemployment is all-time lows. They were trying to take credit for baby boomers who we've known for well over a decade, that eventually they would retire starting in 2016, and then en masse they would leave. They're trying to take credit for something that the baby boomers are doing themselves, something we all know that our demographics are changing. And yet that's where these Liberals are at, Mr. Speaker. They are, again, trying to point away. Look at this number because we don't want you looking at these other numbers. So RBC is questioning the economy. The parliamentary budget officer is questioning the assumptions in the budget. And it's up to parliamentarians to ask the question, are what they're saying is credible? Are they treating government as a serious responsibility, or are they by the seat of the pants? And Mr. Speaker, it's sad for me to say that because I would want any government in power to be, especially at times where there is crisis or tumult or trouble, to be credible. Now, what does credible also mean? It means on the small things, not just the big macroeconomic level, Mr. Chair. So never have I seen, and many of my constituents have told me this, they say, I've never seen so much spent by any government in the history of Canada, or at least in their lifetimes, with so little to show for it. And economist Tyler Cowen has been speaking about this a lot in the United States, and I think it's a great concept for us to look. It's called state capacity. So in my mind, state capacity is you have a military that can blow things up, you have hospitals that can handle a pandemic, and they can also do everything in between. You have a Service Canada office that can get you a passport on a timely basis. You have a military that can replace a 50-year Browning pistol without having to go through multiple procurements. That's something that this Minister of National Defense is going to have to wrestle with, Mr. Chair. Now, we also have where I know that the Liberals don't want to talk about health care transfers. I know that when they talk about, oh no, we're doing all these other things. But when you have premiers unanimously say the one thing we could ask for from the federal government is to supply us with more health care transfers. Given what we've seen in our health care system, Mr. Speaker, you can see why they're asking for that. Now, I personally believe that our health care system needs to have change. Now, then a lot of those arguments need to happen at the provincial level, because I don't think that one size fits all, and Ottawa knows best policy is good for this country. I think there's a reason why it's provinces that have responsibility for health care. But you know what? If the Liberals don't want to give health care transfers, well, maybe they could stick to their promises in 2019 and again in 2021, Mr. Speaker, when they said, we'll bring in all these doctors, we'll bring in all these nurses. In British Columbia, it is critical. We have in places like Merritt and in northern parts of our province that have to shut down the only emergency clinics they have because why? They don't have health care professionals. So you know what? If there's one thing this government can do is just owe up to its own response. You made the commitment. If you can't do it, stand in this chamber and tell us you can't do it and why. Was it a bad idea to begin with? Or were you just using this as a way to get votes? Now, yesterday, I was on a show, and an esteemed colleague, a Liberal colleague, was on there, and he accused Conservatives of using a gimmick. And you know what he said was a gimmick? He said, our motion where we said take off the GST off home heating electricity, take it off at the pumps for gasoline or for diesel, that's just a gimmick. Mr. Chair, for so long, GST has been exempted from groceries because they are life-sustaining. We've never had, and I don't think any of us, any political party disagrees that we should not be applying GST to stuff, particularly foodstuffs, that allow families to feed themselves. I think that's a consensus. I don't see anyone ever changing that. And we're saying during that period of time, just stop. You're getting windfall monies from oil and other commodities going up. You're getting all sorts of money coming in from inflation. In 2017, they said, let's make all user fees by the Government of Canada go along with inflation with the CPI. And you know what happened, Mr. Chair? That's an inflationary policy. They have never had so much money. But you know what? A little bit of work on the health care front would be helpful. A little bit of help by supporting common sense, pragmatic suggestions like taking the GST would go so far, Mr. Speaker. And yet, the SPEND-EP Liberals voted against it. You know, they'll say, oh, we have all these programs, childcare, we have all these programs, the CCP, it's in the Canada Child Benefit, it's all indexed to inflation. Well, Mr. Chair, that means it's going to come down the road. It's not here for the time where the emergency is now. They have the money to do this. They just don't want to enable, they just don't want to use a conservative suggestion. That's wrong. It should not be who proposes the idea, whether or not an idea has merit or not. It should be whether the idea itself has merit. That is a problem in this chamber, and I would hope that members would caucus and speak to it when they hear a good idea, whether it comes from the NDP, from the Bloc, from the Liberals, from the Conservatives, any other independents, that they would take it to their caucus and try to work with it. Now, I'll just keep going through a couple of quick things, Mr. Chair. State capacity. Port of Vancouver. We know we have supply chain issues out of COVID. Look what has happened in Shanghai. They shut down all those ports. Thousands of boats waiting to take products to other countries. But you know what, Mr. Chair? The Port of Vancouver was rated recently by the World Bank in a survey as having one of the worst in the developed world. So, Minister of Transport needs to get out to Vancouver and start saying, how do we fix this? He can't just say it's someone else's responsibility. Yes, there is an independent authority, and I'm sure they're trying their best, but at some point, they have to be accountable. And if we want to deal with inflation, we should expect that our ports should be able to run. And again, they're not calling out many of the other ports in the United States. We should be at least at the same level as those other ones. Pearson Airport, look at that schmozzle. And just so that the translators got it, I said schmozzle. It is terrible what people are having to go through. And Blacklock's reporter did a story on this today. The government decided that it did not want to hire people back as aggressively, and now we're in this particular stage. Yes, the mask mandates, and yes, the flying, or I like to say my way or the highway mandate for travel. Mr. Speaker, those things are causing all sorts of issues, but these Liberals are not showing up when it counts. They're not taking hands on the wheel like we would expect a Minister of the Crown to do. Now, lastly, I wanted to just talk a little bit about productivity. Now, recently, there were some comments from Bill Morneau, the former Minister of Finance, and I'm just going to read a couple of things here about that. So much time and energy was spent on finding ways to redistribute Canada's wealth that there was little attention given to the importance of increasing our collective prosperity, let alone developing a disciplined way of thinking and acting on the problem. Well, Mr. Speaker, that says what this government has done on productivity. We are, in their own budget, it said that Canada, we expect investment levels to remain low because people don't see us as a credible place to invest. Now, the NDP wants to add all sorts of new taxes on. This government actually put a retroactive tax last year on the banks. We can have arguments about that. But when you do those kinds of things, Mr. Chair, it sets out a chill on investment. Now, the last thing I'm going to simply say, Mr. Chair, is this. This government needs to get serious. This government needs to focus. They have not done that. I hope that they do. And I move, seconded by the member for Louis Saint Laurent, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. Bill C-19, an act to implement certain provisions of the budgets tabled in Parliament on April 7th, 2022, and other measures, be not now read a third time, but be referred back to the Standing Committee on Finance for the purpose of reconsidering the clauses in Division 15 of Part 5, amending the Competition Act, with the view to incorporate the consultation measures industry has been asking for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate members hearing what members have to say and answering a few questions.
Mr. Albus, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moves the following amendment. That the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. Bill C-19, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7, 2022, and other measures, be now not read a third time, but referred back to the Standing Committee on Finance for the purpose of reconsidering clauses in Division 15 of Part 5, amending the Competition Act with the view to incorporate the consultation measures industry has been asking for. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader Senate.
I hope that the Conservatives are aware of the fact that the only thing that their amendments right after a bill is introduced does is give the member from Winnipeg North another opportunity to speak on it. Now, I mean, that's great for the member from Winnipeg North, but however, I'm feeling really left out here because I'll only have one opportunity to speak on this. But in any event, my question for the member is that I know Conservatives, you know, are relentless on talking about a pathway, to quote the member, a path to balance in terms of the budget. Personally, I like to focus on our debt to GDP ratio more, Madam Speaker, and I'll tell you why. It's more important because our country has added 1 million more people to it since 2015. Why is that important when we consider the debt to GDP ratio? Because that's 1 million more people that require services, 1 million more people that require infrastructure, but 1 million more people that for decades to come will be helping to fund the tax base that this country relies on. Can the member not accept the fact that the debt to GDP ratio is more important? And I would remind him to go and look back at the Conservative platform from last fall, where the Conservatives proposed to run a higher deficit than we did. Although that was a member from Durham who's no longer the leader, but nonetheless.
Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen and Nicola.
Madam Speaker, it's excellent to see you in the chair, and it's excellent to see my member actually getting to complain about the member from Winnipeg. I would simply say this. First of all, we had proposed in the last election to shore up our healthcare system. It's something that every province, including my own, John Horgan, on behalf of all of the provincial premiers, has said, please don't do any new spending, any new social programs. Help us sustain our healthcare system. So we actually put that forward because we felt it was a bedrock thing to do. And right now, in my communities, we have it where ERs are closing in certain communities and very short notice. Now, what I would also say is the net debt to GDP ratio is going to be affected, particularly because we are not seeing a credible, like again, I said RBC in their macroeconomic outlook is downgrading Canada's growth. That is huge. We can't continue to, if we can't build new homes, Madam Speaker, we're going to see continue where 2 out of 5 new Canadians that were surveyed had said that they were thinking of leaving Canada because they couldn't find a home and it wasn't affordable.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamétis, Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I heard him speak about a solution to help people face the increased cost of living, namely a break in a tax break in consumer taxes. So I wonder, if he thinks the government is ready to do that, or if the government isn't ready to do that. Does my colleague agree with me? Now, there's a reason that we pay these taxes. They're sent to the Liberal government and services are provided in return. But right now I get the impression that services are not being adequately provided to citizens. For example, passports, the delays are terrible. EI fraud, it takes hours to get somebody on the phone. So does my colleague believe that if the federal government isn't ready to provide a tax break, that they should at least be providing better services to Canadians?
I'm afraid that it would be a bit too short for the Honourable Member to be able to answer the question fully. So we will return. We will return to the Honourable Member after the private member's business hour, and the Honourable Member will have 6.5 minutes to pursue the answers. But I just don't want to cut you short while the Honourable Member, as the Honourable Member is answering. It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-251, Conservation of Fish Stocks and Management of Pinnipeds Act, standing in the name of Mr. Small.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard.
Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise today to debate Private Members Bill C-251, an act representing the development of a federal framework on the conservation of fish stocks and management of pinnipeds. Let me just start by saying that I appreciate the member from Costa Bay, Central Notre Dame, his passion on the issue of seal predation. It is one almost all of us, Madam Speaker, from the land of Canada are deeply concerned about. But like most things in this House, it is one where details really matter. To date, our approach to pinniped management has focused on a sustainable, well-regulated seal harvest that supports Canada's Indigenous, rural, coastal, and remote populations. And this approach is informed by the best available scientific evidence. So, Madam Speaker, let's focus on those words, scientific evidence. Would it shock the Speaker or members of this House to learn that the member's bill doesn't mention the word science once? Perhaps not when you consider that during the time of the last Conservative government, a great deal of cutting and slashing was done in science and to scientists. Indeed, what many people in my part of the world call a decade of darkness when it comes to science. Instead of basing this proposed framework of pinniped management on science, the member suggested an annual census of all pinnipeds. Madam Speaker, there are 11 different types of pinnipeds in Canada, and an annual census would cost the government approximately $30 million a year. I know this was likely not the intent of the member when he wrote the bill, but like I said earlier, in this House, details matter, and the bills we pass have consequences. So, Madam Speaker, it's concerning that Bill C-251 doesn't mention science, not only because of the $30 million a year census, but because of our trading partners and what they expect in terms of our management decisions based on science. Take, for example, the Marine Mammal Protection Act, the MMPA in the United States. Madam Speaker, the MMPA contains important measures to reduce the impact on commercial fishing on marine mammals. It's one of the reasons we've worked so hard to protect the endangered North Atlantic right whale, and one of my key concerns with this bill. With no reference to science and an expectation that government regulate the population of pinnipeds to acceptable levels, this bill could expose Canada and the fish and seafood sector to economic risk that a more protectionist American administration could take advantage of. So, Madam Speaker, 70% of Canada's fish and seafood exports went to the United States in 2021. And I can't in good conscience support the bill that would create numerous vulnerabilities to this critical industry, an industry that I cherish, that you cherish. Madam Speaker, that's when the sponsor of the Bill C-251 moved a motion at the Fisheries and Oceans Committee this past January that we study the issue of pinniped predation. I was pleased to vote for that. The motion read that the committee undertake a comprehensive study of pinnipeds that would examine the ecosystem's impacts of pinniped overpopulation in the waters of Quebec, Eastern and Western Canada, international experience in pinniped stock management, the domestic and international market potential of various pinniped products, social acceptability, and the social cultural importance of developing active management of predation for coastal and First Nations communities with access to the resource. So it was my surprise, actually, when the member opposite said we needed to study this issue in order to address it, came forward with a solution without having done the work for it. We wouldn't accept this anywhere else, and it shouldn't fly in Parliament. So, Madam Speaker, there's a clear need for us to grow the market on seal products. I think we would all agree with that. The issue is that last year we had a total allowable catch for harp seals in 2016. The TAC that year was 400,000 for harp seals, but only 68,317, which is 17% of the quota, was caught. Since 2016, so few have been caught, Madam Speaker, that there no longer is a TAC. And in 2021, only 26,545 harp seals, less than half, were caught. Madam Speaker, we know that more work needs to be done to address this issue, and that's why last month we released the Atlantic Science Seal Task Force report. It set out a plan of action, Madam Speaker, on this issue to grow our research capabilities listen to harvesters, and invest in the marketability of seal products. Madam Speaker, the right way to address this issue is a whole-of-government approach, which I hope the member opposite will support, rather than through an MPB that would have serious or potential serious ramifications. When it gets down to it, the intent of the bill, in my opinion, is flawed. It is not only unnecessary, it is an issue we are already addressing right now in a comprehensive way, thanks to the hard work of the Newfoundland and Labrador Caucus. We should be talking about how we strengthen the summit that's coming up in the fall, and what comes out of the summit, and what we're doing to address the report rather than sending it to committee. Clearly, Madam Speaker, and it's been said before, seals eat fish. They are not vegans. And we now have the tools to fill in those knowledge gaps, Madam Speaker, the task force team identified, and invest in the marketability of seal products. Finally, Madam Speaker, I think we can all agree we need to tackle this problem thoughtfully, comprehensively, tactically, strategically, with a focus on outcomes, because like everything in this House, the details matter, Madam Speaker. And sadly, Madam Speaker, C-251 just isn't ready for prime time.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nunavut. No questions.
I am very pleased to represent Nunavut, and I thank my constituents for their continued faith and trust in me to represent them in such important matters as those contained within this bill. I take this opportunity to share the meaning of my surname, Idlaut, pronounced in Inuktitut as Idlauk. Translated into English, it means embryo of marine mammals, like walrus and seals. So indeed, seals have always been important in my life. Before my main points, I must acknowledge the great work of my colleague, the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith, who has sought my advice on this bill and understands the importance of protecting Indigenous peoples' rights. I must also share my appreciation for the member of Newfoundland and Labrador. I have tremendous respect for her efforts as she has made to destigmatize all seal hunts. I appreciate all her efforts in how we all can use seal products in everyday life, including clothes, jewelry, as a part of our diet, and as sources of important vitamins like omega-3. And of course, I thank the sponsor of this bill, the member for Coast of Bays Central Notre Dame, for putting this matter before the House and beginning the dialogue. I would like to make 3 key points regarding this proposed legislation. First, that seal harvests in Canada by non-Indigenous people are as important as seal hunts for Indigenous peoples. Next, is my personal belief that wildlife harvesting and management must be founded upon the practice through an Indigenous lens. And finally, that the sustainable management of our natural resources can and should have local support and regional to support regional economic development. To just give a brief history, after the drastic impact of the anti-sealing hunt campaigns, the next link in this chain of damage to reliance on the seal hunt has been the many comments that I hear from Qallunat. Well, Qallunat translated into English translates to white people. I will use this for all non-Indigenous people. Basically, what we hear in this in the phrase from Qallunat is this: I support the Indigenous seal hunt, but I don't support the East Coast seal hunt. I am quite sure many Inuit are told this. I am quite sure that many Inuit say that this is just as damaging as the initial anti-seal hunt campaigns that decimated the Inuit economy in the 1980s. What many people do not realize is the discrimination against the East Coast seal harvest is damaging the opportunities to support economy of Inuit as well. It should not be this way. We are a large, diverse, and rich country with enough for everyone. We should support one and other in all matters, including the seal harvest or hunt and the sustainable management of our fish stocks, other wildlife, and other natural resources. For that reason, I am happy to support those who would be directly affected by this legislation, just as I hope they would support Nunavummiut in our pursuit of a healthy, sustainable, and prosperous future and the successful and sustainable management of our natural resources. I turn now to the need to use the Indigenous lens for better wildlife management. Throughout Canada's First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities, you will find a wealth of local knowledge and traditions related to sustainable living and harvesting of wildlife. This knowledge and these traditions have helped us successfully and sustainably manage our natural resources for a millennia in our territories. In Nunavut, we have Inuit Kauyimayatuqangit, Inuit traditional knowledge, which is a body of knowledge and unique cultural insights of Inuit into the workings of nature, humans, and animals. The Nunavut Impact Review Board applied the principles of Inuit Kauyimayatuqangit in their decision-making on economic development projects that impact Nunavummiut, and recently rejected Phase 2 of the Mary River Mines proposal to expand the project, which clearly violated these principles. I encourage the use of similar local Indigenous knowledge and principles elsewhere in Canada, and for the East Coast seal harvest in particular. However, there is no mention of such traditional and sustainable practices in this bill, and I worry that if it is passed, it would do nothing more than promote a cull of seals instead of a useful harvest that benefits the local populations while ensuring the sustainability of their way of life moving forward. Finally, my third point, and that is the importance of sustainable management of our natural resources to support local and regional economic development. This final point is where I think the members' well-intentioned bill is far too narrow in its focus. In the 1970s and throughout the 80s and 1990s, individuals and groups targeted the livelihood and well-being of Inuit and others living in the North and mounted a fierce campaign against commercial seal harvests. Markets for seal products in the United States and the European Union were practically eliminating overnight thanks to these well-intended but badly misguided campaigns. To their credit, in 1985, Greenpeace apologized for the unforeseen and negative impact that these campaigns had upon Inuit and non-Inuit harvesting communities. But the damage done has been lasting and severe. I fear that this bill, if passed, would simply encourage more campaigns against our way of life and inflict even more lasting economic damage to our communities, since it would likely result in a simple cull rather than a harvest of seal populations. I think there is a better approach. We should apply the Indigenous lens that I spoke of earlier, which embraces the more modern ecosystem approach to manage our natural resources. Indeed, the Indigenous-led approach and ecosystem approach are practically one and the same. By sustainably managing our precious natural resources, such as the various seal populations in our oceans and the fish they consume, we can build confidence in the international community that we are not wastefully killing animals, but ethically harvesting them in a sustainable manner that makes use of every part of these beautiful creatures. The fur to keep us warm, the meat to keep us fed, and the omega-3 rich and other parts that keep us healthy. We should be better regulating seal products, creating and growing markets abroad, particularly in Europe and China, and using the trade and sale of these products to help Inuit and non-Inuit northern communities improve their standard of living while protecting our traditional way of life. And as this bill proposes, conserves fish stocks as well. Because of these and other issues with the bill, I will not be voting in support, but I want to thank the Honourable Member for Coast of Bays Central Notre Dame for sponsoring this legislation and beginning this important dialogue in this 44th Parliament. I hope that we can work together to support our communities and towards successfully managing seal and fish populations in a way that embraces and protects our traditional ways of life and improves the standard of living for those we represent for generations to come. Assuming
debate, the Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just wait. Yep. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Real privilege to stand in support of a colleague who's sitting right in front of me, the member from Coast of Bays, Central Notre Dame. So my apologies. I have difficulty saying names too. But anyway, honored to support the bill. And I want to speak to how it positively will impact our northern communities if it passes. Pinniped harvesting has been a long history of Canada and especially our Indigenous communities and northern communities. But I want to get into exactly that. I'm going to read the bill first, though, just one little part of it that explains what we're supporting here tonight. And it's going to establish a framework, a federal framework for the conservation of fish stocks and management of pinnipeds. So a bit longer of a paragraph, 3.1 in the section in the bill. The minister must, in consultation with representatives in the provincial governments responsible for fisheries, the environment and trade, with Indigenous governing bodies and with other relevant stakeholders, develop a federal framework on the conservation of fish stocks and management of pinnipeds. And the one thing that many in this House know that I've been working on a lot is the conservation of threatened stocks, especially when it relates to my home province of British Columbia. But I also have a role as Northern Affairs Shadow Minister as well, and I'm very concerned about negative effects to those communities. So, I'm going to speak about, first of all, our Indigenous communities, and it was already referenced by my NDP colleague down the way about the right to harvesting pinnipeds. So I'm just going to read this out. This is from a report, government document from 2017. It's a backgrounder for basically a pinniped harvesting. So, quote, nevertheless, subsistence harvests are in effect for these three species because of Indigenous peoples in Canada have a constitutionally protected right to harvest marine mammals, including seals, as long as the harvest is consistent with conservation needs and other requirements. And again, supporting the member down the way, we absolutely support those rights, and we support that way of life and the ability, Madam Speaker, to continue on. And, we have a long history even of harvesting in Canada. And another quote from that same document, the backgrounder, for thousands of years, seals have provided food, clothing, and heat for people living in challenging northern regions and continue to do so for many Indigenous peoples and northern communities. It goes on. In the Arctic, sealing continues to play an important role in Inuit life, which can be seen in the rich vocabulary and the Inuktitut language for different species, varieties, and characteristics of seals. Indeed, it says. So I think we all recognize that it's an important part of culture in our country. It's an important part of even our future. And again, what the member is wishing to do is to have that come back to what it once was. But let me speak to the problems now. What happened to the industry? So back in 1972, we had the Marine Mammal Protection Act, which basically closed out the access to pinniped harvests and pinniped products to the North American market or to our American friends. Huge impacts to that industry. Again, most of the folks affected are in northern communities and Indigenous communities that made their living from harvesting pinnipeds. So that was the first blow to the industry. And I'm going to get into some numbers in a minute, but I want to talk about the second blow, which was really dramatic, was in 2009 when we had the Europe ban on pinniped products. And so even though, and what I'm getting to, Madam Speaker, even though we had rights that were protected by our Constitution that our Indigenous communities could still harvest pinnipeds, what we saw was the market absolutely collapse. And so, and it really collapsed the entire economy around pinnipeds in this country. And here I'm just going to show you some evidence of what happened. In 2004, there was a landed value, and that's for Canadian pinniped values. In 2004, it was $14,862,415. It grew to, in 2006 to $30 million, I'll round it out, to the absolute collapse where it goes right down in 2015 to $1 million, 126,000 and on. So absolutely massive just collapse of the market. So I think what this member, Coast of Bays, help me out. Central Notre Dame. What the member is trying to do is to try and get that industry back on its feet again and get it going again. And the reason why I think we're talking about this tonight, and I'm especially passionate about defending the bill, is the effects of having an out-of-control pinniped population on our coasts. And so those, you know, we have members all throughout the House here on all sides that say they care about salmon and southern resident killer whales and on all the rest. But, well, guess what eats a lot of fish? And guess killer whales eat fish too, but when pinnipeds are absolutely collapsing stocks of other fish, sometimes there's not much left for those other species to eat because there's this massive overpopulation, this massive imbalance in the ecosystem as a result of this harvest that has basically ceased to exist for, you know, it still happens, but on a much smaller scale. And what the member is trying to do is simply to have an answer to say, look, we see this imbalance in the ecosystem, we see it an industry that's been flattened, communities that have been negatively affected by this collapse. How about we do something in this Parliament that, you know, we have had agreement across the way, but I'm hearing from the Liberals and the NDP now that they're pulling back their support. When it's interesting to me, this industry is so key in their communities, and it's so easy to support, and it's kind of I'm kind of surprised, honestly, that they would be pulling back their support at this time, but. I think what again the member is trying to do is a positive change for not only the pinniped industry, but the communities that benefit from it. And again, I want to read his bill, just one part of it, once again, just to highlight a specific section. Those who say they care about conservation and threatened stocks. Okay, again, section 3.1. It says, I'll read, the minister must, in consultation with representatives in the provincial governments responsible for fisheries, the environment and trade, with Indigenous and governing bodies, and with other relevant stakeholders. Listen, this is the crux of it, the whole bill. Develop a federal framework on the conservation of fish stocks. So first of all, we're going to help fish stocks here, big time. We hear that salmon, when they hit, I call it the brick wall of pinnipeds on our coastlines, and it hits and not many get through. And you know, again, if the government's talking big about being conservationists and really doing something positive for the ecosystem and for salmon as an example on both coasts, this is the answer to that. And the other benefit of that, mutual exclusive, like sort of 50-50 or 100-100, however you want to say it, it benefits both communities in a huge way, is that we get our pinniped industry back again. So again, my hope is that especially the members affected in Newfoundland and members in the north and the territories that are affected by having a real positive pinniped industry. My hope is that they will have some really long thoughts about consideration of supporting this particular bill. It's great. It's going to be good for really every coastline that we have. It's going to be positive in the communities that reside, especially on the coastlines and in our north. So again, thank you, Madam Speaker, and again, for the sake of my my fellow member on Fisheries and Oceans, Coastal Bays and Notre Dame. Is that good? Close enough. Central Notre Dame. My hope is that we all can come to an agreement and support this bill. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Northern Affairs and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And there's nothing like a good motion in the House of Commons on seals to get some debate going. I think it has been the story of our legacy in Canada since 1980s. Whenever the word seal popped up in the context of Atlantic Canada, Northern Canada, or in Quebec, and the fact that people depended upon it for a livelihood or the potential of the product, it always stemmed tremendous amounts of debate. So I say to the member for Coastal Bays, Notre Dame, you've stimulated some good debate around seals again. Madam Speaker, I'm happy to speak to this motion because I really believe that this bill comes from a place of wanting to do something to protect the ecosystems of the ocean and to build up on what is a good product that could be a very good source of protein and oil for many around the world. And we see that as well. We see that as members. I listened to my colleague, the member for Nunavut, when she spoke, and she spoke very eloquently about the industry because, like me, she grew up in this industry. It has been the source of food, clothing, heat for so many generations and centuries of Inuit people, of coastal people, and of people around the different ocean areas of Canada. Since 1986, we have had more than 20 particular studies, reports, and committees on seals, starting with sealing and sealers in Canada. The whole purpose of that first report was to identify the dependency upon seal and sealing in Canada and the people who depended upon that resource. Unfortunately, since 1986, nothing has really generated out of the sealing industry because of the activist groups, because of protests, because of animal rights groups that identified Indigenous people and people who hunt for seal as barbaric, as people who had no respect for the ocean or for the environment. And that was completely wrong. It was completely wrong. But their actions not only caused us to have a problem of overpredation of seals that we have today, but their actions erased the livelihoods of so many people in northern and coastal communities that depended upon this hunt. So many Indigenous people as well. So, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, today we have a problem in Canada where our ocean ecosystem is not being protected. Our ocean ecosystem of fish species is being depleted by the overpredation of seals. And I want to give you some information that comes right from DFO's own reports. It says that commercially in Newfoundland and Labrador, we take a little over 200,000 metric ton of fish in a commercial year in a fishery. 200,000 metric ton. Whereas gray seals alone, harp seals alone, are eating 1.6 million metric tons of fish. That is 1.6 million metric tons being taken by seals, but only 200,000 metric tons being taken by commercial fishers. That is why we have a problem in the ocean ecosystem. That is why we have capelin stocks that are going down. That is why we have cod stocks for 30 years in Newfoundland and Labrador that have not rebuilt. That is why fishermen are constantly sending pictures of crab grounds that crab stocks are falling, but seals are being found with their stomachs full of small crab, full of shrimp. They're consuming all of the shellfish populations, which is now provoking a decline. And where I live, the most beautiful rivers in the world for salmon, and you see seal in the salmon rivers. Yes, it's a problem. And I know where my colleague is coming from in identifying the problem and identifying that it needs to be fixed. That's why this year we had the minister do the task force. Do the task force on seals. She actually commissioned a number of people across Newfoundland and Labrador. The task force was completed. The recommendations are in. And I have to say, she's the first federal fisheries minister I ever heard stand up and admit that seals eat fish. Now, we had a minister named John Effort one time from Newfoundland and Labrador who was in this honorable house, and he told people over and over again, he wasn't a minister of fisheries at the time, but he told people over and over again that seals eat fish. They don't eat turnips. Like my colleague from Costa Bay said, they don't eat Mary Browns. No, they don't. They eat fish. So finally we have a minister who has recognized that and agrees to it. Now we need to do something about it. Now we need to do something about it. So the summit that will be launched by the Government of Canada through the minister is to deal with just that. Now, Madam Speaker, I support the premise of my colleague's motion. I think it comes from a place where he's recognizing there's a problem, as I do. But Madam Speaker, we also know that we cannot have a motion that talks about managing the industry, that talks about year-round control of pinnipeds in order to manage their numbers and mitigate the detrimental effect that these mammals are having on the ocean. And I think that's where my colleague from Nunavut was coming from, and yes, that concerns me as well. I think that whatever we do has to be based on science. It has to be with input from Indigenous people, from industry, and I believe it has to be linked to product development and to markets. That means there is a lot of work to do, and I'm finally pleased to say that we are prepared to do that work, and I'm pleased to see that my colleague is interested in working with us to make that happen, as I'm pleased to see the member for Nunavut is willing to work with us to make that happen. Because all of those out there that want to act on conservation, that have the conscience of conservation, I want to appeal to them. Because we live in a country today where the ocean ecosystem is in danger. Today is Oceans Day in Canada. Today is a day when we stand to protect the ocean. Since 1980s, no one has stood to protect the people who fell through the loops with the activists against the seal industry. Our people suffered. They suffered, and they suffer today, because today we could have had an industry and we would not have had an ocean predation problem. But because the activists won out and beat down the ordinary individuals who live in northern Indigenous and coastal communities, that did not happen. So today we're here in this House and we have a problem. And we need to deal with that problem. And I say to the member opposite, if your motion goes through second reading and goes to committee, I'll be happy to propose some amendments to your motion that would include the consultation with Indigenous people, that would include the industry, and would make sure that it's based on science. And in the meantime, I'll be there to support the Minister of Fisheries in the work that we're doing as a government, because that is important work. It will involve engaging the industry. It will involve developing good markets for seal protein, seal oils, and seal products. It will include making sure that we have good products, good markets, a good industry that is supporting all people in Canada that depend upon seal. For us, seal is sacred, so we take this seriously, but so is our oceans, and we need to protect them and create a balance. There's a lot of work to do here, and I hope that my colleagues will see that important work and support the options that the government has laid out.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honour to rise today to speak to Bill C-251, put forward by my friend and colleague, the honourable member from Coast Bay Central Notre Dame. The honourable member continues important work undertaken by his predecessor, Mr. Scott Sims, who served in this House from 2004 to 2021. In addition to being chair of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans, Mr. Sims was also instrumental in the passage of Bill S-208 in 2017 to establish National Seal Products Day. It has been and continues to be an honor to work with the members of Coast Bay Central Notre Dame, and I'm grateful for their unyielding commitment to conservation and sound fisheries management for Indigenous and coastal communities in Newfoundland, Labrador, and beyond. Madam Speaker, C-251 proposes to establish a requirement for the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans to develop a federal framework on the conservation of fish stocks and management of pinnipeds. At the outset, I note that this bill's proposed requirement that I believe is necessitated by the refusal of successive Liberal fisheries minister to make management decisions needed to conserve and restore Canada's fisheries. In particular, I'm talking about fisheries being decimated by populations of pinnipeds, like seals and sea lions, that government inaction has allowed to grow unmanaged. What is the problem this bill is seeking to remedy? Well, pinniped populations on Canada's coasts have been allowed to expand unchecked through decades of anti-use, anti-harvest ideologies. As pinniped populations have increased, their impacts, especially predation, have caused a domino effect of imbalance throughout ecosystem and food webs. What my colleague is seeking with this legislation is what I believe all parties want: timely and effective fisheries management to restore balance, to conserve and rebuild Canada's fish stocks. In the face of sound science, this government has refused to accept or produce a plan to manage pinniped populations that are exacting a great toll on fish stocks, including some that are in critical states. It is as if successive fisheries ministers of this government have chosen to ignore the reality that has been described and defined by scientists, experts, and Indigenous and non-Indigenous fishers and Canadians across our country. For instance, 3 years ago in 2019, the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans, known as FOPO, received testimony from Mr. Robert Bison, a fisheries biologist with the Government of British Columbia. Mr. Bison spoke to the plight of steelhead in BC and stated, quote, "The evidence to date suggests that the most likely causes responsible for the decline and survival of abundance include an increase in predation in the inshore marine habitats, increased predation from marine mammals, particularly pinnipeds," end quote. Bison went on to testify that all factors of steelhead declines are partially or wholly human-induced effect, and that the increase in pinniped populations particularly is largely attributed to marine mammal protection in both Canada and the U.S. Bison also testified that in terms of the evidence of causal factors, pinniped predation in the inshore waters actually ranked among the strongest causal factor, not only for steelhead, but for many salmon populations also. At the Fisheries Committee June 15, 2019 meeting, Dr. Eric Taylor of the University of British Columbia also appeared. In his testimony, Dr. Taylor stated that he supported bold action required to deal with the pinniped issue. Dr. Taylor went on to state, and I quote, that there may be some uncertainty as to the exact effect of pinnipeds is exactly why bold action is needed, end quote. He went on to say, instead of residing in this sort of atmosphere of speculation, we can actually provide some management actions to reduce numbers in an experimental approach to try and understand the situation better, end quote. So here we have two experienced fisheries experts describing to parliamentarians how increased pinniped populations are directly damaging fish populations, including some that are in critical or worse conditions. At the same meeting in which Mr. Bison and Taylor provided their testimony, DFO's Director for Pacific Region, Ms. Rebecca Reed, also appeared as a witness and provided testimony that clearly reflected this government's refusal to manage known and detrimental ecosystem factors, such as pinniped predation, in order to support conservation and recoveries of wild fish and marine species. In her testimony, Ms. Reed told the committee, quote, "In our view, the question about pinnipeds is outstanding. We have done some work. There has been some recent symposium. There is some additional work going on. I would say the impact of pinnipeds on these species is not entirely clear," end quote. Well, that was 3 years ago, and this government and its officials continue to stonewall pinniped management actions to save fish populations like Fraser River steelhead and Pacific salmon from being wiped out by out-of-control population of pinnipeds. In 2020, Dr. Carl Walters from the University of British Columbia's Institute for the Oceans and Fisheries appeared at the Fisheries Committee. Dr. Walter has been doing research on Pacific salmon populations for over 50 years, focused particularly on understanding why there have been severe declines in salmon and herring populations. Dr. Walters testified how he has come to believe that the decline in seal and sea lion populations, come to believe that the declines have been substantially due to massive increases in seal and sea lion populations and their predation impacts as the number of pinnipeds on the Pacific coast today is probably double what it was for the last several thousand years when First Nations people harvested them intensively. Dr. Walters described how major increases in stellar sea lion populations in BC waters outside of Georgia Strait have contributed to Fraser sockeye declines and the collapses of 2 BC major herring stocks on the west coast of Vancouver Island and Haida Gwaii. Scientists like Dr. Walters are not only raising alarm over the pinniped populations, they're also proposing viable solutions. Dr. Walters contributed to one of such proposal that he helped the Pacific Balanced Pinniped Society develop for commercial and First Nations harvesting of seals and sea lions, aimed at reducing the pinniped populations and sustaining them at the levels that existed when First Nations harvest maintained balances at ecosystem levels. As Mr. Bison testified, increases in pinniped populations particularly are largely human-induced, attributed to the marine mammal protection in both Canada and the U.S. I assume the human decision makers of the day had good intentions when they introduced protection for marine mammals. But as the decision makers of today, what are our intentions? Should we be following the science data? Should we take action as pinnipeds in BC waters drive our steelhead and salmon populations to extinction? Should we expect the government direction to drive recovery of cod and mackerel stocks in Canada's Atlantic waters? Should Indigenous communities have the right to participate in restoring ecosystem balance through predator management? Madam Speaker, from my Conservative colleagues and I, the answer to those 4 questions are yes, 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 and yes. As we see many of Canada's fish stocks continue to decline under the current management regime of preservation based on ideologies instead of conservation based on science, I hope members from all parties will agree that action, not just more studies and talk, needs to happen in our waters to rebuild fish stocks. I hope that the honourable colleagues from all parties will support this bill and vote yes because it is necessary.
Hear, hear.
Timely and effective pinniped management is necessary to restore balance in ecosystems, to give our fisheries, the fishers, and the communities that depend on them a chance to survive. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Hear, hear. Madam Speaker, I thank my colleagues for engaging in this very important debate about the future of balance and biodiversity in our ocean ecosystems and the impact that it has on coastal and Indigenous groups that rely on them. Since the 70s, pinniped populations have risen exponentially on the east and west coast of Canada as harvesting virtually ended. Indigenous communities that relied on selling pinniped products saw their markets disappear as a result of foreign sanctions on Canadian seal products and witnessed the destruction of their way of life. As pinniped populations rose, commercial and sports fishers took vast conservation measures and, in fact, completely stopped harvesting some species, such as Atlantic salmon and northern cod. These conservation measures haven't worked because pinnipeds know no seasons and have few natural predators. In Atlantic Canada, for example, seals consume 24 times the total commercial catch yearly, based on Canadian science. Norwegian science suggests seals consume double that amount. Seal populations in Atlantic Canada combined total over 10 million, where once that figure was less than 2 million. Seals now live in our estuaries, waiting to clean out what's left of our struggling Atlantic salmon. On the west coast of Canada, seal and sea lion populations have increased tenfold. These populations now consume 50% of young salmon and steelhead as they enter the ocean, and millions of returning adults every year. This destroys livelihoods of Indigenous fishers, the vast sports fishing industry, and the commercial fishery. Even southern resident killer whales that rely on salmon to survive and feed their young are being outcompeted for food. Bill C-251, an act to create a framework for conservation of fish stocks and management of pinnipeds, is meant to address these issues and help restore balance by managing pinniped populations. With Indigenous involvement, we can educate the world about the ecological and cultural disaster that has taken place. The framework that gets developed under this bill will ensure that the government works to break down trade barriers to our products so that we can harvest pinnipeds and have full utilization to supply healthy protein, oil, and eco-friendly clothing to world markets. I've listened to questions and concerns raised by my parliamentary colleagues regarding aspects of Bill C-251, and I'm open to amendments when this bill gets to committee. Some have suggested that this bill could result in a cull. There's no language in this bill calling for a cull. But in committee, the language can be firmed up to ensure this. Others have mentioned that they don't like the clause about anti-predator mechanisms. That clause can go. The minister said that she can't support the bill because the yearly costs of the census will be over $30 million. The clause calling for a yearly census can be amended out of this bill as well. A minister from my province recently said that harvesting seals could lead to sanctions against our seafood products. Norway hunts seals and whales and is the #2 supplier of seafood to the U.S. market. But activists mislead our politicians to believe that if we harvest pinnipeds, we'll be sanctioned. Right now, Russia is pumping unsanctioned crab into that very same market. So have no fear of hollow threatened sanctions. Another MP told me that I should be happy that this bill raised awareness, that the minister committed to another study and a conference that this bill is not needed now. Awareness will not restore Indigenous livelihoods, nor return balance to our oceans. Governments come and they go. They make promises to take action, complete more science, etc. But Indigenous and fishing industry stakeholders have witnessed the results of years of empty promises, inaction, and lack of direction in pinniped management. Our coastal and Indigenous communities are counting on all members of this House to support this bill in second reading so that they can come to the table and fine-tune it in committee. The framework that's created will result in restoring our culture, livelihoods, and the biodiversity of our oceans and bring this ecological disaster to an end. Madam Speaker, I encourage all members of this House to put party politics aside and vote for the greater good of all our coastal and Indigenous communities. Thank you very much.
The question is as follows. Mr. Small, seconded by Mr. Perkins, moved that Bill C-251, an act respecting the development of a federal framework on the conservation of fish stocks and management of pinnipeds, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division, or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
The Honourable Member for Coast Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Madam Speaker, I request a recorded division.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, June 15th, 2022, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. So we have to suspend for about 9 minutes until 6:30. House is So we are back in session. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, government orders, government bills, commons, resuming consideration at third reading of Bill C-19, Budget Implementation Act 2022, number 1, and on the amendment of Mr. Albus.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, on reply to a comment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the question from the Honourable Member from Quebec. In it, she actually asked whether or not I support less taxes and at the same time strong services being provided by government. That reminds me of an answer I received at a business luncheon before being elected by my predecessor, the former Honourable Stockwell Day, and he had actually said at that business lunch that he was a strong proponent, and he felt Canadians felt that we should have, that usually government is either fit or flabby government. So it doesn't matter about the size. What matters is the health of government, and if it's fit, it's able to supply services at a reasonable level. If it's flabby and unable to healthfully to be able to respond to things, it just isn't as effective. So I support, again, that kind of fit government, and I think Canadians would too. They want their passports, and they also want to get value for their dollar.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Back to the amendment that the Conservatives have put forward. I would note that it is the role of the opposition to oppose, but it isn't the role of the opposition to be on a relentless crusade of obstruction. And unfortunately, that's what we've seen at every step of the way with respect to this bill. I'll recap you on it. They put forward amendments at the second reading not to allow the BIA to even be scrutinized. Then they went on to put on motions of concurrence to delay the debate at report stage. They put in multiple motions of unanimous consent, again, to delay the debate on this. They put in 62 amendments, Madam Speaker, at report stage, some of those to cancel the luxury tax and healthcare transfers or healthcare rebates. And now another motion to amend at the final reading of this. Would the member not agree that perhaps it would be in the better interest of Canadians for Conservatives to actually play a constructive role in scrutinizing this bill as opposed to be on this relentless crusade of obstruction?
Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, there's two sides to every coin. We have a job to do to present views and to be heard. The government also has tools like time allocation. At report stage, they time allocated almost right away before many members, including their own caucus, had a chance to speak. So you know what, Madam Speaker, we could talk about process here, but what I'm going to talk about is the actual bill. In this amendment, we're actually sending back to committee elements of the Competition Act changes that have been proposed by the government. We didn't have a lot of time to scrutinize. Even when we had the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, one of Canada's most trusted industry associations, they literally said, we have not had time, we have not been able to consult. We just asked the government to stop on this, consult with industry before proceeding with those amendments. So, Madam Speaker, while this member may want everything to go his way 100% of the time, this is a democracy and people should be heard.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my honourable colleague for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola. Many points of his speech prompted me to want to ask a question, but I was very pleased to hear his analysis of what's going on at the Port of Vancouver. In my riding in Saanich Gulf Islands, the inefficiencies in loading bulk goods in the Port of Vancouver has resulted in a real crisis of freighters basically getting free parking in the waters of the Salish Sea all the way up as far as off of Ladysmith. And just they're stuck there waiting because they have several holds and we don't have efficient delivery of grain and other bulk goods like coal. So my question to the honourable member is, given that the harbour authorities have been created as standalone agencies, arm's length from the minister, what do you think the Minister of Transport needs to do to ensure that we get the Port of Vancouver working efficiently? Because it hurts everyone, from grain farmers in the prairies all the way through to my constituents in Saanich Gulf Islands.
Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Well, this is where I've always said leadership is everything. If something isn't working, you would expect a minister to be there and to be immediately working with all the force that they can to be able to identify where the gaps are and how to close them. As my fellow member from British Columbia has said, there are externalities that are being created by the slow processing times. So you have, where in my community, you have small businesses that are suddenly receiving bills from the port in large amounts that are causing them to raise their prices because they can't afford to sell the furniture or items that they brought in with the shipping included at the rate that they originally promised. So, Madam Speaker, this is causing inflation. It's causing aggravation. As the member said, there's some externalities, environmental-wise, that are causing negative spillovers. We should be asking the government, and unfortunately, this Minister of Transport is missing in action when it comes to the port.
Honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate and thank my colleague for his speech. It was a very a good but a very sad presentation on the current status. Inflation is the big issue today.
Talk about the price of gas, and we all realize and recognize that elsewhere, offshore, we see great countries applying positive action to reduce the taxation. United States, Germany, Great Britain, Australia, and also South Korea. So I want to know the thought of my colleague, why this government is not doing like our allies.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen and Nicola Nabet.
Now, every economy is different, Madam Speaker, but the member is 100% right. Those countries, those G7 countries and OECD countries are doing what they can to protect both their consumers from the issue of high gas prices, but also their economies. If we look to Alberta, they've reduced their gas tax when it is above $90 a barrel. And Trevor Thome, University of Calgary economist, had said that it actually reduced inflation in Alberta by 0.5 percentage point. So, Madam Speaker, it not only helps consumers to be able to put food on the table, to drive to work, etc., and for small businesses to be able to cope, it also protects the economy from rising inflation. That's what the government should be doing. They're not doing it.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to rise to speak to third reading of Bill C-19, which of course is the Budget Implementation Act, and thought I might treat it as a little bit of a case study, Madam Speaker, because in the debate about our electoral system, we often hear that Canada needs strong majority governments in order to have decisive decision making and action, and not to end up with a hung parliament. And that this is one of the main motivations for some to oppose electoral reform and particularly forms of proportional representation that tend to lead towards or lead to more instances of minority parliaments and minority governments. And so my own view is that the process around this budget bill, without having been a perfect process and without the bill being a perfect bill, was actually a decent process. And so I want to talk a little bit about some of the improvements that were made to the bill during the course of this, and some of the ways I think it suggests that we can make progress on other issues in this Parliament by members of various parties working together, not always members of the same parties working together. And I think this process, in fact, showed that members can be nimble in terms of who they're working with on particular issues, and still get outcomes that make sense for Canadians and that benefit a lot of Canadians. We don't need one party having 100% of the power here in Parliament in order to make substantial progress for Canadians. So the first example that I would point to is around changes to the disability tax credit. And we heard a fair bit of testimony at committee on this point. A Conservative colleague of mine on the committee brought forward an amendment. As it happens, and this is the way, Madam Speaker, as I'm sure you will know, but folks listening at home may not, parties will typically submit their amendments independently. And sometimes there are pleasant surprises when you receive the package. In this case, an identical amendment. I was happy to work with Conservative colleagues and my Bloc colleague on the committee to pass an amendment that would see the disability tax credit requirements of, having to show that you spend 14 hours a week as somebody with type 1 diabetes tending to your condition, whether that's injecting yourself with insulin, going to the pharmacy to get the insulin, monitoring your blood sugar, and other things that folks living with type 1 diabetes have to do. And then they often have to prove this every year, despite the fact that type 1 diabetes is not a condition that simply goes away, and despite the fact that the requirements of the condition don't simply go away. Nevertheless, they've had to constantly show again and again and again, reminiscent of some of the stories we've heard over the years out of Veteran Affairs Canada, where veteran amputees have to demonstrate every so often that in fact their leg is still missing and they are still an amputee and continue to require the same help. Folks with type 1 diabetes were having to continually show this. And so we were able to bring forward an amendment and pass it at committee and even overcome some procedural wrangling where the amendment was initially ruled out of order. We're happy to overrule the chair at committee on that point, and very pleased that the Speaker saw fit to uphold the will of the committee in respect of that amendment when it came back to the House. What that means concretely for people who are living with type 1 diabetes is that they're no longer going to have to do all of that paperwork with the bother and the expense that comes with it in order to qualify for the disability tax credit. Once they've qualified once, having type 1 diabetes, that will be sufficient in order to qualify them into the future. I think that was a really hopeful exercise, not just hopeful for the Parliament in general, but also hopeful because we know that when it comes to Canadians living with disabilities, that there has not been enough meaningful action on the part of the current government in order to serve that community. And we saw that last June when the government presented a bill for a Canada Disability benefit that had absolutely no details about what that benefit would be, how much it would be, what the eligibility criteria would be, how it might impact other benefits that people living with disabilities already receive. There was a lot more work to do. And when the new Parliament was elected in the fall, an ongoing priority of the NDP has been to call on the government to present new legislation, better legislation that would actually tell Canadians living with disabilities what the government has in mind in terms of providing far better ongoing income support for people living with disabilities. Why is that important? Because under the current federal programs and under provincial programs across the country, people living with disabilities have been consistently legislated into poverty. To the extent that someone living with a disability has to rely on existing disability pensions of various kinds across the country, none of them provide an income that brings you to the poverty line, which means as soon as you have to rely on those things, you know that you're going to be living a life of poverty with all of the challenges that come with that. And those are challenges of poverty over and above the challenges people living with disabilities already face. So with great work from my colleague, the NDP disability critic in this Parliament, pressing the government to bring legislation forward, we finally got wind on the notice paper that legislation was coming. It was an exciting moment. We had hoped to get more detail, just as we had hoped that certain changes to the disability tax credit in this legislation might have meant that finally the government might have acted on the long-standing call by people living with type 1 diabetes to actually make their life easier and make their access to the disability tax credit available. That was a disappointment initially, and working together across party lines, we were able to remedy that. Similarly, the tabling of the Canada Disability legislation, I almost said the new legislation, but I think that would have been to misspeak, Madam Speaker, because in fact, it's pretty much the same legislation. And it has the same problems, therefore. It doesn't spell out what the program is supposed to look like. It doesn't let Canadians living with disabilities know what kind of financial help and the extent of financial support they could hope to receive from the federal government. And I would go one further, Madam Speaker, and say that part of the problem with legislation like this, there's a couple, that essentially just empowers Cabinet to design a program and then would fund that program by statute without having to return to Parliament. There's a procedural question, which I think may be less interesting to a lot of Canadians, but I think that procedural question is important to the extent that Parliament is a place that is meant to provide oversight on government spending. This is a bill that would empower the government to create a program without having any idea what the price tag is when they should actually be quite clear with Parliament how the program is going to be designed, and parliamentarians should be able to authorize a new program like that, knowing those things. So that's a problem. But the other problem with setting up that program in legislation without actually legislating it is that a future government and a future cabinet that doesn't agree with that program or who wants to change it won't have to come back to this place. There'll be no legislative process, which also means that in the time that it normally takes for a bill to go through the House of Commons and through the Senate, there won't be that same time. That's the time that civil society often uses to mobilize in order to influence the content of legislation and government policy. And that is also an opportunity lost. It will make it very easy for a future government to undo whatever this government, if it finally gets around to creating a program for the Canada Disability Benefit does, it will be far too easy for it to be undone. And I think our experience at committee with the initial disappointment around the disability tax credit shows that a minority parliament can come together and can have a positive influence on government policy and legislation and get things done for people that a majority government clearly would not have done because it wasn't in their proposal. I'd point also to the example of employment insurance reform, something that the government promised in its election campaign in 2015. We've had 2 elections since. The government's been in power now coming up on 7 years, and yet we haven't seen any meaningful EI reform. Of course, we have to bracket a lot of what happened in the pandemic because there was substantial changes to the EI program during the pandemic. But the speed with which those reforms occurred, I think, show that it is possible to make meaningful reform quickly. And the nature of many of those reforms show that what workers have been asking for in their EI program is in fact possible. This isn't pie in the sky stuff. Most of what they've been asking for are things that the government did through the EI program during the pandemic. And yet, as the pandemic recedes somewhat, at least for the moment, certainly the government is of that view when they're talking about their financial support programs, less so when they're talking about public health restrictions. As the pandemic recedes somewhat, the government is going back to its regular inaction on the employment insurance file. And they finally did try and do something, I would say an important but relatively minor in the grand scheme of systemic employment insurance reform. They presented a proposal to change the EI appeal board and to undo some of the damage that was done by the Harper government to the EI appeal board, and fell flat on their face, Madam Speaker. It was not well received, even by the very people the government itself sought to please with those reforms. They were lambasted for them and sought themselves to remove that part of the budget bill and get it out. And New Democrats were pleased to support that for 2 reasons. One, because we agreed that those reforms were misguided and didn't represent what I would dare to call a consensus among EI stakeholders about how the system and particularly the appeal board has to change. But we were also glad to support it on a condition that was satisfied, which was that the minister declare publicly that they would bring legislation back in the fall in order to make better changes that people would actually welcome to the EI appeal board system. So having had that commitment, we were happy to support the removal of those appeal board changes that I think were quite ill-conceived. But it does raise a question of trust in the government. One wonders how it is that after being in government for well over 6.5 years, having not really made any major reforms to EI except those that were forced by pandemic circumstances, when they finally came out of the gate to do something, how they could get it so terribly wrong. And I take some solace in the fact that we have a minority parliament, that Canadians didn't entrust the Liberals with a majority of seats here in the House of Commons, that they don't have 100% of the power in this place, and that negotiation is possible, because I think it's leading to better outcomes. Another example that's a little outside the scope of this particular bill, but an important one while we're talking about the pandemic, again at the Finance Committee early on in this Parliament, one of the first things that the Finance Committee did was to deal with Bill C-2, which established the new pandemic benefit regime that has now expired, but was instituted in December and was effectively the pandemic support regime that saw us through the Omicron wave, with some notable changes by order in council right after the legislation passed, because as New Democrats said at the time, and the reason for which we voted against that legislation was because we thought it would be inadequate to the task. But I digress on that. I've given that speech here in this place. What I want to zero in on is an important change that was made to those programs, particularly the wage subsidy program that was conceived in that bill. And working with members of the Bloc and the Conservative Party, we were able to pass an amendment that said that companies that were receiving wage subsidy money under that program, under the authority of Bill C-2, would not be allowed to pay dividends to shareholders while accepting money from the government, presumably because they didn't have enough revenue to stay afloat. And clearly, if they're making big dividend payments to their shareholders, they did have the money. And so that was an appropriate reform. It was the kind of thing that New Democrats had called for at the inception of the wage subsidy program that the government wouldn't agree to initially. And I think we finally found a way, again, working across party lines, which is not always easy to do, but it's a worthwhile thing to always try to do. And I think this was an example, again, of where this Parliament was able to correct course for a government that had got off on the wrong foot. And so it's why I think, you know, it really does matter, and I think it serves Canadians well that we're in a Parliament that doesn't have a majority government. And I do hope that that's something Canadians will consider in the next election, but also that they'll consider when organizations like Fair Vote approach them to talk about electoral reform. And, you know, I mean, I would remind some of my Conservative colleagues, and we've got into it a little bit over the budget debate, as is the want of folks around here, and it's not a bad thing, but I mean, they will know that they actually got more share of the popular vote than the Liberals were in power here, but they got far less of the seats. We just saw in the Ontario election, New Democrats get about 30 seats to the Liberals approximately 8, despite having roughly an equal share of the popular vote. And we saw the Ford government form a majority with a very small amount of support when you consider how low turnout was and how the way we vote under the first past the post system can generate very distorted electoral outcomes. And so, you know, I raise all these things to both contribute to the debate on this bill, but also I hope contribute to a larger debate about how we elect governments and indeed how we elect parliaments that select governments here in Canada, to show that we have been doing good work in this Parliament. We have been correcting course for the government when they've got it wrong on the first go, and that has been made possible by virtue of having a minority Parliament. It's exactly because we don't have a majority that these corrections and some of the good things that came out of the committee process have been possible. One of the things I hope we may yet make progress on, and that I'll be looking to colleagues in other parties for support on, is the call for a low-income CERB repayment amnesty. This is something that's come up at the Finance Committee. We've heard compelling testimony. I think there's an important moral dimension to that. So we're talking about people whose incomes already are below the poverty line. And we just saw CTV did a piece on this last week, but this isn't new. It's been a running story, and it's had various permutations through the pandemic of the CRA sending letters to Canadians already in very difficult financial straits, even before the current round of inflation hit us, and all the more so now that people are struggling with the cost of groceries and I mean, the cost of housing has been an issue, let's not kid ourselves, for a long time. The rate of acceleration of the problem got worse during the pandemic, but the problem was there and getting worse even before the pandemic. And now, as we're in this time, people who applied in good faith for help were told to apply, in some cases by their very own Liberal MP, are now getting letters saying, you have to pay this money back, you didn't qualify, you weren't eligible. In some cases, it's people who applied for EI and would have preferred just to get their EI, but were told, no, you can only get CERB. So then they got the CERB check and they figured, okay, well then that's That's what I'm entitled to. I applied for EI. I was told no. I got the CERB. They sent me the check. I didn't ask for it. So this must be okay. They spent the money because they had lost their job and they were trying to get through a global pandemic, which I think we can all agree was not an easy thing to do no matter what your income was, let alone if you just lost your job. And now the government is asking them for that money back. But they don't have the money. And the efforts to collect that money, particularly from people who are already below the poverty line, are not going to bear fruit. So there's the moral dimension in terms of the anxiety and the financial harm that it's causing, but there's also a very real financial dimension. And we've heard a little bit about that at committee. The government is planning to spend somewhere in the ballpark of $260 million chasing after CERB debt that is a function of their own program, that's a function of how they publicize that program, that is a function of the way they encourage people and in some cases forced people into the CERB system as opposed to the employment insurance system. And the question is, for the $260 million that they're going to spend over the next 3 or 4 years chasing that debt, how much are they actually going to get back? I think it's unlikely that they're going to get back $260 million. You know what I'd love? I'd love to know. I'd love to have the government tell us how much they think they're actually going to get back. I've asked the question. I've asked it at committee. I've asked it in a number of different fora, and I can't get an answer. It is shocking to me that the government would decide to invest $260 million in collecting a debt that they don't know the value of, let alone the likelihood of succeeding. And so when we're talking about over $250,000 invested in collecting a debt, you'd want to be darn sure that you're actually going to get that money back. And I would put to you, Madam Speaker, that even if they'd make their money back and call it a wash, spend $260 million, get $260 million, which I think is very unlikely, it wouldn't be worth it. It wouldn't be worth it. Because the time and expense that they're spending chasing after low-income Canadians who are already in dire straits, particularly in this context of inflation, is time and resources that they could spend chasing tax evaders who are hiding their money out of the country and using other means to not pay their fair share. They get a better return. And so there's a good financial argument for a low-income CERB repayment amnesty, and I hope that in the context of this parliament that I've been talking about, we'll find support among enough other parties that we can convince the government to do the right thing, to not chase that debt and try and wring it out of low-income Canadians, but instead divert the CRA's resources to chasing the people who are really getting away with something, not paying their fair share, who have the resources to pay it back. And I thank you very much for the time, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable député Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Joliette, sorry.
Saluer, féliciter.
I'd like to commend my colleague on his speech. It's always very interesting and constructive what he has to say here in the House or in committee. My question is about how many pages there are in this bill. C-19 is a mammoth omnibus bill. There are a lot of different pieces of legislation that it affects. They're not just things that have to do with the budget. For example, it refers to the justice system in space. It talks about strip searches in jails. So my question is, I'd like to know what his position is on the fact that this government is routinely producing these omnibus bills, these mammoth pieces of legislation, which make it very hard for parliamentary committees to study in depth. And my sub-question is, the paper version we were given in the opposition was 400 and some pages, whereas the official version, the online PDF, is over 450 pages long. So I'd like to hear what he has to say about that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Je vais commencer avec la
I'll begin with the sub-question. Obviously, it's a problem when documents tabled here in the House do not reflect the full version. I would say it's part of a problem that concerns me a little bit. And now we see paper copies are not really tabled at all anymore. and with the, for example, with the estimates, as an MP, I wasn't able to get a copy of the Blue Book. So increasingly we're seeing the government accepting working digitally. And I personally work better with a paper copy. So I find it a bit difficult, especially when it's a massive piece of legislation. This is something that was highly criticized, and I think rightly so. And if governments are to continue to table mammoth pieces of legislation, I think we're going to have a unique process for budget bills.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my honourable colleague from Elmwood Transcona. Thank you for a thoughtful discussion of what minority parliaments can do together. I also lament, as does my colleague from Kitchener Centre, the failure to provide the disability tax benefit. We expected it. It should have been in the budget. It should have been in C-19. I appreciate that we've made some progress for people with type 1 diabetes, but it's not nearly enough nor fast enough. But he won't be surprised to know that I want to ask him to expand on his points about proportional representation. It certainly is timely. The results from Ontario being the lowest voter turnout, as I understand it, in the history of that province, barely 43% voted, which means that nearly 60% of Ontario voters didn't vote. I was taken with a column, I don't know if you saw it, in Rabble magazine, Rabble newspaper by Carl Nirenberg, that posited that all the fetishing and coverage by the media of just looking at the polling and kind of pronouncing Doug Ford was going to win before the campaign started. Does he feel that played a role in reducing voter turnout?
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you very much to my colleague for that question. And I do often worry about the extent to which the publishing of polls can affect public opinion. But I think that is something that is accentuated in a first-past-the-post system, because if you have a proportional system of some kind, then in spite of whatever polling is saying about who's going to win the most seats, you can still feel that you're contributing to electing people that you agree with and who are going to speak on your behalf and are going to be raising issues that are of importance to you. And so I think that effect is amplified by the voting system that we have, and that unfortunately getting information about where people are at and the kind of attitude that pundits have when they're predicting outcomes can affect voter turnout. And I would hope that by moving towards some kind of proportional system that we could diminish those effects, because people can still go and vote with comments. Or vote with confidence that there'll be an outcome. I was quite disheartened by the recent comments of the Prime Minister about proportional representation, and I think some rewriting of history in terms of what he presented to the electorate in 2015. And perhaps someone else will want to ask me a question about that. I can elaborate a little further.
Member for Skeena Buckley Valley.
Thank you to my brilliant colleague from Elmwood Transcona for his speech. And incidentally, I was going to ask him about the Prime Minister's recent comments, which I was shocked to see, frankly. I thought they were flippant and really did not do justice to the history and the commitment that he made to Canadians, a broken promise that I think really betrayed so many people in this country, especially young people. Could he speak to his own reaction to the Prime Minister's recent response?
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Yeah, I was flabbergasted, frankly. I think that's a proper parliamentary term. I could express my feelings a few other ways, but they may not be as parliamentary. And at least in two senses. I was surprised, first of all, at the fact that he just kind of blanketly said, oh, well, anytime you have proportional representation, you have bitter disagreement and polarization, as if that's something that isn't happening here in Canada. I wish it weren't, But I don't think that any competent follower of politics could pretend like we don't have real issues of polarization, division, and excessive antagonism in Canadian politics. That's a real thing. So it was an interesting kind of a blind spot. Also, you know, for a prime minister who's shown up at rallies where there's been that on display in ways that I condemn and that I think are inappropriate, also I think it was a little much to somehow pretend like there aren't countries with proportional representation that aren't doing at least a good job of managing polarization within their politics. And then also surprised that he would try and say that he only ever advocated for a ranked ballot and that he was never really interested in proportional representation.
Other members an opportunity to ask questions. The Honourable Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Speaker, and to the member from Elmwood Transcona, it's certainly interesting discussions, and I know, as he mentioned, as far as proportional representation, I guess a lot of people aren't overly surprised with the Prime Minister being somewhat flippant about anything that he thinks might cause a little bit of consternation for people. But what I would like to ask him, we've just heard a week or so ago from the former Minister, Bill Morneau, about some of the constraints and concerns that he had when he was trying to present budgets and to try and look at competitiveness. And basically said that it is not happening here with the present government. So I'm curious whether he has some ideas as how we can move forward to encourage competitiveness here in Canada.
Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you very much. And it may not surprise the member that I may have a different take on what constitutes building a kind of competitive culture, but I do want to offer some remarks to that effect. So, you know, when companies are looking to locate, you know, we often hear about the importance of the tax regime, but other things that we know they look for is a well-trained and available workforce. And so investing in people can also increase our productivity and our competitiveness. So I think the government should be looking to be investing in training and connecting workers who currently don't have work and aren't able to get hired into the kinds of jobs they want with particular jobs with real employers that are asking for that, so that there's a clear pathway through their education to a job that's already waiting for them at the end. I think things like a national pharmacare plan and dental care, which also help attract talent, when you provide it on a universal basis, that's something that companies benefit from because they don't have to pay for it, but it's something that helps them attract talent. And so I think that's also an important component of building a competitive environment here for Canada to attract investment. I know that where the economy is going, not just here in Canada, but globally, has to do with reforming our energy infrastructure. And I think public investment can help lead the development of talent, not just for workers, but for companies as well, that can then be exported out of Canada to help other countries build.
And that's all the time we have. Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Joliette.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is the third reading of this mammoth bill. In fact, C-19 affects many other pieces of legislation, ranging from strip searches to justice in space. That would certainly help deal with the evil Dr. Smith from Lost in Space, but it doesn't belong in a budget implementation bill. This mammoth bill was a rush job, so it's not surprising that there are plenty of problems with it. For starters, the paper version we received was missing over 20 pages. We had to work with the wrong version for quite a long time. This is unacceptable. It seriously undermines the government's credibility and the trust we have in it. During the study in committee, many changes were made, and I'm pleased with our work. However, the bill is so voluminous that the committee was not able to study everything in depth. Once again, I find fault with the government's way of doing things. They promised they wouldn't table any more omnibus bills, but then again, only a sucker would fall for liberal promises. For our study, I would like to sincerely thank the other committees for their support. I thank Justice, Immigration, International Trade, and Industry. I would also like to give a special shout-out to Huma and our superhero on that committee, the Member of Parliament for Thérèse de Blainville. C19 proposes a lot of changes to the employment insurance system, and in particular to the EI Appeals Board. The government did not do its job well. It did not take into account consultations or the needs expressed by people in the community, such as unions. It's rare that management and Labour agree to say that it was poorly done. The member for Thérèse de Blainville quickly bridged the gap between all these players, these individuals, the Finance Committee and HUMA, so that they could be heard. Their message was clear. It was better to remove this item from the bill than to get it all wrong. The Bloc prepared for both outcomes. We presented several amendments while asking that the section be withdrawn. In committee, I called on the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance to pressure her government to withdraw it. I tabled a motion to that effect on notice. My colleague from Thérèse de Blainville had a unanimous motion passed in her committee to have this withdrawn. The Conservative and NDP members also made this request. They supported the request. And you know what, Madam Speaker? The government got the message. It backed off and committed to reintroducing something that looks a little bit better in the fall. That's what MP work is all about. That's what the work of this House and its committees is all about. We study the government's bills. We consult with stakeholders. When bills are good, we support them. When bills are bad, we reject them. And we work tirelessly to improve them. We know, Madam Speaker, that this government is worn out. They've run out of steam. The pandemic has taken a toll on all of us. The Prime Minister tried his luck with the fall election and got his minority government even more worn down in the process. There was the trucker convoy and then the war in Ukraine that has been going on for over 100 days. All this has kept the Prime Minister's hands pretty full. He's been overwhelmed and exhausted. The Minister of Finance plays the role of Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs, especially when it comes to the war. All of her work is very honorable. The problem, though, is that she's caught up in all this turmoil, which doesn't leave her the time that she needs to do her job as Finance Minister. We saw this with her budget. We saw it with the crisis that specialized companies that transform trucks into ambulances, armored vans, or other specialized trucks are experiencing. They are suffering from the shortage of semiconductors that is bringing truck manufacturers in the United States to a standstill. Without inputs, our companies are in dire straits. We can't afford to lose these good jobs. In December, the minister assured us that this shortage was over. We took her word for it. We supported C8. She promised to provide us with the statistics that proved that everything was getting better. But, you know, believing liberal promises. We never received the statistics, and businesses are watching their situation worsen week by week. Since January, we have been asking the minister about this. We've gotten radio silence. In fact, the only answer we got was that in her fall update, she committed to subsidizing semiconductor producers. But that market is much more complex, and her answer is off the mark. We haven't been able to get a meeting with her to discuss this. We also were unable to get her to come to the Committee on Inflation despite our official invitation in January requesting that she testify before May 31st. Now it's June 8th. Still radio silence. We understand that the minister is overwhelmed by the war and all the other prime ministerial files that she is handling. The only problem is that this doesn't leave her the time to handle finance. Both ministers and associated parliamentary secretaries have not been delegated to follow up on this or other files. This is hugely problematic and will be very damaging to our economy. Here's another example. In C19, the Budget Implementation Bill, the government presents the details of its luxury tax. It's 170 pages long. We agree with the principle of it, that people who buy luxury cars, planes, or boats should pay a luxury tax. It is a way to redistribute wealth. But the tax must be well thought out. The situation must be properly assessed. For example, this tax will have serious repercussions for the entire economy and the jobs that surround the use of personal boats. And you know what? When I asked the Department of Finance to show us their impact studies of this new tax, officials told me that they had not done any studies. 0 studies. It sounds like a child's work. We would expect nothing less from a banana republic. This is an ideological tax. It's not more than a statement of principle, really. And as for how it's going to be applied, well, they don't care. And anyway, the minister doesn't have any time for this. Now, for aerospace, the tax is catastrophic. For almost a year now, the industry has been panicking, not because the rich won't be able to buy private jets anymore, but because the tax applies to businesses and exports. However, it's not supposed to apply to businesses or exports. It's all bungled. The government gave the finance department carte blanche to do a bad job. They didn't like the idea, so they did a bad job of it. Then, since the minister is distracted by the situation in Ukraine, it went through. This is unacceptable. It's so poorly done that we've seen the unions and employers join forces to alert us all to the seriousness of the situation. Canada is already the only country that has an aerospace industry without an industrial strategy, not even for government purchases. Now, Canada is adding poorly designed taxes that harm the industry without even conducting an impact study. This seriously undermines Canada's credibility with the industry. I would like to remind you that the Greater Montreal is the third largest aerospace hub in the world. Such a high value-added sector is a driver for our economy. Anyone in the world would be very careful to preserve such a cluster. Anyone but Ottawa. Is it because it's in Quebec? It's unacceptable. It reminds us of the consequences when one is managed by one's neighbor. In collaboration with unions and employers, we presented several amendments to correct the poorly drafted tax. For example, one amendment stated that the tax does not apply to exported aircraft. Another helped exclude businesses from the tax, as it's supposed to be. The Liberals and the NDP voted against all of these amendments. Yes, you heard me. The NDP voted against union demands. Why did they vote against them? Because of their deal with the Liberals and their promise of unwavering support to the point of compromising on their values. In C-19, on the luxury tax, the Conservatives voted with the unions, the NDP and the Liberals voted against the unions. A compromise in the name of a deal that only a sucker would believe in. All this will weaken our important aerospace sector and its good, well-paying unionized jobs. All this because the tax is poorly thought out and misses the mark. The goal is to tax people who buy luxury vehicles. The result? To tax airplane and helicopter manufacturers for aircraft that will be exported more than 90% of the time or sold to businesses. All this right when the industry is just starting to recover from the pandemic that hit it very hard. All this because we have a Minister of Finance who's no longer doing her job because she's doing the Prime Minister's job and nothing is being delegated. All of this because this government no longer works to support and develop our economy. In a normal democracy, such a government would be removed and replaced. Not in Canada. This government is supported by a party that fears for its seats and faces an opposition that's torn by extreme and polarizing ideological positions. All of this reminds us of the cost of being run by our neighbor who doesn't really care about our economic issues and has their own fish to fry. Regarding the problems of this poorly designed luxury tax for the aerospace industry, I have raised the issue numerous times with the Minister of Finance, members of her team, her parliamentary secretary, her department, and several other members of government. Pretty much to no avail. All that was passed was an amendment that allowed the government to delay the implementation of the tax until later than September at the government's discretion. And we had to wait for the report stage. My colleague from Saint-Jean and I moved the amendment, as did the member for Elmwood-Transcona. This is the last glimmer of hope that remains. If the government gets its act together and does its homework, it will have the option of not implementing this tax and getting back to us with a better designed bill in the fall. I urge the government to do just that. With its mammoth bill, the government is proposing a wide variety of legislative changes. The government has cut corners and done a poor job. The government prides itself on doing a lot of consultations on everything. The issue is that they don't actually take into account what they hear in consultations. With the Liberals, democracy is always a cause. Fortunately, we managed to get the government to back down on its bad EI amendment. We told them to go back to the drawing table, do their homework, and listen to the community. Unfortunately, we did not succeed in getting the government to back down on its poorly written 170-page tax. We did manage to get an amendment passed that still allows for a window of change in the fall, but that depends on the government's goodwill. And, like the industry and union members, I'm very concerned. For a long time now, this government has not seemed capable of goodwill. In C-19, we managed to correct another massive mistake by this government, a completely different matter. Through the WTO, Australia sued Canada over the application of the excise tax on wine. Of course, it is grape wine. But since in Ottawa wine is not only grape wine, the application of the tax applies to many other products.
Pas à peu près. Ça minerait la santé de ces secteurs en plein développement. En collaboration avec eux, on a proposé un amendement pour les soustraire.
In committee, we heard from cider and mead producers. The application of the tax would hit them pretty hard. It would undermine the health of these rapidly developing sectors. In collaboration with them, we proposed an amendment to exempt them from the tax. This is, in my opinion, an important gain that will allow these passionate people to develop their quality products and continue to share their art with us. I am very proud of each and every member of the Finance Committee, Madam Speaker. We have managed to work together for many hours.
From my point of view, I have to say very sincerely, I want to thank the members of the committee, including the chair and the parliamentary secretary. I think we really improved C-19 because we were able to work together. And I'd also like to commend all the other committees which studied C-19. And I'd also like to commend the work of my colleague, the member for Thérèse de Blainville, who made the government do its work on employment insurance. There are things that are really good in C-19, even if this is a mega bill, even if they've been cutting corners and haven't improved the bill as much as we might have liked. In balance, there are more positive points for Quebec's economy than not, and this is why we will support this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Member for Red Deer, Mountain View.
Madam Chair, and to my bloc colleague, thank you very much for an interesting speech. And of course, part of it addressed the fact that the present finance minister has been somewhat overwhelmed with that which he has to deal with. And I think that's sort of what the former Finance Minister Bill Morneau had been talking about, that there really is no direction. What there is a lot of statements about what they might like to do, but if you try and drill down to find out whether or not there's been any studies or whatever, you find out that that hasn't happened. And I think really this becomes one of the critical aspects of this. So I'm just wondering if there can be some comment, and I'd asked the question earlier to the NDP about how do we get competitiveness such that we are going to be able to bring in investments, mention the aerospace industry. If we get to the stage where nobody trusts that we can get anything done, those dollars are then going to leave this country, and we're all going to be in worse shape.
L'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, with respect to the Minister of Finance, she is a very hard worker. No one can take that away. But given the conflict in Ukraine and all the files she has to deal with, she doesn't have all the time she needs to deal with her job as Minister of Finance. Now, there are particular cases, there are industries that call upon us for help, and we work together with the minister, and sometimes this is done in the shadows, no one knows it, but that work is very gratifying. The Minister of Finance, among all the ministers, is the quickest to respond to us. But right now she has been really overwhelmed with various issues. And we can see this in the lack of vision in this budget, and that is problematic. It's not the person who is the problem, it's the configuration of this government, and someone will have to deal with the Department of Finance. But with respect to productivity and hard work, what we will need is a vision. But since there is no vision, it seems that everything is in competition with something else. If there are jobs in one area, there might not be in another. It seems that the aerospace industry might be in competition with another. What you need is a vision. In aerospace, Canada is the only country that has no industrial policy, no overall policy for industry. And that is something that we are direly missing.
Thank you to my colleague from Jonquière? Joliette. Yeah, I made the same mistake. Pardon me. I heard his critique of the luxury goods tax, and some of that may indeed be fair. He didn't mention that the NDP was able to negotiate a carve-out for the aerospace industry so that the cabinet, if they so choose, can address the concerns of that industry prior to the tax coming into effect. But my question is about the larger issue of wealth inequality, which, and the idea that those among us who are doing the best for themselves should also do their part and pay their share so that we can have a strong country and a strong future. Could he expand on what some other, because I think this is a concept that the Bloc supports, the overall concept of reducing wealth inequality. What are some measures that he would have liked to have seen in this legislation that would go further and do a better job of addressing wealth inequality in our country?
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, what I really want to do, if there's one thing I want to do while I'm a member in this House, it is to deal with tax havens. They are immoral. And Canada really is a laggard with respect to tax havens. I'd like to get back very humbly and say that the amendment of the NDP, I referred to it in my speech, I said that both the member for Transcona and my colleague from Saint-Jean and I have said that this amendment provides the possibility for the government to postpone this luxury tax. It can do it at its pleasure. I want to remind him that unions and machinists, for example, have told us that this will not apply to exports, and the NDP, in order to support their agreement with the Liberal government, voted against these union amendments while the Conservatives voted for them. In this kind of agreement, there are always compromises, but with the vote in committee, I don't know if we're dealing with very unfortunate compromises. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Joliette, for his speech. As a Quebec Member of Parliament, we know that during the pandemic, we know what happened with these long-term care residences. According to the member, what would he say about the tax credits for renovating multi-generational homes so that instead of families having to put relatives in these centres could renovate their homes in order to have their seniors so that families remain together? Can he please give his opinion on these tax credits? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are many sound measures in this bill, and that's one of them. I think it's a very important one. That's why we're supporting C-19. But I would ask the government to implement it faster than the tax credit for teachers from last autumn, which is still not in force because the bill is still in the Senate. That's C8. Whereas usually when a bill follows its process, it's supposed to come into effect more quickly. It seems there was a choice to say, we're going to say it's the opposition's fault, that's why they're not getting it. But I have said that they need this tax credit, and I'm asking the government to make sure that this tax credit to help seniors stay at home be implemented as soon as the one for teachers. Madam Speaker, do I have much more time for this answer? But what I would like to add is that this was an absolute catastrophe, what happened in these residences for seniors. These places are the poor relatives of what we have in Quebec, and there is chronic underfunding of our health system. This is a sign of it. We remember the Chrétien-Paul Martin government, which, to cut the deficit, cut into the health system in Quebec and the other provinces. We remember the massive transfers to the provinces to help everyone be able to pay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Now, what we see here is something that has to do with a file that I'm very interested in, which is aerospace. Now, when people talk to me about aerospace, what I say and what I said from the beginning is that the government, from what the government is saying, we agree in principle because we believe in a greater redistribution of wealth. We think that the mega-rich should do their share, but often the devil is in the details, and it was the case with this luxury case. It seems to me that they didn't entirely understand what would happen with this luxury tax, but now the various interveners have called upon the government. And how is it that they still persist? I will give the member for Joliette a few minutes to respond. The aerospace industry was consulted, but it changed nothing in this tax. When we were briefed by officials about this tax, briefed by people from finance, they said it will depend on how the CRA interprets it. According to specialists, they said this has to be changed. But finally, the Liberals, with the support of the NDP, rejected all these amendments. So we have this very complicated, complex bill, which does not really hit the rich, but does hit manufacturers and union members.
Good evening, Madame la Présidente. C'est toujours un plaisir d'être ici avec vous ce soir, avec tous mes collègues, pour débattre la loi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to be here to debate this bill.
It's a pleasure to be here this evening to reflect and offer a few thoughts on a piece of legislation that is not only important for this chamber, but for all Canadians coast to coast to coast. It's important for the fact that I, like many of my colleagues here, have children at home or grandchildren for that matter, and everything we do should be through the lens as legislators, as members of parliament, should be through the lens of ensuring that we leave a strong economy and a clean and healthy environment for our children and grandchildren. Madame la Présidente, I will be splitting my time with the colleague from Kitchener Centre this evening. Okay. On that fact, I do have some thoughts I've written down, a few notes that I'd like to talk about. Sort of about where we are in Canada and the world, but where we are with the economy today, and how Bill C-19 will continue to put us on a path for strong economic growth, for good job employment and prospects for Canadians, and also to ensure we leave behind a very healthy and clean environment, including reaching our net zero goals by 2050 and the interim targets which were defined and which will be accountable through, actually it was Bill C-12, I believe. Madame la Presidente, as we look towards the Canadian, as we look at the Canadian economy with an unemployment rate of 5.2%, as we as a country, through the hard work of Canadians from coast to coast to coast, have recovered. We are at 116% of the jobs if we compare to where we are just for pre-COVID. We are on the right path. Our AAA, the big A's and the small A's credit ratings have both been affirmed by both major agencies, DBRS Morningstar, all three I should say, S&P and Moody's. Our fiscal framework is strong. The finances of this country are strong and continue to be guided by the Minister of Finance, who is doing just an incredible job. Madame la Presidente, we know in this world today, Canadian families are facing an affordability issue. We have inflation, and we know that's why what's caused the inflation. We do know that COVID-19 has disrupted and continues to disrupt supply chains. Some of them are being fixed, some of them will take longer. And we know that the barbaric, unprovoked invasion by the Russian Federation and President Putin into Ukraine has disrupted commodity markets, food markets, and obviously energy security and energy affordability. We acknowledge that. I see it when I go to the grocery stores. My wife sees it when she goes to the grocery store to shop for our three children. It's a conversation at home. We all know it. And we must be steadfast and resolute as a government to maintain the backs of Canadians as we move forward through this environment, as we move forward and ensure that Canadians have the resources they need for them and their families. And if we look at our measures for affordabilities over the years, because the Bill C-19 and the BIA builds on past budget measures we've implemented. Madame la Présidente, welcome. We think about the Canada Child Benefit Index benefiting more than 9 out of 10 Canadian families, literally thousands of dollars tax-free arriving monthly to Canadian families. We think about the Canada Workers Benefit, something I have championed day after day after day, literally helping millions of Canadians and lower-income workers. We think about the early learning and childcare plan that we have put in place with all provinces and territories, something that we said we would do, promise made, promise kept. And I'm glad my family, actually, we're going to be putting our 7th or I guess now almost 8-month-old into daycare in the fall, and it's something we'll see a benefit of. I know in the province of Ontario, by the end of this year, by December 31st, we will see a 50% reduction in childcare fees. And for the area I represent, York Region, just on top of Toronto, this will represent a 50% reduction in childcare fees, will represent literally thousands of after-tax dollars to families in York Region and in the city of Vaughan. That is something I applaud. That is something I am proud to be part of a government that we signed on and collaborated with provinces and with governments of provinces of all political stripes. Unlike the Conservative Party of Canada, which wishes to tear up the early learning and childcare agreements, we will maintain those agreements and we'll continue to work with those provinces across Canada and territories, of course, and maintain these agreements because it's the right thing to do. We won't buy into the gimmicks offered by the Conservative Party of Canada when it comes to affordability. Our seniors will receive a 10% increase in the old age security in July. That's roughly $800 a year, continuing to be indexed for roughly 3.5 million seniors. Again, promise made, promise kept by this government. I look forward to seeing our seniors groups over the summer at the bocce courts, at the picnics, and just at the gatherings in the city of Vaughan. We have such a vibrant senior population. I love my seniors. They built this country. They built the community. Many of them immigrated here with very little education, very little money. They came through Pier 21. They never complained. They worked hard. They saved. They created a better future for them and their families. And I just love them and I applaud them. And they have my utmost respect as an individual and of course, as a parliamentarian. And then, Madame la Présidente, we've committed to dental care. And, that's something that, just on a very granular story, a senior comes into my office and says, I need help with my dental care. She had an infection. We sent her to York Region. They have a program there to assist low-income seniors. something like that for this senior who's on a very minimal income, that could really bankrupt the person. It could really set the person back. We can't have that in our country. We can't have that in modern day Canada. That is why we've committed to ensuring Canadians from coast to coast to coast, young children, seniors, all Canadians, will have some sort of coverage, insurance, call it what you may, but a $5.3 billion dental care plan that will ensure our seniors, our vulnerable Canadians, don't have an issue with getting dental care. The BIA and Budget C-19 invest in growth in people and invest in the green transition. Of course, I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the tradespeople who build this country from coast to coast to coast. My father was a tradesman. He was a carpenter. He was a laborer. He was a sheet metal worker and a roofer. I remember going and working on weekends with him when we do odd jobs for our neighbors and friends. And it was something that taught me the values of hard work, of sacrifice, of putting aside that dollar. And I see in our budget, we came through promise made capped on the labor mobility tax deduction for tradespeople. Obviously, you got to fit the criteria. This is $4,000. It's a deduction, not a credit. A deduction is very powerful. It will allow tradespeople to move from one jurisdiction to another jurisdiction, cover those expenses, something I know the Canadian Building Trades Union has advocated for, something that LAUNA has advocated for, something the Carpenters have advocated for. I mentioned those two organizations because both of their training facilities are located in the city of Vaughan, in my riding of Vaughan-Woodbridge. I meet with those members, and those are the folks every day, rain or shine, sleet or not, warm or cold, that get up and go out and build our communities, build our critical infrastructure. And you know what? They're great. They're great people. We need more of those apprenticeships. And when we talk about apprenticeships, our government rolled out a program called the UTIP, the Union Training Implementation Program. The acronym is UTIP. We've committed another $80 million. That's within this, within Bill C-19, to ensure we train literally thousands and thousands of more apprenticeships. And to a visit to, this one was to the Carpenters Union, and looking at CCAT, they had their apprenticeships there, and they were high school students. And they were being funded through this UTIP program. And it was just so great to see these young folks so excited about their futures, so excited about what they're going to do in this country with their futures, about building the homes and the infrastructure for tomorrow. And and the same thing takes place at whether it's LAUNA 506 training facility in York Region, or LAUNA 183's training facility, or the operating engineers, or the painters, or the HVACs, or electrical workers. The same thing takes place, and we're partnering with all these organizations. And if you remember the Conservative Party from prior years, they attacked private sector unions. Bill 525, 377. The first thing we did in 2015-16, we repealed those bills. We'll always stand beside working Canadians. We'll always stand beside those tradespeople that go to work every day and maintain and build and repair our critical infrastructure. Madame la Présidente. When it comes to homes, I've spoken before about this in this House. I am blessed. I live in an area, a very entrepreneurial area. I have to hand it to the entrepreneurs in my area. The mayor of Vaughan, the Honourable Mauricio Belvaco, who was a member of Parliament here for many years, he committed to raising $250 million for our hospital. So this city of 330,000 people, and we call it the spirit of generosity. You know what, Madame la Présidente, we raised, and the city of Vaughan raised, and the entrepreneurs in that, we hit the target of $250 million last week. I applaud them, and they're entrepreneurs who have taken risk, invested, made money, and contributed to our hospital. And with that...
I'm sorry, there's going to be questions and comments. I know that we've run out of time, unfortunately, for your speech. The questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I noticed that the member was talking about this government's early child care learning promise to create a $10 a day daycare system in this country. But what we're seeing on the ground is a very different story. It looks like this government is creating a two-tier daycare system in this country, because I'm getting messages from daycares across the country that they can't even apply for this government subsidy because the amount of red tape that this government is putting in place. For example, the government is saying that they're only going to fund the program up to $18 an hour. We know childcare workers get paid way more than $18 an hour, so they can't afford to hold on to these programs at $10 a day. So we're going to have some families get into $10 a day daycare, some families paying $2,000 a month. How does the member support a two-tier daycare system? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Obviously, we need to make the early learning and childcare system that we've put in place and signed agreements with every single province and territory. We need to make sure it's affordable and accessible, and we hit the target within each individual province that's signed. In the province of Ontario, we get to $10 a day daycare. My understanding is now, after the provincial election here in the province of Ontario, that the government of Ontario is now implementing that accord. It is a very detailed accord, from what I've understood. We definitely do not want a two-tiered system on daycare at all. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Councillor Kamata, the honourable member for, oh my gosh, the name of Ladysmith. No, sorry. Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. I drew a blank.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I was really glad to hear the member for Vaughan Woodbridge talk about dental care because, you know, our old friend Jack Harris was in town today, the former member for St. John's East, and it was actually less than a year ago on June the 16th, 2021, that this House voted on a motion that Mr. Harris brought forward, M62, that would have extended dental care to families making under $90,000 a year. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, that member voted against that motion, so I'm glad to see that the Liberals have made an about-face and come to understand the importance of dental care to low-income families. So through you, Madam Speaker, I'd just like to ask the member, is he now happy that the NDP pushed the Liberals to see the light of day, do the right thing, and actually put forward this important program for low-income families? Thank you.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I wish to thank the honourable member from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford for the question. What I will say this was, dental care was actually mentioned in the throne speech, in the prior throne speech. It has always been a priority of our government to help all Canadians, middle-class Canadians, of course, and those vulnerable who do not have access to certain services. So this dental care program we're rolling out, I'm glad to see we're working together with other parties to get things done for Canadians so we can leave a better future for all Canadians, and that's what we'll continue to do. And I love the province of British Columbia. It is my home province, where I was born and raised. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. Two questions in a row. My second question for the member is in regards to the first-time home savings account. We know that young working families simply can't afford to put away $40,000 into a savings account, and so what we're going to see with this program is the children of very wealthy people whose parents are giving them the money to put into the first-time home savers accounts will be the ones that benefit the most. Does the member think that it's appropriate for taxpayers to be subsidizing the children of the wealthiest 1% to buy their first homes?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente, and thank you to the honourable member from Alberta, if I'm correct. Just very quickly on the situation with housing affordability in Canada. We need more housing supply. The plan we've put forward is a holistic plan. It's a plan that's we'll need to collaborate with provinces, municipalities, and regions to increase housing supply. It's a plan which targets, I would say, the froth in the housing market, banning foreign purchases, the anti-flipping measures that we put in place, the $4 billion Home Accelerator Fund. So we put in place a lot of measures in the BIA, including the measure the member that talked about, to allow first-time home buyers to actually save. You know, if you're a young downtown professional and you need to save for a first home, this is going to be a great measure and great vehicle for you to do that. You know, much like the tax-free savings accounts, which Canadians utilize, millions of utilize year after year. This is going to be another measure for Canadians to utilize and leverage, and I'm so happy to see it in the Bill C-19. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise again on Bill C-19, the Budget Implementation Act, this time at third reading. I'd like to start with what I appreciate specifically about what work was done at committee. I think if some Canadians and neighbours in my community only watch at question period, they might wonder, whether anyone here gets anything done at all. But I think the fact is that there are plenty of opportunities in committee where parliamentarians from all sides come together to improve legislation. I think that's really important to highlight. And so first, I want to point out one really critical amendment that was unanimously passed. And that's one that's going to ensure that all Canadians living with type 1 diabetes, of which there's over 300,000 across the country, will now be able to access the disability tax credit. This is going to help ease the financial burden caused by unavoidable and necessary life-saving expenses. As well in committee, of course, the original bill had the foreign homebuyers ban, but there was no date set for when it would come into force. It was kind of left up to the governing party's discretion. Through committee, there's now a hard date set. It's longer out than I would prefer. It's all the way out to January 1st of 2023. But I think it is an improvement, at least, to have a date now within the legislation. As I've said before, in my community, the extent to which all levels of government work to address the skyrocketing cost of housing will define us over the coming years. And so I wish there was more in the budget, in this Implementation Act, and certainly we need more. Investments like those in co-op housing in the budget that are deeply affordable and dignified housing are a step in the right direction, and having a date in place for when this foreign homebuyers ban will be set into force is an improvement. That being said, these tweaks are insufficient given the moment we're in. And so I'd like to take this opportunity to share 5 significant and urgent priorities of my neighbors that are still missed by C-19 and are the reasons why I can't support it. First, when it comes to the climate crisis, no doubt this is our last chance at a livable planet. The most recent report from the IPCC defined it as an atlas of human suffering. We know that if we want even a 50% chance of staying below a 1.5 degree increase in global average temperatures, that which is required, as scientists from the IPCC tell us, if we want to hold on to the possibility of a livable future for our kids and grandkids. If we're to do our fair share, that means 86% of Canada's proven fossil fuel reserves need to remain unextracted. The UN Secretary General actually went on to say, the truly dangerous radicals are the countries that are increasing production of fossil fuels, that investing in new fossil fuel infrastructure is moral and economic madness. And so, of course, I was disappointed that in C-19 and in the budget, there's nothing here for a prosperous transition for workers that we so desperately need when it comes to retraining and career support, when it comes to pension bridging, when it comes to compensation. In the budget, instead, what we saw was $7.1 billion between now and 2030 in a new subsidy in the form of a tax credit for carbon capture and storage. This is a technology that a recent study from the Netherlands found 32 out of 40 projects they looked at worldwide, when they implemented carbon capture and storage, emissions actually went up. It's one of the reasons why 400 academics penned a letter to our finance minister and deputy prime minister saying, this is a false climate solution. And so unfortunately in C-19, the only time climate is even mentioned is when it speaks about the fact that an annual climate action incentive is now going to be received by Canadians once a quarter. Certainly not the kind of change that reflects the moment we are in, that reflects the crisis that we are in, and that reflects the urgency of action required to meet this moment. The second priority that I'd like to share that continues to be missed here is with respect to addressing the disproportionate number of Canadians with disabilities that are living in poverty across the country. Now, we know that back in 2020, the governing party first promised the Canada Disability Benefit, a guaranteed livable income for every Canadian with a disability across the country. This would lift up, or it could, if done well, 1.5 million Canadians with disabilities across the country. We already know 89% of Canadians support the Canada Disability Benefit. They're, way ahead of parliamentarians here. But we also need to recognize that emergency funds are required to address the very real, direct, and urgent needs of Canadians with disabilities who are living in poverty across the country. And so both in the budget and in this Implementation Act, of course, there's no mention of emergency funds. There's no mention of the Canada Disability Benefit. It was instead introduced as C-22. The same as last year, though, all of the major decisions when it comes to eligibility and the amounts are left to regulation. And so it's going to be really critical for all of us to continue to put the prioritization and the urgency and the advocacy behind ensuring that we get support to Canadians with disabilities across the country. Those are Canadians who need it the most, and we already know that it has support. In fact, it's 103 parliamentarians from all parties who've now come out to say not only to bring it forward in the legislation that has now been done through C-22, which I'm glad to see, but to fast track it and to ensure that the experiences of Canadians with disabilities are heard every step of the way. The third priority I want to mention tonight is with respect to mental health. Of course, in the budget, the only real mention was with respect to a wellness portal. So many parliamentarians speak in this place, recognizing, as it's so important to do, that mental health is health. Well, if that's the case, we need to be looking at organizations like the Canadian Alliance on Mental Illness and Mental Health and their calls for legislation that would put in place a framework for the Canadian federal government to collaborate and support provinces and territories in bringing about parity in mental health support and funding. Of course, that's not here in C-19. It was, as I mentioned, only tangentially mentioned in the budget, and I would continue to advocate and encourage the governing party to meet the moment when it comes to addressing mental health. Just last week, I spoke about the need to honor promises made when it comes to long-term care. This is because so many neighbors of mine have shared their stories, whether these are caregivers who are not in a position to deliver the care that is necessary, or it's those who have a parent who's waiting in a hospital bed for months on end, hoping that their parent might one day have a spot in long-term care. Recognizing the wait list, when the last research I saw last summer was at 52,000 people on a wait list. We still haven't seen this promised Safe Long-Term Care Act. It was mentioned in the confidence and supply agreement between the NDP and the Liberal Party, and would continue to encourage the urgency to be placed on that legislation being moved forward, given that it's not here in C-19. In fact, long-term care is only mentioned in the budget once as it relates to funding that was promised back in 2021. In closing, Madam Speaker, the last critical priority that is urgent, that needs sufficient prioritization in this place, is also as it relates to addressing Indigenous reconciliation, specifically through following through on the 94 calls to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, from the Yellowhead Institute's most recent report on the calls to action. Only 11 of 94 have been completed to date. And so, in my view, that's another significant gap here if we aren't doing enough to move sufficiently quickly to follow through on all of the promises made, to follow through on all 94 calls to action. This is another critical moment to do so. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I just wanted to appreciate my friend from the Green Party speech. He touched on mental health. And my question to my friend is, we see all the time that the Liberal government here says, we've thrown this many millions of dollars, this many millions of dollars, and I'd really like to hear from someone who I feel is very passionate about mental health and youth. What can we do as, let's put the parliamentary side aside, what can we do as community leaders together, and how can we use that money that's, that we hear all about, we've done this many millions, but what can people do to use that money, properly, equitably, and fair amongst the youth so that we can help some of this pandemic that's going on with mental health?
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
I really appreciate not only the question, but from the person who asked it, because the member for Calgary Forest Lawn has brought up the Canada Mental Health Transfer many times without anything that I read in it with respect to partisanship, but with an interest in really moving ahead. And we know the governing party has promised the Canada Mental Health Transfer. When I go home and reflect back to neighbours of mine and some of my aspiration for this place, what I often share about is there are examples where so many parliamentarians do agree, and mental health certainly is one of those. And so while I'm glad to share more about the obvious needs in communities like mine and his as well, as a newer parliamentarian here, this is an example where I think as we continue to bring up mental health in this place, that we could put pressure on a government that has said they intend on moving forward. Let's ensure that they follow through on doing so.
Dans un commentaire, the l'honorable députée de Thérèse de Blainville.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my honourable colleague from the Green Party for his speech. I commend him for his very hard work and very appreciated work on social justice, on the environment, persons with disabilities. He's very sensitive to the situations of those who are vulnerable. He said that he was disappointed that in the budget he didn't find a few lines about standards for long-term care. Long-term care is related to the organization of services in all provinces and in Quebec. Would he agree that the best way to support these needs would be for the federal government to transfer money to provinces and to Quebec, money which meets the needs that they have to fix their problems?
Kitchener Centre.
Thank you for the question. I will answer in English only to ensure that I get my words right. Yes, I would agree that funding is critical. National standards for long-term care that are brought about in collaboration and in consultation with provinces and territories, in my view, are also really critical to ensure that we address where we strongly agree, which is that there is a crisis in long-term care, that we've not moved through that crisis yet, and that we need to ensure that we do so much better by our elders right across the country.
Small question, the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Kitchener Centre for a thoughtful and articulate speech. I share his dismay at the $2.6 billion in this budget for carbon capture and storage, not because I don't believe that technology will likely play some modest role in reaching our climate targets, but because this is a direct subsidy to some of the wealthiest and most profitable corporations in our country. $2.6 billion is not pocket change. Could my colleague perhaps provide his thoughts on where that $2.6 billion could be better spent in meeting our climate targets and ensuring a healthy future for our kids?
Sir, from the member for Kitchener Centre.
Well, thank you to the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley. I'll recognize it was the NDP who brought forward a motion, I think just last week, calling for repealing, ending all subsidies at a time when, under various names, we continue to see new ones added. To answer the question, we know exactly where those funds should go. They should be going to workers to invest in their long-term future, in a prosperous transition for workers to ensure that they know that they're going to be a part of the economy of the future.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's absolute my greatest honour and privilege to rise on behalf of the people of Bay of Quinte and the riding in the region. What I've found in my time as Member of Parliament is that as an MP, I get to use my voice to speak for those people in the riding. My wife Alison and I have met with so many great people, individuals, especially in the last few months, and we've had nothing short of amazing experiencing listening to them and representing them here in Ottawa. And it's my privilege to act as their voice in this place. And people like Katie, who I talked to today, who can't travel within her own country. She has had an allergy and she can't get anywhere to see her family. People like Josh today, who can't afford a house, has bid on 7 houses now, outbid each time, can't afford that, is having a really tough time. And people like Jane, who can't afford either groceries or gas right now. And Madam Speaker, I just want to mention I'm splitting my time today with the honourable member from Calgary Forest Lawn. Awesome. I'm using that privilege to speak on behalf of people who are struggling, who are asking for help. And sure, we see a budget that ensures that Canadians get to take control of their lives through uncertain times. Each and every Canadian wants equality of opportunity, to have a place to live, to be able to work, opportunity to marry whom they want, to be able to travel where they want, opportunity to live freely, and to pursue that which motivates them most, not because government tells them that's the right thing to do. It's their rights as Canadians. And it's my belief that my party, and my party's belief, that the government's job is to provide the equality of opportunity, the opportunity for Canadians to take control of their lives as they have for the last 155 years, and to lead this planet with that Canadian innovation, entrepreneurship, creativity, hard work, compassion, and yes, even politeness. We need to lead Canada in standing as a symbol of democracy and freedom. It's not to say government doesn't have a role, but it's not the role of government to lead, it's the role of government to empower our citizens.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
We have the worst housing crisis of the generation of the whole history of Canada right now. Inflation crisis, a war in Ukraine, an energy crisis with gas as high as $2.50 in some parts of this country. We have food unaffordability crisis with fertilizer up 42%. And in my riding, food prices have went up 30% in the grocery store, which is correlated to 30% rise in our food bank usage. We have 1.03 million jobs unfilled in this country. People are screaming for employees. We have clogged airports, lineups for passports, and unstaffed Canadian border entry locations. Madam Speaker, I think it's safe to say we just wish we could live through some precedented times. These unprecedented times need major action. And no matter the party in this House, I think we can all agree that these are trying times and that it's our responsibility to do what is best for Canadians in not just a trying time, but truly unprecedented times. We need new ideas. We need to make new stands and need to inspire all Canadians to believe in themselves to start to solve the biggest issues that plague us. So when Budget 22 speaks to 3 main pillars, my objection to the budget and our party's objection is not just to the pillars, it's that they speak to a government solving these issues instead of instilling that power to Canadians to solve those issues and get government out of the way. Pillar 1, which is investing in people. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, we certainly need people. We need people to fill over 1 million jobs that are opening and unfilling, and it's costing. There's a price to it. The price to unfilled jobs in this country is $30 billion. Let's just equate that to tourism, which is worth $34 billion to Canada. Unfilled position, which includes tourism, is causing major backlogs. It's causing bottlenecks. We're short factory workers, skilled trades who build homes. We're short software engineers who go to some of our universities but then get taken by the U.S. We're short 25,000 truckers who we depend on to take our goods across our country and across our borders. We're short 60,000 nurses and 14,000 doctors and specialists. There are currently 1.5 million unemployed Canadians under the age of 66, and there are 1 million jobs available. Do you know who isn't short of employees? The federal government. Since 2015, this Liberal government has added 62,000 federal employees to the federal payroll, employing just over 319,000 employees right now. And in spite of that, we have unprecedented backlogs in federal departments. We know about the IRCC backlogs, but do you know it's 2 million people Do you know that we're waiting for 45,000 skilled trades to come to this country? And just launched yesterday, the day before, we've hired 500 more employees. Why not just add more employees to try to solve the issue? And $85 million. You know, there's two levers that we can pull. One is bringing more skilled immigrants in, and the other is helping get money to train skilled workers into better jobs. So you can excuse my constituents if they don't believe that Budget 22 will do anything but change that. The alternative puts control into people, Mr. Speaker. More money to colleges so that Canadians can choose to train into jobs that the regions need. As we've been studying this in science and research and industry, colleges that have programs that are working with employers that have empty jobs end up getting those employees and putting them into jobs that are needed. Nurses and PSWs, colleges that do training with skills and skilled trades and technical jobs. That works in remote communities. Do you know that 95% of Canadians live within 50 kilometers of a college in Canada? This also works for the rural communities and First Nation communities. And employers themselves, as well as economic development organizations, can train employees. My local organization, Bay of Quinte Economic Development, has a great program called Elevate Plus, and what they've done is take students and they've trained them in 6 weeks cohorts in a classroom, and I've been to the graduations. They're often emotional because many of these students, it's the first job they've ever had. And I can tell you, it's empowering and it's powerful, and for those students, a lot of them were Ontario Works. So coming off that system, getting themselves a job, and how incredible that's been for them. You know? Housing, we know, can be a major driver. And, you know, if we looked at immigration and made sure we put first the skilled trades we need, it's going to be plumbers, electricians, it's going to be well drillers. These jobs, we need at least 600 in my riding alone. When we looked at 1 million jobs needed across Canada, how many of those jobs could be filled, which build homes, which create GDP and economic development? I know my member talking earlier talked about mental health. Let's invest in people in mental health, because when we help people, they help themselves. It's a major empowerment. Pillar number 2 for the budget is green transition. This is obviously very important. We want a green future for our children, and Canadians, given the choice, will make choices that allow them to make the planet greener. But the hidden danger of a green energy transition is ignoring affordability, security, and reliability, which need to be a key plank in the green transition and is not part of Budget 22. The Russian invasion of Ukraine has changed the world. Is it also triggered an energy crisis, exposing the world's dependence on not only Russian energy, but green energy that is not yet available to replace it. We know the future is going to be green. We know hydrogen, and we know that modular nuclear energy, and we know that natural gas, Canadian natural gas, and converting the world off of coal is going to have a big transition that we need to do as Canadians, and Canada is going to play a big role in that. But when we ignore affordability, that people need to heat their homes, and that people need to be able to make a choice that is good for their family, we're ignoring that choice that Canadians can make, and we're actually hurting them with their energy policies, not helping them. We need to include affordability, choice, jobs, income, investment, and productivity when including a green transition, none of which are in Budget 22. Absolutely. And Pillar 3 is productivity and innovation. We have to work hard at the new economy. And we have so many great jobs. You've never seen a time like this since 1900, when they had electricity and the automobile and the telephone. Now we have 5 major technologies converging. When the government talks about investing, we need to invest in mentorship. Allow Canadians to bring that innovation to the forefront. AI and blockchain and robotics and energy storage and DNA sequencing, they're all working together. I agree with the 3 pillars outlined in the budget, but I believe that it's people, not government, that need to be empowered, people that need to invest in it. And I'll tell you right now, Canadians are going to be able the ones to lead this country out of inflation, out of all of our crises, and lead Canada and the world forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague across the way for his intervention. And I know he's from Bay of Quinte, which also has CFB Trenton in his riding, and he didn't mention anything in the budget bill with respect to the additional $8 billion in funding for the Canadian Armed Forces. And I know that he has brought forward the issue of Canadian Armed Forces housing and the issues that are facing PMQs across Canada. I'd like to ask the member opposite his opinion of the additional $8 billion in funding for Canadian Armed Forces members, which can include funding for, and I know that he has some investments recently announced in his riding for Canadian Armed Forces housing. And as a parent of 2 Canadian Armed Forces members and a mother-in-law of one, I know this is something very important to me, so I'd like to ask the member opposite his opinion on the additional funding for Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you.
The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And oh my goodness, you know, I have so much respect, and I think you've served also with the armed forces and your families. And thank you to you, Madam Speaker, to the member for her service. We have a funeral tomorrow for our honorary colonel who followed my father as honorary colonel on the base, John Smiley, and on Friday, and it's going to be, it's very emotional. You know, the base is worth so much to our region. We thank the investment by the government to the base. 60 homes is where money went. Also a joint task rescue unit or emergency response unit, which is so needed. Canada has a great role still in the world. We still need a lot of housing, though, in the military. 6,000 homes we're short of. 60 there. We're short 360 there. So I think the government, and I know the government's committed to investing in the military. We know NATO, that response is there to invest with that as well, and NORAD. And thank you very much to all those that are supporting the military.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good evening to my colleague, and I thank him for his speech. This mammoth bill deals with justice in space, strip searches in prison, all kinds of things. 170 pages, however, deal with the Liberals' new luxury tax. This luxury tax will have a significant impact on entire swaths of our economy. One example that Conservative members of the Finance Committee often raise is the sector related to pleasure craft, recreational boating. We asked the finance minister and the department to give us an impact assessment study, and they sort of raised their hands in the air and said, well, we've not done anything. Does my colleague feel that the government should pass this tax, which will have such an impact, without having done an impact study?
Merci, Madam Speaker. Merci beaucoup to.
Thank you very much.
You know, there's a saying Winston Churchill used to say: "Taxing yourself to prosperity is akin to standing in a bucket and trying to lift yourself up." You know, we have industries that are just coming out of COVID. We know that industries are lacking labor. We know that industries have taken massive loans on, in part from the government, but they're trying to claw their way out of it. Every industry in Canada, every business. Every Canadian that is trying to get their way out, they're fighting just to get themselves righted back on their feet. This is no time for new taxes. This is time for tax relief. And the government, we've certainly offered solutions for tax relief to Canadians. We certainly have to look at helping Canadians tax relief. No time for taxes, Madam Speaker.
Hear, hear. We have time for a brief question. The only member for London Fanshawe.
Madam Speaker, I'd actually like to add on to a previous question to the honourable member. I sit on Defence Committee, and we heard a lot, of course, about the need for those in the armed forces struggling with the cost of living, with having to move all the time, families struggling, housing costs. And one of the things that was offered up was that there's a reinstatement of the posted living differential for Canadian Armed Forces members, and I'd like to hear his thoughts on that and how that would help his members as well.
Member for Bay of Quinte, a brief answer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, anything that can go to the military is great. I think I've already said that. But you know, a couple of things that are happening right now. When a military member is moving from Cold Lake, Alberta to CFB Trenton, the house price difference could be $500,000. So it's not helping with that. The $500 is there, and even on northern Vancouver Island, you know, being offered Habitat Humanity is a solution. It's not there. We have to just build homes. And the least the government can do is put the homes up. We can get the Army to help out. Let's get homes built, and let's take care of our military. 100%. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I really want to thank my my colleague from Bay of Quinte for such a great speech. Thank you for that, Madam Speaker. Today, I rise to speak, and I'm honored to speak on C-19, and want to take this opportunity to speak to the concerns about Canada becoming a country that's known for backlogs now. Immigration, passports, senior supports, Veterans Affairs, Service Canada, and so many more basic services this government provides are in tailspin of just growing backlogs. We see that very clearly in the Canadian immigration system. This Liberal-made backlog at IRCC has now reached 2.1 million applications. So what does the Minister and Department think about that? The Minister told the Immigration Committee, quote, "I hesitate to describe as a backlog because it's normal to have an inventory of cases, end quote. If that's normal, I would be very, very concerned to see what they would consider abnormal. This is the highest amount of backlog we've ever seen in Canada's history in immigration. And these are not just numbers. That's a key here. These are not just numbers. These are families that can't be reunited with each other. There's parents that are missing their kids' first birthdays, their first steps, their first words, the mental anxiety, the mental health issues. We hear about people being divorced. The suicide rates are going up because of this backlog. Employers cannot find labor fast enough. They're suffering, which ultimately our economy suffers. So this is something that we wish the government would take seriously, and we don't see much that's inside this budget that would help address that issue. The government is now okay with the stranding 2.1 million people and their families in bureaucratic limbo just because they think it's normal. When did it become okay to normalize poor performance? Canada is welcoming record numbers of immigrants, all while not dealing with the labor shortages and refugee crisis. We also have a very concerning report that came out about racism in IRCC. And there's nothing, whether it's in the budget or practically being done by the government to address that racism. And the most concerning thing is that those managers, those employees that displayed that kind of racism, not a single one was reprimanded or fired. Rather, they were given bonuses. And that is super shameful. It really is bad for our country to be known as a country that has an issue with racism within IRCC. And that's on top of the backlog, and this is partly contributing to that backlog as well. So when the minister appeared at the Immigration Committee in February, he committed to returning processing times to the 12-month service standard and investing $85 million to fix the immigration backlog. But after 4 months after that, the backlog grew from 1.8 million in February to over 2.1 million. And processing times are 2 to 3 times longer than what the service standards say. And I would bet that every single MP in this House can agree with me that their offices are burdened because of this immigration backlog that was created by the government, because they refuse to address the issue and the core issues that are plaguing down our IRCC department. Now, IRCC has even indicated that there was no plan to use backlog funding for the existing backlog, which is more proof that there's a lot of, we'll throw this much money at the problem, but there's no actual plan to do anything with that money. Backlogs aren't just about paperwork and frustration, and despite what IRCC is treating everyone as a file number to be processed, real people are affected by the Liberals' mismanagement of the immigration system, and we hear it from constituents all the time. Our office receives correspondence and phone calls from people just ready to give up, and we fear people contemplating suicide because after months of being separated from their loved ones, these newcomers lose hope. They lose faith that they will never be able to see their loved ones ever again. Too many immigrants, too many newcomers waiting for their case to be processed end up unable to see their children, like I said, their first steps. They miss funerals, they miss weddings. And according to IRCC's posted processing times, family sponsorship applications alone take 23 months for spousal sponsorships and 34 months for parents and grandparents, instead of the promised 12 months. And we saw throughout this pandemic, Madam Speaker, that when it came to getting help from family members, there was certain instances where there was a mother who was at home with a child that may have severe disabilities, and they either needed their spouse here or a caregiver. But because of the backlog here, that mother that was in my writing suffered. She cried many nights, wrote many emails, was on the verge of just giving up. There was many times when she would email my office and say, "This is it for me. I cannot handle this anymore." And it was sad to see that caregiver program itself was so badly neglected that all caregivers now see no hope that they will ever be able to get here. And we wish that this government would take these things seriously, because I know, again, I am not alone in this chamber when I'm talking about the problems in our immigration system. We have other Liberal MPs on record that also are tired of the backlog, that say, and I quote one of them in an article that says, "This is just messed up." And it is. It truly is. These are lives that are being ruined because of this backlog. And when we look at Budget 2022, I don't see much in there that is either going to address the issue, address the mental health problems that come with the issues that are being created, or any way of tackling this backlog that has burdened our businesses and Canadians and newcomers alike. Now, how do you fix a system that's so severely mismanaged? And one suggestion is, obviously, let's elect a Conservative government. Let's get things back on track. But in the meantime, let's start with some common sense reforms. For example, let's create a framework for better foreign credential recognition. It's an essential thing that we could do today. There are many people in this country, and we all know them, that they're either doctors back home, engineers. There's so much more, but when they come here because of the credential recognition, it's wasted talent. They're underemployed. And why can't we work together? And why cannot the government work with our provincial partners to do a better job at making sure we're recognizing credentials? That way we can fill these labor gaps, and our rural areas, especially in Quebec, are suffering the most. There's people that are retiring in our rural areas, and they're so hard to find doctors. This is one way that we could help address some of those labor shortages. There are many very talented electricians, plumbers, all sorts of tradespeople in this country that have so much to contribute. Newcomers come to this country with a Canadian dream, much like me and my family did. And this country gave us this amazing opportunity to become successful. I'm the son of a taxi driver and a mom who worked multiple jobs. This country gave us everything. And I'm so proud to be able to represent a riding that have other such hardworking people. I grew up in the riding I get to represent today. I stood in line getting low-income bus passes in this riding. We lived through that poverty. But this country, through the grace of God, gave us everything to become successful. And I am the son of a taxi driver that gets to stand here today and represent my constituents and be their voice in the house of common people here. And wouldn't it just be great if we could let everyone, newcomers and Canadians alike, feel free when they come here? And that, Madam Speaker, that's what I want to speak to. I wish this budget would attempt to address more of that. How can we help unleash people's talent? How can we get government out of the way, get these backlogs out of the way, get the red tape, bureaucracy out of the way? And how can we work together in this Parliament to address some of these issues? That's what I would wish that we could all work together on. You know, we do come to this chamber and there is a lot of partisanship, but you know, there are practical, common sense solutions that are being put forward on the table. I've only just listed one. And Madam Speaker, I think that we can make Canada the great destination that it was known for once again. Canada was known at the top of the line when anyone wanted to immigrate here. Canada was one that was a beacon of hope, was a beacon of freedom at one point. And in today's date, people are skipping over Canada. And it's really sad to see, and I hope that whether it's through this legislation or through this budget, they would use that money to make this country that beacon of hope once again. And in closing, Madam Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Bay of Quinte, that the amendment be amended by adding the following, and that the committee report back no later than January 20, 2022. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member wanted to clarify something. Sorry, just because your mic wasn't on, and therefore we need it in the record.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I got the date wrong. I was supposed to say June 20, 2022, not January 20, 2022. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Helland, seconded by Mr. Williams, moves the following amendment. That the amendment be amended by adding the following, and that the committee report back no later than June 20th, 2022. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess the Conservative Party...
Madam Speaker.
Did I say Mr. Speaker?
Yeah.
My apologies. Madam Speaker, you know, it's interesting the Conservative Party once again is proposing, you know, another sub-amendment. You know, we have the Bloc, I understand, is supporting the C-19. We have the New Democrats supporting C-19, and the Conservative Party, in their internal wisdom, has made the decision to try to prevent good legislation from passing. And I guess my question is to the degree in which we have so many measures, progressive measures, that are going to help Canadians coast to coast to coast, why does the Conservative Party feel so compelled to have to use a sub-amendment when they've actually moved amendments and sub-amendments and all sorts of other stuff on the main budget?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for the question. I would just say this, that given the track record of the government of the day, that of course we would have to raise questions and debate sub-amendments, amendments. It's because there's a lack of trust within that government. And we want to make sure that we have the best legislation coming out of this place.
Hear, hear.
And that's why we have to do what we're doing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Commentaire, l'honorable député de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I agree with him. There are a great many problems in the Department of Immigration. Our applications are not processed rapidly enough, but with him, I believe that one of the solutions to deal with this, to deal with the labor shortage, is through immigration. There is an agreement between France and Algeria, because in France there is a shortage of doctors, so France is doing massive recruitment of doctors in Algeria. And now Algeria is saying, we don't have enough doctors. So there is a problem of resources being displaced. I'd like my colleague to speak to this phenomenon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague. I hope I understood the question right. And I think that it speaks to the point that I brought out about foreign credentials. And I think that we could do a better job as a collective in making some type of, whether it's a royal commission that we strike, but not just with the provinces, but with other countries, that we can have a standard that we can create so that our shortage of, whether it's labor, highly skilled workers, doctors, nurses, which we're going to need. We need them now, but we're going to need them later on. And I know Quebec is really suffering when it comes to its numbers. And we could help to address some of those issues. And I think also that we need to do, like I said, a better job with the provinces to help address what their unique challenges are. And I think that communication is missing there. There's a big gap in that. And I hope we can collectively work to help address that. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Speaker, I too agreed with a lot of what my honourable colleague just spoke about. I agree foreign credentials are a huge issue. The immigration crisis that we're seeing in terms of through the IRCC, my office is constantly battling with the fact that we are only allowed to ask for on 5 cases every day, and that's absolutely ludicrous. What I wanted to ask him, though, however, he didn't speak too much about international students. And in my community at Fanshawe College, they have incredible students coming forward, and yet they are limited in terms of being able to then find a pathway here after they finish their diplomas or their degrees. So I'd like if he could comment on that. That would be great. Thanks.
The Member for Calgary Forest Lawn has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And on this topic, I don't think a minute is enough, and I totally feel for my honourable colleague for a question. And I have one of my wonderful colleagues, who I consider older brother, my older brother from Surrey Newton, who I know is very passionate about not just this issue, but about immigration as a whole. And I met with some international students today in my office. I believe my older brother from Surrey Newton also did as well. This is a big issue. I think think that on top of the hurdles that they have, the incredible amount of money that they spend to come to this country, and what their parents, the struggles that they go through just to send them to this country, I think we do a disservice to those hardworking, talented, energetic international students when they come here and they don't have enough to either survive, they're left to fend for themselves, and there's just some really concerning things like human trafficking that's going on with them, abuse by employers by them, and I think we need to work together to help address those issues on top of the mental health issues that international students struggle with. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I want to say to all of you that it's a pleasure for me to speak to Bill C-19, which is a bill that would implement certain budget measures. Now, I'm going to discuss certain measures in the bill, and above all, I'd like to talk to you about those measures which are not in the bill. Despite the weight of this bill, there's a great deal that is missing. I mean, it's really hard to understand this mammoth piece of legislation. C-19 is over 400 pages, 502 clauses. We might have hoped that the government would have devoted at least one section to a reform of employment insurance. But, Madam Speaker, and for all those who haven't had the time to read these 470 pages, there's almost nothing on employment insurance reform. And what there is does not meet expectations. So I'm here to share my disappointment and my concerns. I'd also like to say that I have extraordinary respect for the gargantuan amount of work undertaken by the Finance Committee. I can only commend them. It was an adventure, a crusade, and they did their work in record time. I don't know how many witnesses were heard from, how many briefs were presented, but I'd like to salute the work of my colleague, the member for Joliette, on the Finance Committee, and also to his other colleagues on the committee. I'm not an expert on House procedure, but when I look at this bill, where because there's time allocation, we have to expedite our discussion. We have till midnight this evening to talk about what is in it, what's good, what's lacking, what's not good, and to what end. It seems that would it not be better to have given this time to parliamentary committees in order to study this in depth and come up with a bill that would better meet expectations? That's a suggestion. But now I want to talk about workers, and not because I am a former union member, because when I talk about what's missing in the bill and about employment insurance and what's missing, frankly, from the calls I get in my office, and I know I'm not the only one, with all due respect, I haven't had any calls about universal dental care, but we have heard about people talking about labor shortage, talking about temporary foreign workers programs and others. People have been calling me about matters of immigration and pay services, pay systems, about federal workers who are exhausted by the 2 years of a pandemic, who are afraid of what's ahead, these are people who are worried. So what I want to say there is that there is a major issue which has to do with the federal government, and that is the employment insurance program. It is something which is uniquely within federal jurisdiction. It's been around for 15 years, which workers and even management representatives have been asking to have updated so that it can meet the real needs of those who pay into it. But despite this, it's been 7 years that the federal government has committed. It was 7 years that they committed to improving the employment insurance system, but they've done nothing. It's almost like they backslid. Talk about broken promises. In 2015, in the mandate letter of the minister at the time, he said he would undertake a broad study of the employment insurance system in order to better help workers who were unemployed and to make sure that they had employment insurance was the safety net that they should have. That was in 2015. This was not done. In 2019, the present minister had the mandate of strengthening employment insurance, and there were new methods of receiving benefits with a system that would pay benefits in a very reliable way. And there would be benefits in the case of a catastrophic situation. And there was a catastrophic situation. And this regime was battered more than ever. And there were sort of piecemeal benefits. And we've been asking that this be improved for some years. The president of Treasury Board said, we knew.
But we did not proceed rapidly enough to reform it. I couldn't have said it better, Madam Speaker. It is really a shame that the government has waited until it was up against the wall to act. On the other hand, as we say in my area, it's never too late. Today, I'm very disappointed because once again, the government has made us other great promises since the beginning of the pandemic. In the 2021 mandate letter, the minister was noted as having the responsibility for, and I quote, introducing and beginning to implement by the summer of 2022 a plan to modernize the employment insurance program for the 21st century. And this with a view to establishing a more robust and inclusive system that benefits all workers, including seasonal workers and those employed on digital platforms, to ensure that the system is simpler and more responsive to the needs of workers and employers. Summer 2022 is 13 days away, Madam Speaker. On the 1st of January 2022, the minister stated in the Canadian press that she was confident, this is the resolution on the Day of the Women, she stated that she was confident that she can meet the deadline imposed by the Prime Minister. In addition to establishing new rules and benefits, the government will also have to modernise its technical means, since the system still operates on codes implemented in the 1960s. There are public servants in Service Canada that explained to us that they still use an MS-DOS system. That's from another era, Madam Speaker, from the era of the dinosaurs, if you will. If the minister was confident that she could meet the summer 2022 deadline, then it's safe to say that it's currently a failure. Where is the minister's plan? Certainly not in C19 nor in the budget. I am highly disappointed that nothing has been presented before the suspension of our session for the summer. I am also very concerned for other matters, Madam Speaker, because, as the Minister knows full well, at this time there are some temporary flexibilities in place. These new flexibilities are not perfect, but have allowed and still allow for several thousand workers to access their benefits. Many saw these flexibilities as the possible basis for the beginning of a reform. However, these flexibilities will come to an end on the 25th of September 2022. So what will happen after that? Nothing is planned. What we must avoid at all costs is a return to the status quo. The status quo is not an option. We're saying that reform must happen now, and that's not just a political slogan. I will say it and I will say it again. The pandemic has exposed the flaws in the programme and the urgency of reform for workers, because its flaws are many. I will just name a few. Employment insurance coverage must be extended to as many workers as possible. This is a question of equity. As you know, barely 40% of workers who pay into the system actually have access to its benefits. Non-standard part-time workers, often women and youth, are excluded from the plan even though they contribute to it. Sick workers and organisations specialising in this domain are demanding a substantial increase in the number of weeks of sickness benefits. A worker that is affected by cancer, all studies have shown that they need at least 40 weeks of benefits to be able to care for themselves properly and with dignity. These workers should be able to focus their energy on healing, not, in fact, on trying to make ends meet. The government is planning an increase to 26 weeks. Well, perhaps they wanted this in July, but now with IT issues, it could be in the autumn time. But it is safe to say that right now, it's too little, too late, and simply not enough. What sick workers need are 50 weeks. 10 years of fighting, 7 bills, and it still hasn't been done. When I was a unionist, I defined myself in 2 ways: a proposal-based unionist and a solutions-based unionist. We continue to propose in the Bloc Québécois, and now we're asking for the government to finally act. The government is showing a true lack of ambition by putting forward half measures. Recently, the Social Security Tribunal ruled that the current system systematically discriminates against women who are on maternity leave. A woman who loses her job during or after her maternity leave is no longer entitled to regular employment insurance benefits. And so once again, this so-called feminist government was expected to correct the situation, but instead it has decided to appeal the decision, Madam Speaker. That is outrageous. The black hole of employment insurance is also a major issue. Is it normal that even today, people who work in our seasonal industries in regions in Quebec or in the Maritimes, now we're always happy to enjoy crab or lobster, but there are workers in these factories, in these plants, who have a seasonal working system, and it's abhorrent that in 2022 they find themselves with no job or no income until they wait for the next season. We have to act. We have to end this black hole. At stake is the vitality of our regions and our seasonal industry. For example, touristry, forestry, fisheries, etc. The government has been regularly questioned on this subject over the past few years. But all we hear is that they're pushing back again and again a bill that would grant the maximum of 5 weeks. That's simply not enough. It's truly a shame not to push it even further. This lack of political courage is frankly disappointing. Madam Speaker, I could go on and on and on about the flaws in the plan for the rest of today's sitting, but you will stop me, no doubt, when my time is done. But what we have to remember is that these are major flaws which have a direct impact on thousands and thousands of workers. Workers who pay into the system but don't have the benefits of it. These workers are asking for reform, EI reform now. I have been touring all regions of Quebec for the past 3 months. I haven't been everywhere. I will be continuing my tour. What we hear is very important. Workers that I've met, I've met workers, I've met mayors, municipal councillors, groups defending the rights of the unemployed, local unions, national unions, consumer groups. I've met with women's rights groups, with regional development corporations, with youth employment centres, with firefighters unions, with seasonal workers, etc., etc. I was able to meet extremely enriching meetings. I was able to observe the different regional and local realities. And everyone was unanimous. What we need is a reform of the employment insurance programme, and we need it now. In addition to that demand for reform, in order to strengthen workers' rights, well, we've already heard from many people who have come to see us in our riding offices, saying how long it takes for their case to get processed. These are true horror stories, Madam Speaker. Workers who have paid into the system, who should be allowed to get EI but don't have it because they've been defrauded. They have been waiting for months, and today they are still waiting. Months later, they can't pay their rent, they can't pay for food, for housing, and they still don't have their EI check in the post. The last meeting we had with the Minister on the matter at the Humanities Committee, well, the Minister once again at that time said that Service Canada was answering calls. I'd like to respond to that saying, well, Service Canada would have to answer the calls and that the Minister should stop boasting about the fact that they are currently meeting service standards, because the unemployed workers who are waiting for their EI check don't care about service standards. What they want is to have their rights to be recognised so that they have their full benefits. To conclude, Madam Speaker, I would like to talk about Clause 32 of C19. I would like to thank the members of the Humour Committee who have accepted the FINA Committee's invitation to study the 4 or 5 clauses that have to do with employment insurance in C19. Clause 32 has to do with the Social Security Appeals Tribunal. That was a significant issue that was discussed at committee. While there was no indication in the budget that there would be a desire to reform this important part of the employment insurance programme, it was to our great surprise that we were alerted to this legislative initiative by the government, and this against all odds. In an omnibus bill of north of 400 pages, we see a section that deals with the Appeals Tribunal, which is tripartite in name only, because it does not, I repeat, it does not at all meet the objectives and commitments of the government announced in 2019. We received unions, we received representatives from the unemployed at the Finance and the Humanities Committee. A quick quote, because I have very little time left. I want to quote MAS, which fights for the jobless. Let us emphasise at the outset that the MAS deplores the government's choice to disclose for the first time its intentions concerning the new appeals court at the time of the tabling of Bill C-19, that is, nearly 3 years after the announcement of the reform. By coming out of its mutism after so many years, the government is not only presenting stakeholders with a fait accompli, but it is also admitting that it has deprived itself of a wealth of expertise which will undoubtedly influence public confidence in the quality of administrative justice. Madam Speaker, unanimously was it that we heard representatives from unions representing workers, representing employers, saying, let's remove this part of this bill. And unanimously at committee we decided, well, the opposition decided that it should be removed. We listened to people, we listened to employers, we listened to workers, and we won because the minister has announced that this Clause 32 would be removed from Bill C-19. So everyone agreed that it should be an individual bill. So I hope that the new bill that will be tabled, that will finally meet the requirements of the consultation made 3 years ago, because it bodes very poorly. It votes poorly for a more comprehensive reform of employment insurance if it's done the same way as it was originally tabled in C-19. My apologies, you have no more time. Your 20 minutes, that just flashed by. The other thing I would like to mention is that perhaps in the future the honourable member could use a podium, because with papers it's difficult for the interpreters to hear what is being said because there's a lot of rustling in the microphone. Just a suggestion for next time. The Honourable Deputy Leader of the Government in the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her intervention. I know that she has emphasized employment insurance. We have made record investments in EI with the lowest unemployment rate since 1976. Perhaps she could give her opinion with regards to investments in training, helping employees to allow them to go back into the labour market. Thank you. The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Well, I have two things to answer to that, Madam Speaker. What is of concern to me, and I'll answer the question. The first part that is really of concern to me is that we have been living a crisis. The government realised there were many problems in EI. Now, the Liberals are saying, well, we can wait even more, but we can't afford to wait any further for EI reform. With regards to training, increasing training budgets for recycling oneself in the labour market to develop new skills, this could be very useful, but this has to be given to the provinces. In Quebec, it's that there's a commission that works on that exact file. It's a unique system that should exist.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for her intervention. At the Standing Finance Committee, we found that the government and that the Minister of Finance does not have the necessary duty and jurisdiction to change the employment insurance system. Perhaps the honourable member could offer a theory as to why. Perhaps the MP is right in saying with what she said with regards to the budget. The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville, and congratulations to the MP for having asked the question in French. Well, Madam Speaker, this is a colleague that I've had the pleasure to work with at the Humanities Committee, and congratulations for his French. My colleague for Joliette wants to keep you at the Finance Committee, which is fair enough. He can keep you. Well, I found it perfectly germane. I don't know if I will give a good answer, but it was perfectly germane to hear the request from the Finance Committee, a decision pursuant to which different committees would study different parts of this omnibus bill, rather. Certain parts of the programme needed expertise from a specific committee. As with regards to employment insurance and the Humanities Committee, this is expertise that falls under the jurisdiction of the Minister of Employment and therefore the Huma Committee. And I did find it difficult to convince Huma to study this matter in particular. I was told, well, FINA will no doubt study it. But we wanted to contribute to the process. And I think that the next reform that the Minister will put forward in a bill that she will table in the autumn, perhaps this question will also be sent to the Huma Committee.
Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I too would like to recognize the members of the Standing Committee on Finance. I see the member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, the member for Joliette, and our own colleague, the member for Elmwood Transcona.
I have to get the honourable member to repeat. Apparently there was no translation. Is it working now? Is the translation working now? Wait, okay, so the honourable member can restart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to also recognize the members on the Standing Committee on Finance, the member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, the member for Joliette, Elmwood Transcona. It was a huge task. And, you know, I think like before this bill, we did have some great measures to help seniors with an increase to the guaranteed income supplement. In this legislation, the Canada Housing Allowance did have a supplement added to it. But I wanted to ask the member, you know, Canada still has some very great problems. We have problems with money laundering. We have problems with tax evasion. And at a time with very high inflation, we also have a problem with excess profits. And at a time when so many people are struggling, and when we know that ongoing poverty costs our country much more, and then we need to make significant investments to address this, I'm just wondering through you, Madam Speaker, if my honourable colleague can maybe inform the House of some of the measures she thinks were missing in this opportunity that could have addressed those serious financial inequalities that exist in Canadian society to level the playing field, not only for hardworking members in her constituency, but right across this country. Thank you.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Madam Speaker, there are many measures which could give more equal opportunities, important social programs, or better distribution of wealth. But that is glaringly missing from this budget. What's really missing is the fight against tax avoidance and tax havens. The member for Joliette has been trying to make progress on that for years. And I hope that here action will be taken because it's a matter of political will. Things can't go on like this. I understand wanting to make the wealthy pay their fair share to pay for the poor, but we need a fair tax system where people can't put their money in tax havens like this and tax avoidance. We should really crack down on that. It should be our priority. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened very, very attentively to the speech from my colleague from Thérèse de Blainville. Since I was young, every election we saw posters that said who was stealing money from those who were unemployed. Each and every election we were reminded that EI is always reformed, yes, but it often hurts the poorest workers, the oldest workers, and often the government digs its hands in to pay for priorities that aren't theirs. So this new reform of EI, what good can it really do, given everything we've seen with EI reforms the past 30 years? The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. My colleague is right. We haven't in fact seen reform, but rather counter-reform, gutting, butchering of EI. EI has been stripped of its original intent, which is to be a social safety net. Now, It's an insurance program that is mostly paid for by workers, by employees. Furthermore, the government has gone into that money to clean up its own deficits. What should EI be? What should EI reform be? It should be correcting past mistakes and ensuring that they don't reoccur. Most of all, we should guarantee and strengthen equal rights for everyone.
Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I would like very much if the member could provide some clearer thoughts in regards to something that goes beyond EI. We have some of the lowest unemployment rates in generations. And what about the idea where the federal government is providing more opportunities for people to gain employment through educational programs such as apprenticeship and supporting our community colleges and our universities? Does she see that as a good thing?
Une brève réponse, l'honorable.
A brief reply, the Honourable Member for Terrebs de Blainville, 30 seconds. First thing I'd like to say when it comes to training is that I didn't see anything in the budget about climate change, about the environment, and a fair transition for workers. That's totally missing from the budget. As for EI, as for training programs, well, I totally agree. I want the federal government to transfer this money to provinces because this is a provincial jurisdiction. I said so earlier. I think that employers should pay into this.
Glanborough Glanbrook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So let me say up front that I'll be splitting my time with my colleague, the Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland. It's always an honour to rise in this House and speak on behalf of the people of Flamborough Glanbrook, and today to speak on the ways in which the 2022 federal budget is failing Canadians as we consider Bill C-19 of the Budget Implementation Act. So, Madam Speaker, the number one issue facing Canadians is the cost of living. And we've heard that time and time again. And as summer approaches, perhaps the first summer, without some sort of COVID restrictions, that we've seen in the past couple of years, Canadians are looking forward and wanting to enjoy the aspects of life that are so great about Canadian summers. So whether that's the warm weather, the longer days, our beautiful parks, beaches, and trails, enjoying a bike ride with a family, or watching the Blue Jays play at the Rogers Centre. But instead, Madam Speaker, they're stressing out about paying their bills. They're worried that if they really can't afford that summer road trip with gas prices over $2 per litre across the country. And that picnic in the park, the groceries are going to be at least 9.7% more, probably higher. The price of food, the price of gas, the price of home heating, the cost of life. That is what I hear about every single day from constituents in Flamborough Glanbrook. And so, Madam Speaker, this is especially true for people in rural parts of my riding. They need to drive to work, to school, to engage in social activities, to go to medical appointments, and the price at the pumps is leaving them feeling that they're going in reverse, which is why a budget with no plan to address the cost of living is really no plan at all. So, Madam Speaker, the federal government took in $39 billion more in additional revenue because inflation swelled their coffers. But they didn't return any of that to Canadians struggling to get by. Instead, they piled on an additional $50 billion in inflationary spending. Madam Speaker, what's worse is that the NDP Liberal coalition has rejected any reasonable common sense suggestions that we've made to bring relief to Canadians. In March, they rejected our motion to pause the GST at the pumps, especially on the eve of a carbon tax increase and excise tax increases that were going to take effect on April 1st, that were certainly going to harm to families, to seniors, to small businesses, and in fact, everyone. And just yesterday, our motion to provide relief to Canadians in several practical ways was also rejected by the Liberals and NDP. Madam Speaker, we proposed two things that would have brought an immediate relief at the pumps: a temporary suspension of the GST on gas and diesel, and to suspend the carbon tax. And this would be something that would actually be tangible in combating high gas prices, which is what Canadians want and what people in Flamborough-Glanbrook are asking me about every day. They can't make ends meet, and that's not surprising when the price of gas is, as we said, over $2 a litre, and the price of food is 10% or more up. It's the highest rate of food inflation we've seen since 1981. And so obviously making ends meet is getting harder and harder. So Madam Speaker, I want to share a few stories of conversations that I've had with constituents in the past couple of months, because I think these are the very real and concerning cost of living issues that Canadians are facing. Sal is a constituent in the Stony Creek Mountain community in my riding, and he tells me his single income family is having a lot of trouble, and these are his words. They're having financial struggles as the cost of living is exceedingly high. Heinz is a senior living on a fixed income in West Flamborough, and he shares with me his home heating bill every single month, and he's always shocked and dismayed and questioning the amount of tax, including carbon tax, on that bill. And as a senior on a fixed income, that's a monthly challenge to his budget. And then there's Garrett, who lives in Mount Hope in my riding, and he commutes to work, and he couldn't believe the increase in the carbon tax on April 1st at a time when gas prices were already going up. And he notes that this cost of fuel is really a challenge for him and his household as they commute to work every day. So, Madam Speaker, these are just a few examples of the very real concerns from the lives of ordinary Canadians. And that's why, Madam Speaker, it's puzzling to me that the Liberals did not use the windfall in revenue that the government received from rising inflation to address the cost of living crisis that Canadians are facing, maybe using some of the pragmatic suggestions that we've proposed. Instead, Madam Speaker, the 2022 federal budget includes another $50 billion, as I've said, in uncontrolled spending. And if we add that up, that can only be paid by higher taxes in future years. The size of the federal government, we know, has grown 25% since pre-pandemic. But yet you can't get a passport in a timely fashion. And as the member for Calgary Forest Lawn has articulated earlier this evening, you can't get other government services or IRCC either. So that really begs the question. Madam Speaker, this government's lack of concern about the cost of living contrasts with that of our neighbors to the south, where U.S. President Joe Biden and Treasury Secretary Yellen have acknowledged that inflation is a real problem, and they're acting. And here, we have no plan. Madam Speaker, I'd also want to talk about another issue that I'm hearing from my constituents in Flamborough-Glanbrook, and I've had a number of conversations in the last few months, and that's the tariffs on fertilizer. Madam Speaker, it's a frustration for farmers in my riding who've done all the right things. They ordered their fertilizer over the fall or winter. You know, they work hard as stewards of the land, and yet they're slapped with a punitive tariff on fertilizers just at the time when they're looking to plant their crops for this year's season. In fact, I met with family farmers who run a grain operation in Glanbrook a month ago, and they took the time from a very busy planting season to discuss this issue, and they had penciled it all out, handwritten on pages, and they showed me their calculations, and it was astonishing. Their fertilizer cost grew from $900 per ton in 2018 to over $2,300 this year. And on top of that, they showed me their gas prices and their diesel prices and their propane, and it's all up. And so the economics of their operation are increasingly out of whack. Madam Speaker, these are the people who produce our food, and they assure the food security of our nation as well as our world. And so yes, I understand and support the need to combat Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine. But we're doing that in a number of ways. But we can't do that on the backs of our farmers. And so Canada is the only G7 country to apply a tariff directly on imported fertilizer from Russia. And it's a large one at that, of 35%. And Conservatives have called on the government to exempt farmers and suppliers who ordered fertilizer before or on March 2nd. However, the Minister of Agriculture told the Agricultural Committee that the government would do neither exempt these orders nor offer compensation to farmers to offset the costs of these tariffs. And yesterday, the Liberals and NDP voted down our motion on affordability that included a provision to eliminate the fertilizer tariffs. So, Madam Speaker, I know that my time is winding down, so I want to conclude with a conversation I had a few Fridays ago with Darlene. And Darlene is a senior living in the Upper Stony Creek community within my riding. And she was incredibly frustrated and incredibly concerned because she could no longer make ends meet on her fixed income, the cost of groceries. In fact, other costs that were unforeseen included some medications that she needed to take that were certainly exacerbating the problem. But even just running her household. And she unfortunately had to take the decision to sell her house and move in with her daughter. So how sad is it that a senior who worked all her life and contributed to this country and lived in a modest home in a modest neighborhood couldn't make ends meet? And so she questioned what the government was doing to help her and all of the Canadians that were dealing with this affordability crisis. And so, Madam Speaker, that's the question that Darlene has for this government. Do they understand, do they know that cost of living is the #1 issue facing her and Canadians? And if so, why is fixing it not the #1 priority in the budget and for this government? Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. The member makes reference, and he uses the United States as a comparison. And he says, Canada, he wants the government to deal with inflation. And then he's going to the United States and saying, look, the United States is doing something. Canada's inflation rate is less than the United States, Madam Speaker. And if you take a look in terms of what the Minister of Finance, the Deputy Prime Minister, has done in terms of managing our economy, take a look at the debt to GDP ratio. And we're doing well in compared to the United States. Take a look in terms of job creation, the number of jobs. We're at 115% of pre-COVID jobs, the jobs that were lost because of the coronavirus. 115%. The United States is still less than 100% in terms of recovery of jobs. So if he does the comparison, I would suggest to you that we do have a plan, and that plan is working. Would he not agree?
Honourable Member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as a new member to this House, I'm always impressed with the number of interjections by the member for Winnipeg North, and often the sense of humor that he adds to his questions. He cited a number of different metrics, and whether the cost of inflation is a couple points higher in the United States, I don't think that answers Darlene's question. I don't think that answers Sal's question, or Garrett's question, or Heinz's question. GDP, debt to GDP, a number of jobs. They're still dealing with that daily struggle of the price of the pumps. They're still dealing with that daily struggle at the price of the grocery store. And if we want to talk about employment, we know the labor shortages are, in fact, exacerbating the inflation crisis in the country. And so I think that I would not agree that we're on the right path. Thank you very much.
Questions
and comments. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague from Flamborough-Glanbrook for his speech. Here's my question. How can he sound so calm when he's talking about such crucial issues that impact the dignity of seniors? Seniors are struggling to make ends meet. They're in great distress. The government's not even taking action. They have created 2 categories of seniors. They are not giving supplementary income to those 65 to 75. How can he be so calm?
Glanbrook.
Thank you for the question, and I think that highlights, and maybe I'll be a bit more animated in the response. Because we shouldn't be calm about this. This is the generation that built our country and made it strong. And we are doing a disservice to them that they have to struggle, and that they have to sell their house and move in with their children. And Darlene's not the only example. I've heard this from others. My own parents are seniors, and I hear directly from them. you know, and your point about the two categories of seniors that have been created, you know, that shouldn't be. You know, it was in my view, you know, politics to offer, you know, $500 on the even election to those seniors over the age of 75. And I knocked on doors in the last election where seniors who received that said, you know, this is unacceptable. Why am I getting this and not others? And they donated that, in fact.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member of Skeena Bulkley Valley, and I do want to remind the Honourable Member who just answered to ensure that he addresses questions and comments through the Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Flamborough-Glanbrook, a riding name that you have to say rather slowly in order to not get tongue twisted. He spoke a little bit about carbon pricing. This is an interest of mine, particularly because the experts say that there are really two approaches to driving down emissions, either a market-based carbon pricing approach that is more efficient and less expensive, or a regulatory approach that is less efficient and more expensive. Now, the Conservative Party in the last election supported a carbon pricing approach, albeit a bit of a strange approach, under the leadership of the member for Durham. I'm curious if my colleague can tell me where the Conservative Party currently stands on using market-based carbon pricing approaches to address the climate crisis.
A brief answer from the member for Flamborough-Glanbrook, because there's no time left.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I enjoyed my work with the Honourable Member on the Transport Committee. So a very quick answer, we did support a carbon pricing scheme in the last election, and you know, as someone who's served on the Board of Directors for the Royal Botanical Gardens, which is responsible for many sensitive and important ecological lands within the Greater Hamilton area, you know, the environment is important to me, and I take that question seriously. Our point is that at a time in inflation and time when Canadians are struggling, why are we increasing the carbon tax at this point?
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you know, today we are debating Bill C-19, the Budget Implementation Act. And I'm going to be coming at this debate from the perspective of somebody who is a member of a young family, a father of a young child, and as an Albertan. For the past 7 budgets, we've seen this Liberal government that has always blown through their self-imposed fiscal guardrails. They've always spent far more than what they originally told Canadians that they were going to spend. I remember the Prime Minister in the 2015 election just saying small $10 billion deficits. Well, we all know where that ended up, Madam Speaker. This government has racked up more debt than all Prime Ministers in our country's history combined. Now, one would think that as we're getting out of the pandemic, that this government would be wanting to look for ways to pull the throttle back on their stimulus spending. Some of the stimulus spending definitely was necessary during the pandemic, but as we're seeing high inflation, it's quite clear that there is not a need for further stimulus in our economy, and that this government will be looking ways to pare back some of the spending, because as somebody who is a father, I don't want to see my children and my grandchildren burdened with the debts of today in future generations, and this will basically hinder their ability to chart their own futures. I want to talk specifically, you know, about how I'm not against government spending. I always look at government spending and say, are we getting a high return on investment for Canadians? And that's why I've been really watching this Liberal government's much vaunted by themselves early learning childcare plan with a great deal of interest. Now, the minister never fails to take an opportunity in this House to tell us about how successful this new program is. But the facts on the ground that we're beginning to see are telling a very different story. Now, I have reports from numerous daycare centers across this country, not just in one province, that says that they cannot apply for this one-size-fits-all government program, and that the amount of red tape is insurmountable. Now, I've seen statements from daycare operators saying that they will be required to submit expenses for food and craft supplies to a government agent to approve. And some are even being told that they need to cut their expenditures on nutritious food and educational programming in order to meet the government's stringent funding requirements. Now, another huge issue is that this government daycare scheme seems to ignore the fundamental basics of economics: supply and demand. We know that when there's an increased demand, which the government is creating by promising affordable $10 a day childcare, that there will be an increase in the cost of supply. And those supplies can take the forms of, most significantly, the wages of childcare workers, the cost to build new facilities, to rent out new facilities, and the cost to provide the programming expenses. And we know that as the demand increases, the cost of these supplies are going to increase. Well, I had a child care center say to me that under this government's proposed program, they will only subsidize the wages of child care workers up to $18 an hour. Well, the average child care worker in this country is paid over $23 an hour. And in this tight labor economy, you're lucky to even get a child care worker at $23 an hour. And the government is not being flexible with child care centers. They're saying if you apply for the subsidy, you need to achieve $10 a day childcare on our timeline. And if you can't find a way to cut your spending in other areas, whether it's the cost of the building, the cost of the labor, then you won't be able to get the subsidy for this program. And so what we're seeing is that a lot of daycares are just throwing up their hands, and they're really sad to tell the families that as much as they would like to apply for the subsidy, the government is simply making it too difficult for them to do it. And that's fundamentally because the government is ignoring the laws of supply and demand. And what this is going to result in this country is a two-tier daycare system where we get a few $10 a day daycare spaces, and if a family is lucky enough to get on a list and get their child in there, it's going to be wonderful for them. But we're also going to see many other families who are going to be paying upwards of $1,600 to $2,000 a month for childcare. And that's not fair, Madam Speaker. It's not right. In fact, in a Globe and Mail story on December 27th of last year, it said that a minority of parents are going to reap the benefits from this Liberal childcare plan. It said that there are currently over 7 in 10 children under the age of 6 do not have access to licensed childcare. And that in the best case scenario, in 5 years from now, the government's anticipating, best case scenario, only 6 in 10 children will have access to care. So we're seeing in this country where, in the best case scenario, 40% of children won't be able to access the government's program. This is not a universal system. It's a two-tier system, Madam Speaker. Now, Conservatives, I believe, had a far better plan. We had a universal plan because we wanted a refundable tax credit. Refundable tax credit meaning regardless of if you had taxable income, you would receive a direct financial benefit for your child care expenses. And I also believe that as Conservatives, we should add on to that because I've talked to a lot of daycare operators who want to operate in rural areas, and it's very difficult to find appropriate spaces. And we've seen at the provincial level in some provinces that certain funding to help daycare entrepreneurs find appropriate child care centers, for example, in an empty classroom in a school, that funding can be very valuable because we know we need to create spaces in rural areas where often people don't have access to childcare. But the fact is that this government is really missing the mark. And the other aspect of this is that we hear from the government saying that the Conservatives used to send childcare checks to millionaires under the Universal Childcare Program. Well, the fact is, under this so-called $10 a day childcare program, it doesn't matter what your income level is. You could be a millionaire parent, and if you get your child on the list for a $10 a day daycare spot, this government is essentially subsidizing the children of millionaires by thousands of dollars. Meanwhile, a shift worker working for minimum wage, a single parent, who can't get access to this $10 a day daycare because of a huge waiting list, could be stuck paying $1,500 a month for childcare. That's a two-tier childcare system that doesn't reflect the needs of Canadian families. I also want to talk, as an Albertan, moving on to another aspect of this, is that what's not in this Budget Implementation Act. In the budget, the government had a much-vaunted carbon capture tax credit. And I've been a proponent of carbon capture tax credit for a long time because my riding is a critical area for carbon capture. We have the Northwest Redwater Refinery, which sequesters 1.2 megatons, so that's 1.2 million tons of carbon dioxide every year. And there's a fertilizer plant next door that also contributes to the pipeline. And this carbon is taken through a pipeline and it's put into the ground for enhanced oil recovery. Now, there's numerous other enhanced oil recovery projects in Canada, but unfortunately, under this Liberal government, they were so blinded by their ideology that they chose to exclude enhanced oil recovery projects from their carbon capture tax credit. Now, I'm not saying that a carbon capture project that purely captures carbon and puts it in the ground and doesn't have any oil recovery, enhanced oil recovery, they should get a better tax credit because they're not making money off of getting oil out of the ground. So you shouldn't get as good of a tax credit if you're making money off of enhanced oil recovery. But this government keeps talking about the climate emergency, that we need to take action now. And I agree. I love the environment. We need to get carbon out of the atmosphere as quickly as possible. And one of the ways that this government could have done that is by removing their ideological aversion to working with our energy industry, which is primarily located in the western provinces, and working with them to develop a carbon capture tax credit that would support enhanced oil recovery. I think there is billions of dollars that companies would be spending today if they knew they could access this program. And we would be sequestering many, many more megatons of CO2 today, and we'd be getting much further towards our carbon capture and our Paris Climate Change Accord goals. And finally, in the last minute, I just want to talk about the first-time home savers account. Now, this government, it sounded like a great idea during an election when you're trying to buy votes from Canadians, but we know that working families cannot afford to put $40,000 in a savings account. So which families are going to benefit from this? This is going to be the families of the wealthiest 1% in this country whose parents are going to give their children the $40,000, which taxpayers will then subsidize because when you put that $40,000, you get a break on your taxes. So this government policy is not going to benefit, it's going to disproportionately benefit the wealthy, and it's not going to help young families get affordable housing. So with that, I cannot support Bill C-19, and I want to thank Madam Speaker for being very generous with her time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister for Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened carefully to the member's speech, and I found it quite concerning that he was disparaging a Canada-wide early learning and childcare agreement that the Alberta government signed on to. $4 billion going to Alberta families. Those in registered childcare have actually seen a 50% reduction in fees since January. He talked about the importance of building new spaces, going into rural areas. In fact, that's exactly what the Alberta government is doing in partnership with the Government of Canada. So I wonder if he's actually directing his criticism to the Government of Alberta and their policies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Good question. The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, I want to say, Madam Speaker, that I have been receiving complaints from daycare centres across this country about the red tape in this government's early learning and childcare plan. Now, I watch this very closely because I want an early learning childcare program to succeed in this country. But this government is not creating a program that will succeed. Even the Globe and Mail recognized that at the best case scenario, only 6 in 10 children will be able to access the licensed care. This government is creating a 2-tier daycare system in this country, and that's unacceptable. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've heard our colleagues speak, and we hear real concern for the most disadvantaged among us. And I think one of the things that we find most outrageous is that they're dropping the ball on health. Now, they shouldn't be dictating health care to the provinces because it's the provinces that have to cope with underfunded health care and also seniors that have to deal with one pre-election check. Does our colleague share our indignation on what is missing?
Well, I agree with the member. We know that in the constitutional order of this country that it is the provincial governments, not the federal governments, that are primarily responsible for the delivery of healthcare. And I was very disappointed to see yet another broken Liberal promise from the last election, where they promised a special Canada mental health transfer that would be immediately forwarded to provinces this fiscal year. That wasn't put in the budget, Madam Speaker. I've talked to so many constituents. We are facing a mental health tsunami in this country, and this federal government isn't being proactive in putting the funding forward to the provinces to address our mental health needs. So thank you for the question, Madam Speaker.
And comments. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my Conservative colleague down the way for his remarks. I'm really intrigued by the carbon capture topic that he brought up, and I look forward to learning about the facility in his riding. Now, the concern I have about this approach, though, is that we're heavily subsidizing a very profitable industry. And I think, our general approach to subsidies is that government should be stepping in and helping those companies and those Canadians that are struggling the most, the ones who don't have the funds available to make the changes that need to be made. The principle of polluter pays seems like an inherently conservative principle. I wonder if my colleague wouldn't agree that we shouldn't be giving billions of dollars to the most profitable companies who very clearly have the funds available to invest in the kind of research and development that's required in this area.
The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland, a brief answer.
Well, I want to thank the member for that question. And the fact of the matter is, even before the government brought forward this investment tax credit, oil and gas companies in this country were already investing in carbon capture. We have companies in Saskatchewan and Alberta that have been sequestering carbon for enhanced oil recovery purposes and non-enhanced oil recovery purposes. We have Whitecap Resources Weyburn project. We have Shell Quest project. We have the Redwater Refinery in my riding and the Nutrien fertilizer plant. I mean, they did receive some government support under the previous Conservative government, but I think when the difference of the member is that we want to see much more. We want to unlock the potential for carbon capture in this country, and if it means putting up $1 billion to leverage $10 billion of private investment and it achieves real reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, I don't see why the NDP wouldn't support it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to speak on the investments mentioned in the budget that we are making in the defence and security of our country. Before I go on specific issues, I would like to mention two things. First, the importance of defence and security industries from the economic point of view, and second, on how Ottawa, as a city, is very well placed to be the hub of companies involved in ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance segments of the defence and security industries. The Canadian defence and security industries are essential service and are critical in Canada's economy. These companies are highly innovative, export-intensive, and provide high-wage employment. These companies export 50% of their total sales. These companies provide employment to 64,000 people whose salaries are about 60% above average Canadian manufacturing industries. During the last couple of decades, we have seen most of our manufacturing jobs outsourced to low-cost manufacturing countries across the world. But the jobs and manufacturing facilities of Canadian defence and security industries will never get outsourced. Also, for the US defence purchases, which runs into hundreds of billions of dollars every year, Canadian companies are considered to be US domestic companies offering huge advantage to Canadian defence and security industries. Ottawa, as a hub, can be home to ISR companies similar to hundreds of small companies around Washington, D.C., Annapolis Beltway. Also, we are just few hours away from the center of defence establishment in the US. We already have several companies in defence and security industries in Ottawa today. We also have Defence Research Development Canada. Decision makers on technology and procurements are also located here. All these make Ottawa an ideal location for promoting it as the hub for ISR industries. Canada is geographically well placed with powerful and friendly United States as our neighbor, who is also the major economic partner. The physical security threats to the country from outside our borders are minimal, and Canada was never worried much about physically protecting our land. National defense is fundamental responsibility of the federal government. In addition to protecting Canada from international threats and defending our sovereignty, the Canadian Armed Forces play an important role in making the world a safer place. Budget 2022 recognized those challenges and proposed new action to respond to them. It invested in Canada's defense capabilities and in the alliances that will ensure a strong and coordinated global response to the ongoing challenges that the world today faces. Based on recent events and the changed global environment, the government acknowledged the requirement to reassess Canada's role, priorities, and needs in the face of a changing world. Budget 2022 announced a defense policy review to allow Canada to update its existing 2017 defense policy, Strong, Secure, Engaged. In my view, mere updating the current policy is not enough. There has been a paradigm shift in the kinds of threats facing our country. First, we have cyber security threats, including those that come from foreign actors that target Canadians, Canadian businesses, and our critical infrastructure. But as Canadians grow more dependent on digital systems, the potential consequences of cyber incidents continue to increase, and Canada needs to be ready. Next, we have the spread of misinformation and disinformation that is directly challenging the stability of even the most long-standing democracies. Foreign threats to democracy, including state-sponsored disinformation, which is misinformation that is deliberately targeted to deceive people, have continued to grow amidst rising geopolitical tensions, a global pandemic, and the rapid evolution of technology. The third is biological threats that know no boundaries. The nature and severity of biological threats has grown in recent years. The COVID-19 pandemic has now highlighted the potentially catastrophic impacts of a deliberate biological event. Concerns are growing that the pandemic's unprecedented scale and reach could inspire terrorists to turn to biological weapons. United Nations Secretary General Guterres has understood this threat, warning that the weakness and the lack of preparedness exposed by this pandemic provide a window onto how a bioterrorist attack might unfold and may increase its risk. Non-state groups could gain access to virulent strains that could pose similar devastation to societies around the globe. The threat due to domestic terrorism is on the rise due to increasing hate and due to the spread of misinformation and disinformation. During the latest Occupy movement, the cross-border connections between the extremist groups were alarming. Based on these threats, in my view, mere updating the current policy is not enough. We need a change in our approach towards national security. We need a unified approach to defense. We need a unified approach between all government departments to seamlessly share the information for a unified response. We need a unified command to address the modern need of security. The existing policy document, Strong, Secure, Engaged, stated that this policy is deliberately ambitious and focuses first and foremost on the heart of the Canadian Armed Forces, the brave women and men who wear uniform. We have now how this worked out. The document was more towards the big-ticket items like the ships and the fighter aircraft, which, while important, does not address the major threat Canada and Canadians are facing. In the current policy document, Strong, Secure, Engaged, which is 113 pages long, the word misinformation is mentioned only once. Similarly, the word disinformation is also mentioned only once. Also in this policy, the investment in cybersecurity was under joint capability. It was clubbed with IT and communication, signal intelligence, chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear, and explosive detection and response capabilities. All of these had just 4.6 billion investments over 20 years out of about 164 billion in spending proposed. We should stop saying threats involving the guns and bullets or the ships and fighter planes from foreigners invading our land and sea is the only responsibility of the Canadian Armed Forces, or cybersecurity threats are the responsibilities of communication security establishment alone, or the biological threats should be handled by Public Health Agency of Canada and Canadian Armed Forces role is limited to providing few medics, or the responsibility of threats posed by misinformation and disinformation is the responsibility of, I don't know, maybe it is Canadian Heritage or the Canadian Security Intelligence Service. Or the threats from domestic terrorism is the responsibility of RCMP, CSIS, and local law enforcement agency. We should stop compartmentalizing the threats and divide the responsibility. We need to act cohesively. We need generals who have PhD in artificial intelligence and other leading technologies. We need generals with PhD in biology. We need to completely start afresh and come with a comprehensive strategy and policy. The existing policy document, Strong, Secure, Engaged, focused on $164 billion investment in procurement of traditional assets and tools, ships, fighter aircraft, etc. When we review this policy, it may be a good idea where the new technology companies are going. As an example, I take a Silicon Valley company called Anduril. This company is succeeding commercially in transforming the US and allied military capabilities with advanced technology. They say that the next generation of military technology will depend less on advances in shipbuilding and aircraft design than on advances in software engineering and computing. Unlike traditional defense contractors whose focus primarily on hardware, their core system is autonomous sense-making and command and control platform that serves as the core platform for this suite of capabilities. Ideas are turned into deployed capabilities in months, not years, saving the government and taxpayers' money along the way. The company combines military veterans with engineers who are experts in artificial intelligence, robotics, advanced sensors, secure networking, aerospace, virtual reality technology, aircraft modeling, and simulation. We should look at companies like this to see what is happening elsewhere and where the defense systems are going. I would like to quote extensively from the report on a national security strategy for the 2020s prepared by the Task Force on National Security along with University of Ottawa's Graduate School of Public and International Affairs. It said, "We are living in a time of intense global instability when the security of Canada and other liberal democracies is under growing threat. An increasingly aggressive Russia is only one of the series of threats, both old and new, that endanger national security in Canada. It exemplifies the worrying re-emergence of great power rivalry. it also interacts with or amplifies other threats, such as the use of new technology to wage cyber warfare, an increase in ideological extremism at home and abroad, attacks on democratic institutions, and transnational threats such as climate change and pandemics. Canada witnessed a different constellation of such threats in the protests that blocked border crossings and disrupted our capital in early this year. Where once the state was the focus of these threats, individuals and societies have also become targets. When these and other threats reach the scale and potential to endanger what matters most to us as a country, our people, our democratic values and institutions, our economy, our society, and our sovereignty, Canadians expect their government to protect them. Yet, Canadians and their government rarely take national security seriously. Taking shelter under the American umbrella has worked well for us. We have not experienced a direct violent attack against our citizens in recent memory on the same scale as some of our allies, with the last major one being the Air India attack of 1985. This has made us complacent and paved way for our neglect of national security. Our peers, including our partners in Five Eyes Partnership, Australia, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, the United States, are reacting to this rapidly changing situation by revamping policies, identifying tools and authorities, reforming institutions, devoting new resources to security, and seeking partners. They possess not only a deeper appreciation of the threats facing the West, but also a more sophisticated national security culture writ large. The report makes the case that Canada is not ready to face this new world. As a country, it says, we urgently need to rethink national security. The best part of the report is their core recommendation: do not require massive amounts of new spending. Rather, they focus on making better use of the tools we already have and improving cooperation among key partners. The report makes recommendations into 4 broad categories. Number 1, develop new strategies. Canada needs a national security strategy that reflects today's realities. We can no longer count on some of the traditional pillars that have guaranteed our security and prosperity for decades. The essential first step is to hold a public review of national security. A thorough and transparent review would help inform the public, highlight priorities, identify the policies and tools required to address them, and point to required changes to governance. In reviewing its national security strategy, the government should also take a hard look at whether its foreign, defense, and development policies are adequate. This does not mean an isolated update in each case, but a holistic approach that examines all our national security assets in a coordinated fashion. Number 2, strengthen existing tools, create new ones. Canada must build new tools and make better use of existing ones to deal with this diversifying and intensifying range of threats. More specifically, Canada should invest more in the following areas: sharing information within government, sharing information with other levels of government, reviewing outdated legislation, enhancing the use of open source intelligence, strengthening cybersecurity, protecting economic security, guarding against foreign interference, and deterring organized crime and money laundering. Number 3, enhance governance. Canada needs to rethink its national security governance framework, how decisions are made, policies developed, and information shared. Number 4, increase transparency and engagement. Many Canadians today mistrust government. This has major implications for national security. This erosion of trust opens space for misinformation and disinformation to spread. This weakens democratic institutions and contributes to a vacuum that hostile actors do not hesitate to fill. In this context, the national security community's tradition of secrecy is outdated and counterproductive. As such, the report strongly recommends that the national security community's recent engagement efforts be significantly ramped up, both with the public, with civil society, the private sector, the media, and the academia, as well as with Parliament. The community, moreover, must continue and intensify its effort to increase diversity within its ranks. It has been over 15 years since we produced a national security or a foreign policy statement. We have not seriously reviewed the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act since CSIS was established in 1984. We need to have an integrated approach, including Canadian Armed Forces, Canadian Security Establishment, Canadian Security Intelligence Service, Public Health Agency of Canada, and other agencies dealing with defense and security. I conclude with a quote from Alex Deep, as mentioned in his article, Hybrid War, Old Concept, New Techniques, in Small Wars General. As he mentioned, we need an adaptable and versatile military to overcome the complex threats posed by modern hybrid war that combines all the conventional and irregular components. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Bravo. Questions and questions and comments. The Honour. Point of order from the Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, Section 48 of the Constitution Act 1867 requires the presence of 20 members in this House, including the Speaker, in order for business to be conducted.
I have to remind the Honourable Member there are no quorum polls following the motion 11.
Madam Speaker,
okay.
I'm not making a quorum call. I'm just making a point that the Constitution Act 1867 in Section 48 requires the presence of 20 members. I count the presence, including yourself, of 17 members. And surely the government would want to ensure, if the process by which this bill were to be adopted in this House were ever to be challenged in court, that it would be upheld. And that's the simple point, Madam Speaker, that I'd like to make. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary on the same point of order.
Yes. First and foremost, the member should probably recount the numbers that are actually in the House, and you'll find that there is a quorum, even under the old rules. And I do, as you have pointed out, Madam Speaker, reference the fact that we are under the Motion 11 rules, which received a majority of the support from members of the House.
And just to make it very clear, again, before the member goes any further with their point of order, I would remind them that on May 2nd, the House duly adopted an order prescribing that the Chair shall not receive any quorum calls after 6:30 p.m. La Présidence a rendu une décision quant à la...
We have a decision with regards to the admissibility of the motion, including when it comes to quorum calls in May and June.
The debates of May 2nd, 2022, at pages 4,577 and 4,578. I would invite the member to read the ruling of the Speaker to find that this matter has already been settled. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Milconin Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know it's getting a little bit late in the night, so I first want to thank the member for being here to participate. It did sound a bit of a canned speech, but I'll leave that to the member to decide whether it was by his own hand or someone else's. But I would simply just ask the good member, Madam Speaker, is actually, I think it was probably 5 years ago today, or at least around this time 5 years ago, that the former Minister of National Defense tabled a national defense policy, a new one. And Madam Speaker, from listening to the calls of what this member wants for national security in other areas of government, I would simply maybe ask him to speak with his caucus, because quite honestly, this government has been terrible on these large policy reviews. If you look at what the current Minister of National Defence, the mess that she has inherited, and how poorly our Canadian Armed Forces, are underprepared in so many different ways, it's woeful, it's shameful. Maybe the member might want to consider, rather than proposing new policies, perhaps they should actually start filling the gaps that exist right now.
Member for Nepean.
Madam Speaker, as I mentioned in the speech, in 2017 we had the policy document, which I did mention, but things have changed tremendously during the last 5 years. Misinformation, disinformation was not a major factor 5-6 years back, which has now become the major factor. We did not have the pandemic. Now this pandemic has shown what a man-made virus can create havoc in this entire world. So rightly so, that is the reason why the government has said that we are going to review the policy and update the existing policy document.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention, which had absolutely nothing to do with C19 at all. Madam Speaker, I know that when one rises on a point of order and when one asks you to ask a member in the House to speak to a subject actually being debated, well, the interpretation is generally vague from the Speaker, but the speech had absolutely nothing to do with C19. And so now we have a government who is tabling a special motion that's forcing us to sit until midnight every night with time allocations. So the normal discourse in the House of Commons is not being done. And now what the government is doing is getting Liberal MPs to give, well, fascinating speeches. No, of course, but this is like a filibuster about C19. I need to allow the member to answer.
The honourable member has read the budget. There's an entire chapter on this. Not only $8 billion has been invested on the basis of the policy that was published in 2017. I can go on reading what the government has announced the investment. The government has provided $875 million to address the cyber threats scape based on the Canada's first comprehensive cyber security strategy. The government has for the misinformation and disinformation, the government has provided $13.4 million for a G7 rapid response mechanism. The government has also provided $10 million for the Privy Council Office to coordinate, develop, implement government-wide measures designed to combat disinformation and protect our data. And also the government has invested $385 million for IRCC and CCs. Plus the government has
we have to proceed with questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And although I appreciate that the member, gave a lot of antidotes of what Canada should be doing and could be doing, I was wondering if the Honourable Member would commit to getting whichever minister he thinks is responsible for that long speech to get to work on the work that he just said that Canada should be doing. And if he is okay with that, please tell us which minister he'll approach and when he thinks that this will take place. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Nepean.
In fact, that is the entire big mistake what the member is doing, Madam Speaker. It is not the responsibility of one minister, it's the whole of government approach. If he had listened to what I said, I have said that we need a coordinated, comprehensive policy to tackle the new threats that Canada is facing, which was not there 5 or 10 years back. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well done. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. In the same line of reasoning as my colleague from Joliette, there weren't really, it wasn't related, the speech made by my colleague, to the budget, to the bill. So does this sort of mean that there's nothing to talk about in the budget because there's nothing in the budget?
The member has taken some time to read the budget. There's a whole chapter on this. As I mentioned, there are many investments and many different levels that deals with the defense of our country, the security aspects of our country. Every single thing of this has been derived from the budget.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Charlemagne.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Charlemagne. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Previous comments that were made by my colleagues across the way. I take a lot of offense to the fact that they were stating there was nothing in the budget with respect to cybersecurity, nothing in the budget with respect to defense, which my colleagues spent 20 minutes highlighting about. I sat on the National Defense Committee during the first mandate. I know full well exactly what the threats facing Canada are today, and the fact that we had to look at strong security engaged and shift and pivot given the new realities. That is what the Speaker just mentioned about and spent 20 minutes highlighting the new realities here. So I find it quite offensive that people are accusing the member of not actually discussing what's actually in the budget on page 136. Thank you.
For an opinion.
I completely agree with my colleague, Madam.
Just a moment, please.
Point of order, the Honourable Member for Joliette. Madam Speaker, I'd like to remind this House that we are debating C-19, the Budget Implementation Act. We are not talking about the budget itself. Not everything in our speeches is in C-19, so it may be offensive, but if you read C-19, it has nothing to do with the speech that was made. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Noted.
I completely agree with my colleague, Madam Speaker, and everything I talked is part of C-19. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen and Nicoll.
Madam Speaker, just maybe the member could clarify and just, clear the air. Did he write that speech, or did he literally just take sections of Chapter 5 out of the budget? I'd just like to know.
The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Madam Speaker, I take offence to the remark asking whether I wrote this speech. In fact, I spent quite a number of hours today preparing for this speech, and I have read so many documents, including the recent document on the national security that was published by the University of Ottawa and other major leading experts on security and defense of our country. And I completely take offense to these comments.
Sit down, Elvis.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to the speech made by the member from Nepean. I was trying to see how it related to C-19. There was some criticism, it seemed, of his government's actions. Maybe some things were missing. So will he support C-19? That's the question, Madam Speaker.
Simple answer, Madam Speaker. I do support C-19.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Seat.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I did enjoy the member's comments and wanted to ask him something a little bit different in regards to when we take a look at the budget implementation bill. One of the things in which we talk a great deal about is the ways in which we're supporting Canadians. And the National Child Care Program is something that is universally very well received. The only political entity in Canada that is actually in opposition to it is the Conservative Party of Canada. We have progressive Conservative provincial parties that are supporting it. And I'm wondering if he could just provide his thoughts as to why this is an important program for our children and parents across Canada.
Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is a very important question, and the child care policy across Canada, that is very important because it equalizes everybody from coast to coast to coast. And we have signed agreements with every single party of color, with the Progressive Conservatives in Ontario, to the Liberals in Atlantic Canada, to the Conservative governments in the West, and the NDP government in BC. And every provincial government has joined board, and they are implementing the Canada. That will give much needed support to the middle class families who are burdened with very high cost of childcare. $10 a day childcare is a boon to most middle class families. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleagues for supporting me. I'm happy to rise tonight to share my thoughts on Bill C-19, the Budget Implementation Act, Budget 2022. The first thing that came to mind for me when I read the budget was one word: disconnected. Why? Well, because I was very appalled to see just how much this government and this Prime Minister are disconnected from the reality of Canadians and their day-to-day lives. Inflation is at its highest in over 30 years. Everything, absolutely everything, costs more. Gas prices have skyrocketed. It's over $2. It's about $2.30 a liter now. Food prices have risen 9.8% since last year, and house prices have doubled since this Prime Minister took office. All of these rising costs have a direct impact on the average Canadian, but this government isn't doing anything. You can search and search high and low in the budget, but you won't find anything that's going to give families a break on gas, food, and house prices. This government is just as disconnected when it comes to two very important sectors of our economy that matter deeply to me and which are very hard hit. First, the agri-food change. Inflation has had serious repercussions for agri-food. Second, tourism. The tourist industry. Oh, and I always forget to mention that I'll be sharing my time. Tonight I'll be sharing with Les Chutes Niagara, with the member from the riding of Niagara. And we all know that Niagara is one of the most beautiful places in Canada, but it's not as beautiful as my riding. All right, so agri-food, the agri-food change, inflation hit it very, very hard, and the tourism industry, which suffered heavily during the pandemic, because of the pandemic. Yet, once again, the budget throws crumbs to these two sectors. As concerns inflation and the increase in gas, food, and housing prices,
correct. He has a lot of difficulty understanding himself, so do I, and hearing what he's saying. So can I ask members to respect the fact that he has the right of the floor? Thank you.
I don't often speak in the House, so I hope that you will listen. As for inflation, for gas prices, food prices, and housing prices, the Conservative Party put forward tangible solutions. In fact, yesterday our interim leader tabled an opposition motion. It was debated and voted on. The motion contained simple, logical, sensible, tangible solutions. It was a motion full of empathy and compassion, which demonstrates that we support Canadians, workers, families, youth, and seniors. This motion would have allowed farming families and farmers, for example, to have a bit of a break, and it would have given some growth to the tourism sector after 2 years of extremely low profits. Unfortunately, all of the Conservative Party solutions were rejected very quickly by the Liberal NDP coalition. Now, today, I'd like to talk about these issues from our motion yesterday and prove that our Prime Minister is arrogant, disconnected, and petty. Now, Canada has known periods of high inflation in its history, and often these have led to recessions. We are clearly now in a phase of inflation. All the warning lights are blinking red. Will this government learn lessons of the past? Will it do everything it can to ensure that we don't end up in a recession? Or will the government act the same way that it has with passports and only take action once it's way too late? Now, given how the government has behaved itself in the past, I think Canadians already know how the government's going to act on this. Since the beginning of the year, gas prices have skyrocketed. Right now, in Rivière-du-Loup, in my riding, the price is at $2.24 a litre. That's the highest price in the past year, and it's in fact the highest price ever. Gas prices have never, ever been so high. Summer's around the corner. Canadians are already planning their holidays. Now put yourself in the shoes of the average Canadian, Madam Speaker. After 2 years of COVID-19, they want to get out. They want to rediscover their beautiful provinces, their beautiful country. They want to explore the roads of our regions. But how can you plan a vacation when you can't even make ends meet with your family budget? You can't go on a vacation, drive 2,000 kilometers with gas prices as they are. Forget about it. It's basically impossible. It costs over $100 to fill the tank of the average car, so Canadians have to, unfortunately, change their vacation plans. The government, though, when we ask them about it, they are quick to blame the global economy, the war in Ukraine. Okay, fine, but we need solutions in the budget, and Budget 2022 has no solutions. We, the Conservative Party, put ourselves in the shoes of Canadians. We share their worries. That's why we have put forward tangible solutions. The first thing that we should do, and we called on the government to do it, would be to suspend the GST on gas to give Canadians a break. We also called for a suspension of the carbon tax increase April 1st, but we got a big, loud no to our suggestion. You know, food prices have risen unprecedentedly. It's the highest increase in food prices in 40 years. Families have already paid over $1,000 more for food this year. Some families, Madam Speaker, have to make the impossible choice between putting food on the table and paying for rent. Food banks are now feeding people who have full-time jobs, not just people who are penniless. No. Families with jobs, couples where both people have jobs, they have to go eat at food banks. The government doesn't have any short-term solutions to help them. There's nothing for them in the budget, and there's nothing in this motion. The budget, once again, gives people scraps. Conservatives have defended solutions to supply chain problems and to eliminate taxes for farmers, which would lower food prices. And as I said earlier, since this Prime Minister took office, house prices have doubled in Canada. Young families who dream of becoming homeowners are seeing their dreams slip away. The budget has a tax credit, a $1,500 tax credit for the purchase of a first home, but when a home costs $500,000, well, $1,500 is a drop in the bucket, right? In my riding, sometimes there are 4 or 5 offers on a single listing. Never, ever has that been the case in my riding. There are problems in Toronto and in Vancouver. There are many, many competing offers, which drives up prices. The government has had 6 years to make housing more accessible, but it hasn't done anything. No, in fact, the government left the real estate market in the hands of unscrupulous foreign buyers and speculators who make prices rise drastically and exponentially. Now, we proposed an amendment to Budget 2022 to immediately launch a national investigation on money laundering in order to stop speculation, but oh, surprise! Our amendment was rejected. Madam Speaker, I was proud to be named Shadow Minister for Tourism. I was talking to another member who was trying to explain something for me, the member for Scarborough. But I'm happy to be a shadow cabinet member with her. Tourism plays an important role in my region, and especially for our economy. My region is very beautiful, and tourism means a lot to me. But as you know, the pandemic has hit the tourism sector incredibly hard. Restaurants have had to close their doors for good. Theaters have been empty. Employees have been laid off. My time's running out. Oh. But you know, in tourism, there have been so many sad stories, and yes, we did. There were financial relief measures, emergency measures, and we supported them, even though it wasn't properly adapted for some sectors of the economy, for some businesses. So we helped the government with its measures. Also, for airports, there are a lot of issues right now with COVID protocols. People are waiting in never-ending lines in airports. And some people have even had their travels canceled. It's ridiculous. There's a lot of important action to take. It needs to be taken now. Something else that has an impact on the sector is the luxury tax that the Liberals are imposing. You know, in my riding, there is a pilot training school owner. He buys 20, 30, 40-year-old planes to use them for training. They're not new, but they still cost a lot of money. But now he's going to have to pay a luxury tax, which he's going to have to pass on to his students who pay to study under him. There are some measures in this budget which make no sense, none at all. I think it needs to be revised. We have proposed suggestions. Now back to agriculture. Agriculture is essential in my riding. We have proposed solutions for fertilizer prices, gas prices. Fertilizer prices have risen exponentially. Madam Speaker, you're going to give me another 5 minutes, aren't you? No? Listen, There's nothing in the budget to help these sectors. I had another 12 pages left, Madam Speaker. Can you believe it? I can't believe it, but you have the time that you have. Questions and comments?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks. He mentioned, of course, the importance of agriculture. I share that too in my riding. I'm trying to get to the bottom of what the Conservative position might be on fertilizer tariffs. Yesterday, they had an Opposition Day motion that said that they should eliminate completely the 35% tariff that we are imposing on fertilizer imported from Russia and Belarus. At the Agriculture Committee on Monday, we heard from Yulia Klemenko, a member of parliament from Ukraine, who actually said this is a really important measure to not be trying to support Russia, to try to dissuade buying products from there. I think the Conservatives have made clear that they feel that farmers that purchased prior to March 2nd should be exempt. I share that view, but certainly moving forward, the tariff is in place. We think that that is a reasonable and responsible thing to do to support Ukraine. The Conservatives have been calling that since day one of this war. What is his position on this, and can he explain what the Conservative position might actually be?
The
Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Well, Madam Speaker, we can't indirectly do what we can't directly do. The government has in its hands all the options to help farmers, to help them get through this crisis. Now, we agree with Canada imposing tariffs on Russia in support of Ukraine. That's not the issue here. The Conservatives support that decision, but we need to find a solution to compensate agriculture, and the government's not doing that. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague from Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup for his speech. I'd like to remind him that he referred to someone in the House. I should have risen on a point of order, but I didn't. But your colleague, you mentioned Mr. Généreux. Oh, oops. Madam Speaker, I was disappointed by something my colleague said. He talked about tourism and solutions, so I thought he was going to propose something tangible. I'd like to hear his solutions to save tourism in his region. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie mon collègue. J'ai dit le nom.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague. I said the name of my colleague's riding, not my colleague's name, and I'm allowed to do that, Madam Speaker. I'm allowed. One of our solutions would be to give people a break on gas prices. To have, for example, a tax break soon. Now, soon it's going to be the summer break. It's beautiful here tonight in Ottawa. We're starting to see more tourism in the national capital. We'd like to have more tourism in my riding. Will people come to my riding? Now, the carbon tax doesn't really apply in Quebec, but we want, for example, a GST reimbursement on gas prices that would help people take vacation this summer in Lower St. Lawrence or in Abitibi-Témiscamingue in our beautiful regions.
Meadows Maplewood.
Merci beaucoup, Madame, et merci à mon collègue pour ses remarques. Il est très passionné pour sa circonscription.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I see that the honourable member is very passionate about his region. I am right now learning French, and I'm looking forward to see this region. A few days ago, I had the opportunity to ask a question of the honourable member for Whitby, and I talked about the rising cost of living, the cost of gas, and how difficult it was for people. And I was told we just have to get used to it because of climate change, because of the war in Ukraine. I think he was really disconnected. I'd like to know what he thought of my colleague. The honourable member, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, which is an excellent one. The price of food has made it such that the grocery bill for families has simply risen stratospherically. Now, I know we went through this kind of thing when I was young, but when we see this 40 years later, see young families dealing with this, I think that this government should give these people a break. Give a break to these families in Canada who can't only not pay for their groceries, but can't take a holiday.
Niagara Falls.
Madam Speaker, it's an honor to rise in this place today to debate Bill C-19, an act to implement certain provisions of Budget 2022. I will say from the outset that I will be voting against this high-spending federal budget, which proposes to dig Canada deeper into debt, drive our deficits even higher, and simply hurts and squeezes middle-class Canadians even more through their inflationary policies, which have created a cost-of-living crisis for Canadians in this country and a competitiveness crisis for Canadian businesses. The Liberals and NDP rise in this chamber to often claim that they have the backs of Canadians, but their actions, as demonstrated by this reckless budget, prove otherwise. They will argue it helps Canadians when, in fact, it does the exact opposite. If you were hoping for a return to some form of fiscal responsibility in this most recent federal budget, then I'm sure you were disappointed, as I was, when the Liberal government revealed its $452 billion spending plan on April 7th. If there were any cuts in this budget, it was in the size of the document itself, which went down from 725 pages in last year's budget to 304 pages in Budget 2022. Perhaps that's progress, but only for a Liberal, I would presume. Just think about this for a moment. Federal government spending is now 25% higher than it was pre-pandemic. According to the Canadian Taxpayer Federation, each Canadian share of the national debt is now $31,700, and it's growing quickly. It is clear throughout Budget 2022 that the Prime Minister, his Minister of Finance, and his NDP friends have failed to deliver on a plan that is fiscally responsible. Instead, they have added on another $50 billion in uncontrolled borrowed spending, which will only fuel inflation and result in higher taxes because one day these costs will have to be paid. Despite all this new spending, there was very little support announced for our hardest-hit tourism sector. There was no mention of repayment extensions for CEBA or the RRRF, and there was no extension to the Tourism and Hospitality Relief Fund, which ended already last month. These were key requests made to the government by the tourism industry to assist in their recovery, and yet they were all rebuffed by a government committed to its talking points of how it invested $1 billion in tourism, but they failed to mention that was in last year's budget, and it was still grossly insufficient of the economic toll the pandemic raged against this industry. At a time when tourism recovery is still very much an aspiration for many and not yet a reality or certainty, the Liberal NDP government through this budget has pulled the rug from under the feet of the tourism sector by not listening to their concerns and input on these important federal business support programs. Madam Speaker, my riding of Niagara Falls, which includes the beautiful towns of Fort Erie and Niagara-on-the-Lake, is Canada's top leisure tourism destination. Before the pandemic, Canada's national tourism industry generated $105 billion. That's 2% of our country's GDP, and it employed 1 in 10 Canadians. Meanwhile, Niagara Falls alone contributed $2.4 billion in tourism receipts, and it employs nearly 40,000 workers in Niagara in our local tourism sector. For tourism businesses in Niagara, the 2022 tourism season is their first real chance at recovery in 2 years. This sector, which will generate 75% of its income in the next 4 months, will be challenged to achieve recovery in 2022, specifically as a result of this government's policies. By not listening to the concerns of the tourism sector, the government has essentially tied one hand behind the sector's back by ending important relief programs, all while continuing to have in place restrictions and mandates which serve to depress visitors from traveling to Canada for business, to visit family, or for vacation. So instead of allowing tourism to do what it does best, to welcome visitors from throughout the world, this Liberal NDP government has decided to double down on their efforts to hurt the Canadian tourism and travel sector. In fact, Speaker, through Budget 2022, this government is allocating an additional $25 million to support the disastrous ArriveCan app at our international border crossings and ports of entry for travelers coming into Canada. From a tourism perspective, which is so important to Niagara, it makes no sense that this is a funding priority of the government in this budget. Instead, Conservatives are calling on the government to scrap this app. Madam Speaker, we do not need this app to travel or welcome tourists before the pandemic. Surely we will not need it to travel or welcome tourists after the pandemic. As the world reopens from COVID, these questions and criticisms of ArriveCan are important and necessary to highlight and impress the government about. Speaker, it was astonishing to see the recent testimony of the Parliamentary Budget Officer in the Senate yesterday. When asked if the Finance Minister's long-term deficit reduction plan was believable, he said it was not. To quote media reports from the Senate hearing, the Parliamentary Budget Officer stated, and I quote, "I personally don't believe it's credible that there will be that level of spending restraint in the period from 2024 to 2027, given all the expenditures that remain to be implemented by the government over that period of time," end quote. Well, I have a suggestion for the government, Speaker. Perhaps they can save the $25 million they've allocated to the ArriveCan app in this year's budget, which will do nothing to help our tourism sector recover. Another issue that is hampering the recovery of the Canadian tourism and travel sector are massive backlogs at our local passport offices. Simply put, constituents of mine are experiencing nightmare conditions of service that are completely unacceptable. Obtaining a passport and renewing a passport is basic service that Canadians can rightfully expect from their federal government as a citizen and as a taxpayer. But the incompetency of this Liberal NDP government has been laid bare by this example of mismanagement. This strong demand for Canadian passports and passport renewals as this pandemic ends was completely predictable, yet the government is clearly unprepared to deal with it, which again proves they do not have a plan to actually help Canadians on our travel and tourism sector, which my riding depends on. Budget 2022 also raises far more questions than it provides answers for businesses and workers in Canada's wine industry, which is so important to Niagara and Niagara and the Lake in my riding. First, this budget provides zero detail about what the important trade legal excise exemption replacement program will look like. The expensive new excise tax will be hitting Canadian wineries on July 1st, which is about 3 weeks away, just 22 days from now. Wineries across the country badly need to learn these program details so they can prepare and brace against the impact of this new tax. Interestingly, while no program details have yet to been revealed, the federal government does show it expects a revenue windfall forecasted at $390 million over the next 5 years after the excise exemption is repealed. How they arrived at this forecast is unexplained, and it does not indicate whether they expect the industry to grow, remain stable, or contract as a result of this new expensive excise tax. Then there is the question of the $34 million difference between the $101 million of federal support over 2 years promised in Budget 2021 and the $135 million of departmental forecasted revenue over the first 2 years when the excise exemption is repealed. We know that the wine industry said the $101 million commitment in Budget 2021 fell way short of what was needed to offset the cost of repealing the excise exemption in order to keep the industry whole as it is. So will the federal government commit to returning the wine industry the $34 million that it expects to generate in tax from the wine industry? Again, we do not know. The expensive new excise tax and all these unanswered questions risk future prosperity in Canada's wine sector. That is so important to Niagara's identity and economy. Madam Speaker, Budget 2022 fails Canadians and it fails Niagara. It proposes to grow the federal government even bigger when the most basic of federal services like passport offices are already failing and dysfunctional, and more importantly, it fails to support our important tourism and wine sectors. For all these reasons and more, I will be opposing Budget 22. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, Madam Speaker, it's unfortunate that the member doesn't recognize many of the things that were actually done to enhance the tourism and protect our tourism industry. It almost amazes me as if he's not listening to what actually is happening in the community. We can talk about, tens of millions of dollars, about 100 million going to support our wine industry in the last year plus. I did, and that's why I'm pointing this out. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, talk to the hotelers. Ask them about the government. Ask them about the government support on programs like the wage subsidy program. These are programs that supported our tourism industry when they needed the support. Unlike the Conservatives, who said that we spent too much to support small businesses. Madam Speaker, we have been there to support the tourism industry in the past, and we continue to support them today in the 2022-23 budget, because that's an industry that's critical to our economy. We know that, and it would just be nice to hear the member recognize some of the facts and how that's actually being done.
Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to my colleagues' points, during the pre-budget consultation period, all the stakeholders, the tourism stakeholders, came forward and indicated to the government of some of the programs that they needed to continue forward, moving forward, going into the 2022 tourism year. Extension of the CEBA, extension of the Tourism and Hospitality Relief Fund. So what happened was they all ended. The government committed $1 billion to the tourism sector, Madam Speaker. That was last tourism sector. That was last year. And this year, it's all ended. So if you're going to tie the hand on the back of the tourism sector, allow them to do what it is they do best. That is welcome tourists from throughout the world. And one way we can do it is get rid of that disastrous ArriveCAN Act. That's one thing this government can do and can do right now.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Surrey-Mousmet. Yeah. Look quiet. Brandon Surrey. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my colleague who just gave an excellent presentation on one of the top tourist areas of Canada. I'd just like to ask him if he could inform us of what the duty-free shops have concerns have been in his area. If they're anything similar to mine, they've been undermined by the lack of the fact that they've had to turn in a lot of their inventory after and carry it themselves because and they couldn't even carry it because, of course, it has an expiry date on it. If he could just expand on what he's heard from them and then maybe even expand on the relief that he was speaking of.
Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Thank my honourable colleague for his question. Yesterday, in fact, we had an opportunity to meet with representatives of the Frontier Duty Free Association. 2 of the 3 representatives from my riding alone were at that meeting. And what they said to us, Madam Speaker, was this. During the pandemic, the revenues generated by these duty-free operations were down 90 to 95%. And they approached government for support. And at every turn, they were rebuffed in trying to get support to continue their operations. And now that things are beginning to open, after the first 2 long weekends in both Canada and the United States, they're still 50% down, Madam Speaker. So again, what we're doing is we're tying the hands behind the back of our tourism sector. Allow what it is that they do best. Let them welcome visitors from throughout the world. In my community alone, 23% of the visitor base is American, but they generate over 50% of the revenue. And guess what? When they go home, they have an opportunity to visit a duty-free store, make purchases, and then export that back into the United States. We're not allowing them to do that. It's time we make changes so that we can improve the tourism and hospitality sector.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I listened carefully to the speech by the member for Niagara Falls. I've always believed that in opposition we should also be parties of proposition, and that's why I'm proud the NDP has brought forward tangible programs that will improve the lives of Canadians, things like a public dental care program that will help millions of people. I wonder if the member could talk a little bit about what tangible gains he hopes the Conservatives will be able to leverage in this minority parliament that are going to help actual, real Canadians who are struggling with the cost of living and all of the pressures we've been hearing so much about? Because I heard a lot of complaints, but not a lot on the solution side.
Member for Niagara Falls, 10 seconds.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. And some of the things that we've been doing, for example, my job and my role is to bring forward the concerns of those residents of my community of Niagara Falls. They're telling me that they need us to scrap the ArriveCan app. I've got 40,000 people work in the tourism sector in Niagara alone, and they need to go back to work. One way we can help them is get rid of the ArriveCan app. For my grape and wine sector, this government proposed last year to provide $101 million when the excise exemption is repealed beginning on July 1st. Well, you know what? Their government forecasts are showing $135 million. What are they going to do with that?
Resuming debate. Resuming debate, the honourable member for the Yukon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first, I'd like to say that I'm sharing my time with the honourable member from Kings Hants. And I'm pleased to add my perspective on the Budget Implementation Act and discuss some of what this budget will achieve for the Yukon while having something for all Canadians. According to the 2021 census, the Yukon is Canada's fastest growing territorial province. It's a wonderful place to call home, as a steady influx of new residents will attest. Yet, like everywhere in Canada, we too are experiencing an acute housing crisis. This is felt keenly in Whitehorse, Dawson City, and communities across the territory. I recently spoke to constituents from the village of Mayo who expressed alarm that the lack of housing was a key part of their inability to keep healthcare workers in the community, particularly those trained to address the opioid crisis we are facing. Our government is taking action to address this national issue through Budget 2022 by making an historic $10 billion investment in housing in Canada, including $30 million to the Yukon specifically for housing. Yukoners will be able to benefit from the measures we're introducing to make housing more affordable and accessible for all Canadians, including expanding the first-time home buyer incentive and making property flippers pay their fair share. Housing measures in this budget also include an expansion of the Rapid Housing Initiative by $1.5 billion. This fund has already made a positive mark in Whitehorse and Yukon communities. Already 149 units have been or are being created in the Yukon, and I look forward to that number continuing to grow. Ce sont là.
These are just a few examples of the investments we are making to ensure that Canadians have a safe place to live and feel at home. Whilst the housing crisis affects people from all backgrounds, we know that First Nation communities face particular barriers.
Adequate housing and infrastructure are both critical determinants of community health and well-being. We will not achieve our goals in reconciliation without ensuring First Nation citizens have access to adequate, safe, and affordable housing. In the last Parliament, the Human Resources Committee conducted a study on rural, urban, and remote Indigenous housing. Their report, Indigenous Housing, the Direction Home, included several recommendations to address this crisis. One was to establish a distinct urban, rural, and northern Indigenous housing strategy, co-developed with CMHC and created for, by, and led by Indigenous peoples. Budget 2022 commits $300 million to create this very important program. It also committed $565 million to support housing for self-governing First Nations and modern treaty holders. Madam Speaker, 11 of 14 First Nations in the Yukon are self-governing. Nations such as Little Salmon Carmacks First Nation, the Teslin Tlingit Council, or the Vantat Gwich'in. These are important investments for Yukoners and Canadians in the journey toward reconciliation, a journey well underway, but with much yet to accomplish. L'accès.
Access to affordable housing is not the only mission we are undertaking today. We must also take decisive and bold action to mitigate and adapt the impacts of climate change in our living environments.
Canada's homes and buildings amount for 13% of our GHG emissions. It is imperative that we work to support retrofitting our homes and places of work and adjust our building standards so that Canada's buildings can be as energy efficient as possible. Greening our homes not only reduces impacts on the environment, but will see Canadians save substantially through reductions in heating and other costs. Le gouvernement.
The government has long been committed to greening our homes and our communities. This year, we are providing $150 million to NRCan to develop Canada's green building strategy.
We're also investing $458.5 million in the Canada Greener Homes Loan Program through CMHC to provide low-interest loans and grants to low-income housing providers to support a green retrofit. Écoliser nos maisons et nos édifices.
Greening our homes and buildings is an important part of reducing our emissions and tackling climate change. And it is also a way for us to tackle the housing crisis, but there is still much work to be done if we are to succeed in lowering the emissions curve.
The recent IPCC report was clear. We have not been doing enough to combat catastrophic climate change. We're not taking big enough steps to avert a worst-case scenario if we don't expedite and expand our efforts, and we will not be leaving a livable planet for our children. As I look around this house, I see a welcome array of ages. But by 2050, when we should have reached net zero emissions, and by which point we're supposed to have kept global temperatures below a 1.5 degree increase, many, even most of the members making decisions for Canada may no longer be here. The decisions we make now will determine the options our successors in the chamber have at their disposal, and it's critical that we do not shortchange them simply because the timelines we are keeping are 30 years into the future. As a father of 2 teenagers, I cannot stand by. We're seeing the effects of climate change daily, from severe flooding to devastating fires, dramatic declines in biodiversity, and an Arctic warming at 2 to 3 times the global rate. Our land, our people, our economies risk devastation across Canada.
However, there is room for hope. Even if we are lagging behind, we are on the move. What is more, we have an ambitious emissions reduction plan with targets, deadlines, and above all, obligations that are entrenched in law.
Since January, I've been pleased to take part in announcements totaling more than $1.5 million to expand zero-emission charging stations across Yukon. Transportation is another key source of emissions, and with $400 million announced in Budget 2022 to further expand ZEV infrastructure in suburban and remote communities, I look forward to taking part in more of these announcements, which will support making all road access communities in our territory accessible by ZEVs by 2027. Our government has committed $9.1 billion in new investments in our emissions reduction plan to build upon the investments we've already made with a roadmap for economy-wide measures to drive reductions while creating new job opportunities for Canadian workers and businesses as we work to achieve our climate goals. In doing so, we will be working closely with Indigenous communities, utilizing and applying their leadership, their deep understanding of the land and their traditional knowledge to help us move forward together. That is why part of our plan includes almost $30 million to co-develop an Indigenous climate leadership agenda to support Indigenous climate priorities.
It is a long-term but an essential task. With this plan as a guide, the government will spare absolutely no expense in building a cleaner, greener future.
Madam Speaker, to return to Yukon specifics, Budget 2022 also commits $32.2 million to the Atlan Hydro expansion program, which will literally help power the Yukon into the future. Our investment in the Atlan expansion will bring power from an expanded hydropower facility in northern BC to further build a reliable and diverse supply of renewable winter energy for the north. Now, mining has been a part of the Yukon since before the Klondike Gold Rush. We've had to learn the hard way, though, that a mine's impact on a fragile Arctic environment can be permanent and profound and prohibitively expensive to rectify. Yet we can literally reap the riches of the earth to fuel a green and revitalized economy with modern regulation, technology, and processes to mitigate mining impacts. The world is watching, and Yukon is full of opportunity for investment in responsible, sustainable mining of critical minerals. More than $1.5 billion has been committed to developing critical mineral supply chains over 5 years, and we're introducing a new 30% critical mineral exploration tax credit. Madam Speaker, while I'm pleased to support this budget, I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge that there is much more work that needs to be done on many of these files, particularly on creating a pan-Canadian mental health strategy an aggressive and comprehensive response to the toxic drug crisis, and putting necessary investments towards our struggling healthcare workforce. Nevertheless, this budget, part one of a series of 4 progressive and ambitious, yet prudent budgets, is great news for Canada and for the Yukon. Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments. The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from the Yukon. I've visited his area of the world, and it truly is one of the most beautiful places that I've ever visited. He mentioned zero-emission vehicles. Coming from Oshawa, it's extremely important that we support the industry as we transition. One of the challenges I have with this budget is a lack of investment for charging stations. According to the European Union, we would need about 1 charging station for every 10 electric vehicles. That means for 40 million vehicles, we'd need about 4 million charging stations. And this budget really doesn't put any plan forward to fulfill that necessity. I was wondering if my colleague could comment on the lack of investment for charging stations and also the lack of investment for the provinces and territories to upgrade their grid in order to handle the huge influx of zero-emission vehicles by 2035.
Honourable Member for the Yukon.
Thank you, Madam President, and I thank the member from Oshawa for his comments, particularly with regard to the Yukon. Certainly, there are challenges ahead of us to pave the way for the infrastructure needed for zero-emission vehicle infrastructure, including expansions to the grid. I know our budget announced a further $400 million to expand ZEV infrastructure in suburban and remote communities, and certainly in the Yukon context, I'm very pleased to see the investments made to the Atlan Hydro expansion program, which will provide the equivalent power of almost 4,000 homes in Yukon once it's operational. So certainly we're well on the way, but there will undoubtedly be more that we need to invest and coordinate, particularly with grid harmonization across the country.
Député de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to commend my colleague. I would like to thank him for his intervention, especially for his extraordinary use of French. I would like to also highlight Yukon's Francophone community in C19 that has something to do with the luxury tax that targets boats and aircrafts. Small aircrafts and helicopters. I would like to know if the Honourable Member has had constituents who came to see him with fears that this could have a negative impact on some part of his territory's economic activity. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Yukon. The Honourable Member.
Merci.
I would like to thank the Member for Joliette for his question. What I have heard from my constituents is oftentimes access to healthcare, to mental health care. They also talk to me of the need for housing. They also talk about investments to fight climate change. Those are people's priorities for the Yukon. And I am very pleased to see investments in the 2022 budget.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Throughout this debate on the budget, of course, we've been talking a lot about the affordability crisis and people being able to make ends meet. And of course, I know that through his speech, of course, he was speaking a lot about his constituents and meeting a lot of targets, helping Indigenous people in his riding. One of the proposals that the New Democrats have put forward, of course, is for a guaranteed livable basic income, which meets requirements out of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. So I'm wondering if he would be supportive of our colleague's Bill C-223 that would support a guaranteed livable basic income. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for the Yukon.
I thank the honourable member for her question. It's a very interesting one. I think that there has been a lot of discourse, and I know there is certainly interest in my own writing about exploring this option. I think it's something I'm looking forward to learning more about the particularities in that bill and learning more about what are the pros and cons of such an approach.
Debate, the honourable member for Kings Heads.
Merci, Madame le Président, et bonsoir.
Thank you and good evening. We are having a debate on the budget later in the evening, so I have a lot of respect for the other colleagues still here, still awake in the House of Commons. Thank you for their dedication to democracy. We are here to debate a bill to implement certain measures in Budget 2022. And first of all, I would like to recognize the service of our interpreters and the professionals who provide interpretation services, especially with my speech, because my French is so-so, but thank you in any case to our interpreters. And Madam Speaker, this is the second or third time that I will be talking about the initiatives found in the budget. And as usual, when I stand here in the House of Commons, I have chosen three subjects, three domains for my speech. This evening it is Ukraine, affordability, and energy transition and new technologies, and also the importance of modernizing our regulation system.
Petit report.
Just a quick report. I am a member of the House of Commons football team, an initiative that kicked off thanks to the honourable colleague for Parkdale Hyde Park. And this evening we had a match between officials from the United Kingdom Embassy. Unfortunately, the match led to a defeat for the House of Commons formation, but I think that it is a great initiative. The comments are recorded. I think that the results should be in the Hansard. The match was lost with a score of 3-1. The goal was scored by the member for Lac-Saint-Jean with a brilliant assist. Well, yes, of course. The members of the Bloc Québécois are very proud of their MP. With a liberal assist, the honourable colleague for Parkdale Hyde Park. So historians in the future will no doubt peruse the Hansard and understand the situation. Just a little aside before we move on to the main event.
Ukraine.
Now let us talk about Ukraine. A lot of discussion has happened here. And a lot was discussed in the days following Russia's invasion of Ukraine in this bill. I'm very proud of the government's efforts in assisting with a $1 billion loan in the Budget Implementation Act. This loan is important, yes. Military equipment, weapons, and humanitarian assistance are also very important. And so I believe that it is essential for our government and parliamentarians to continue in their unwavering support of Ukraine, because Ukraine right now is fighting for them, but also for us, fighting for international order, fighting for values of our countries. So I am very proud with that reality. The Standing Committee on Agriculture also studied the impact of food insecurity. And I think that it is very important for all parliamentarians, well, all Canadians, in fact, to understand the way in which Russian soldiers are targeting essential infrastructure, critical infrastructure for the agricultural machine in Ukraine. We must also think of the repercussions that represent a threat to many people the world over in Canada, but also with certain weaker countries, agriculturally speaking, like Egypt and other African countries, as well as Asian countries. I have perhaps an idea through diplomacy throughout the world, with our capacity and our expertise in the field of agriculture and agri-food. Perhaps the Minister for Foreign Affairs could appoint a Canadian whose responsibility would be to work as a special envoy, if you will, to work with our allies to coordinate efforts with regards to food security. Madam Speaker, next subject, affordability. The economy is hot. Our GDP is growing strongly, and our economy is kicking off again. We've gone even beyond pre-pandemic levels. And I think that this is a good record, a good balance between the importance of what is happening now, presenting projects and initiatives in order to address Canadians' needs, but we must also keep in mind a good fiscal framework. We need to make sure that this fiscal framework remains intact. And this budget is a good record, but inflation is a problem. Yes, of course. Yesterday, the Conservatives raised the issue of inflation with different measures, different initiatives that have been proposed, but there are several reasons subjacent to inflation, and this is a global problem. First of all, supply chain issues that exist. Second of all, there's a reality of a change of demographics in our country, but also internationally, because perhaps baby boomers will retire in the near future. Some of them have retired during the pandemic, and so Statistics Canada has estimated that about 1 million jobs will be vacant because of their retirement. So we need to think about immigration, but also temporary foreign worker programs. These are all very important. Of course, there's also the Ukraine situation with the price of food, with disruptions to global trade because of Ukraine. This is also a reason. And of course, let us not forget liquidity. At the height of the pandemic, liquidity is something that the government offered to individuals in a reasonable way, of course, in order to help Canadians. Liquidity, of course, is another reason that we move forward.
Madam Speaker, I have 2 minutes left. One thing I just want to say is on some of the Conservative proposals that we saw yesterday, I think it's important to raise the question of affordability, but I don't think they were very targeted. The Conservative Party certainly brands itself as being very fiscally mindful of the situation. What they proposed yesterday on the GST really was going to be rewarding individuals that don't need it. Individuals in this House that make actually in some cases 4 times the average Canadian salary. Why should we be eligible for that? Why should high-income Canadians? They're not the ones that need help right now. So I think there is a way that the government has to look at addressing affordability as we move forward. Of course, the budget was introduced a number of months ago. We have to address situations as they evolve. But we need to be mindful of balancing the fiscal framework and being targeted at Canadians that really need the help, and not just these broad tax relief measures to Canadians that don't necessarily need them. I think it's important that we have to understand that the Bank of Canada is responsible for helping control inflation. We will see increased interest rates in the days ahead. That's something we should all be mindful and frankly be bracing for. There are some Canadians that hold a lot of private debt, that will be a challenge in the days ahead. And I really think the government should focus on the supply side, right? Because part of the challenge right now is the fact that there is not enough supply for certain demand, and that is also driving some of these different prices higher. Last thing I'll say, if you'll give me 35 more seconds, Madam Speaker, I didn't get much chance to talk about it, but let me just say how important the Atlantic Loop is. As a Nova Scotian MP, this is crucial for our energy future. Great to see initiatives in the budget that will focus on grid transmission and upgrades. I'm going to continue to talk about small modular reactors. I think we need to continue to drive that. I was pleased to see some initiative in the budget. Hydrogen, biofuels, and natural gas, those are all going to be important elements, both as transition fuels and longer term to 2050. I'm going to leave it at that. I can't wait to hear from all my colleagues. I know they've been captivated by my remarks.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you for my honourable colleague's speech. And since you mentioned immigration, we didn't see a single thing in the budget that had to do with tackling the racism issue that's happening in IRCC. What we're seeing in IRCC under this Liberal government is unaddressed racism, which is also affecting Quebec in a big way, because we're seeing that there's African countries with almost 90% rejection rates under this Liberal government. For 2 years, they've had an anti-racism task force. Not a single person has been fired. Not a single person has been reprimanded. But what we do see is that those people that have that kind of racist behavior have gotten raises under this government's watch. What does this member have to say according to that, and why have they refused to address racism that's affecting many people in IRCC?
The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, I believe the member opposite asked a question to my honourable colleague, the Minister of Immigration, on this, and he said that was something that they were looking at internally in the department. I don't have the specifics on that, but what I will say is I'm proud of this government's record on immigration. We have been tabling important numbers in terms of levels. We've brought 15,000 Afghans. The Minister has made very clear that we are going to continue to drive forward towards our goal of 40,000. We've brought 80,000 Ukrainians. And we have, I think, close to 200,000 applications that we're going to continue to focus on. I have Syrian immigrants in my riding that are so thankful and proud to be in Canada. It has been on this government that has taken an approach. That member opposite ran on a platform that actually didn't even support government-assisted refugees. That was going to be a program that was going to get cut.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Questions and comments, Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I'd like to congratulate my colleague from King's Hants on his French. He is very devoted to his soccer team, just as devoted as he is to his job and his constituents. And my colleague from Saint-Jean, when he uses his head, it gets good results. Now, in this speech, I have a comment. People from the UPA have many suggestions to eliminate the excise tax of 4 cents a liter in agriculture, just in agriculture, not for everyone. There's also the idea of eliminating the 35% tax on inputs because, in fact, Canadians end up paying the prices for this. And we could create an emergency account for agriculture during the pandemic. We did that. So the advance payment program, it could be possible to give advances of substantial advances, and I urge the government to fast track these programs. And we also need help getting labor. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for his question. And I also thank him for his efforts on the soccer field. When it comes to fertilizer, my opinion is clear. For our farmers who purchase fertilizer from Russia or Belarus, who bought from them before the war, well, now the government does need to help them find a solution for costs. Also, after March 2nd, it's important that we keep this tariff to deter our companies and our producers from buying from Russia, and we need to find solutions. The advance payment program is a good initiative, but we need more.
Langford Malahat. Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member for Kings Hands for his speech. I also enjoy serving on the Agriculture Committee with him. While it was not necessarily in the BIA, I am extremely proud to see the $5.3 billion investment in the budget to dental care in Canada. It's going to start at the end of this year with children under the age of 12, and it's going to make a considerable difference in Canadians' lives, no matter what riding in what part of Canada they live in. Now, it was less than a year ago that the Liberals did vote against a motion that would have done the exact same thing. My colleague Jack Harris brought forward that motion. What I want to ask, Madam Speaker, through you to my honourable member is he happy that the NDP was able to push the Liberals to do the right thing, and is he going to be proud of showcasing this amazing program to constituents in his riding? Thank you.
The honourable member for Kings Heads, 15 seconds.
15 seconds, Madam Speaker. Well, let me just say to the member opposite, he's not only a great member on the Agriculture Committee, he also plays soccer on this wonderful team that we have. Look, our job as a government is to be able to respond to the needs of Canadians. We work with all parliamentarians in this House to be able to advance them. On this particular initiative, we were pleased to see support from the NDP on the budget to be able to introduce this measure that we think is extremely important for all Canadians.
Prise du débat, l'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
Resume debate, the honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Wow, what a warm welcome. We are starting the last hour on this Wednesday, the 8th of June. What a pleasure it is to share the end of this day with each and every one of you. I'll be sharing my time with my honourable, esteemed colleague from Abitibi-Témiscamingue. You can see him on the screen just behind me. I'm pointing the wrong way. It's not symmetrical what I see and what's behind me on the screen. But you know, he's somewhere behind me. All right, yes, let's be serious. Thank you. I thank you in advance for listening to my speech. Tonight, we are discussing C-19, the Budget 2022 Budget Implementation Act. But let's talk about the timeline. This has come from committee. So first, the budget was tabled. There were a lot of things in the budget which were problematic for us, which made it such that we could not support it, that we could not be anything but against it. There were major invasions, intrusions into our jurisdiction. This was insane federalism, trying to dictate conditions to our provinces, the government just trying to get its fingers in everything everywhere. We were also upset about what was missing. There was nothing for health, nothing. And I don't support what about, so you can't say, well, you're doing this, but there's not this, or in healthcare. In healthcare, we can't say that we haven't been talking about it for a long time. And when I say we, I mean our party in Quebec, other provinces, at the National Assembly. I can't even count how many unanimous motions we've passed about this. So the government shouldn't be surprised that we're talking about healthcare, that we have demands in healthcare. It's not random. We've been talking about it forever, and we are now at the end of the pandemic, or we hope we're at the end of it, which has just made the situation worse. Our healthcare costs have been exponentially rising for a long time. Provinces have had to shoulder the costs of hiring more nurses, more healthcare workers. But Ottawa, we know, a long time ago, started decreasing its payments. In the 90s, Ottawa's surpluses were earned on the backs of provinces, and provinces are bending over backwards, doing everything they can to try to fund their social services in general and their healthcare services. Now, Another major element that was missing, seniors. Now, we know that seniors 75 and up got a one-time check just before the election. But for us, in our view, a senior becomes a senior at 65 years of age. So you should get your pension increased at 65, and that's that. Now, there should be investments, lasting, sustainable, serious investments that would fix the current crisis. The Bloc wants an annual reinvestment of up to 1% per year. We also want the funds not just going to private promoters, but we want individuals and groups like housing cooperatives and community organizations to get some funding. So we want the financial system to be reorganized. So we had many issues with the budget for what was in it and for what wasn't. The next step in the timeline, the Budget Implementation Act, and we said, okay, we'll have a look, we'll study it seriously, we'll analyze it. That is the role of committees. There are many committees which look into it, including the Standing Finance Committee. My colleague from Joliette is our spokesperson for finance, and he did a hero's work. I don't think that's on his CV, that he's a hero, but he has done incredible work in the file. Many issues in the original iteration were eliminated, so we supported it at that point. Now, let's talk about the excise tax. I am the international affairs spokesperson, so I'm very familiar with this file. In Australia, May filed a complaint in July about the excise tax. In 2006, there was an exemption on the excise tax on wines of Canadian origin, 100% of Canadian wines, no matter what province they came from. But the excise tax, the second it came back, how come we weren't able to differentiate between wine, between a grape or honey? Why should it be on all wine producers, for example, Hydromel? But that's not who Australia was targeting in its complaint. And how does it apply to cider? Cider producers testified before the Finance Committee. The Cider Producers Foundation was founded in 1992. It represents 81 members, voluntary memberships of cider producers. It went from 3.2 million liters in 2016 to a 60% growth over 5 years. Cider really has the wind in its sails. It's doing really well. Now, in the times of New France, we were big cider drinkers. Then there was the Conquête. We started drinking beer, not always good beer, but we started drinking good beer with the advent of microbreweries. Sometimes in our microbreweries, people watch hockey games. Maybe they're watching our debate tonight in the microbreweries. So hello, good evening if that's the case. But we don't understand why the government wasn't able to differentiate between honey, bees, hives, apples versus grapes. It seems pretty simple. I don't get it. The government of Quebec, in a similar legal issue, they were able to exclude certain products in their dealings with Australia. We did it in Quebec. Now, of course, every country wants to promote and protect its own producers, its own wines, of course. But why would Canada punish an entire industry because of its own incompetence and its inability to tell the difference between, apples and grapes? It's hilarious. What a show. Now, another issue that needs solving is the luxury tax. We support the principle. We support taxing the ultra-rich. We support taxing big oil on their profits in this time of high inflation. I was saying in a speech yesterday, I was saying they're the ones making profits, but we're all paying inflation. The issue with this tax is not the principle, but the fact that it's bungled, it's poorly done, and it punishes flourishing, thriving industries. For example, aerospace in Quebec. The industry started talking to me about this a year ago. And I started to understand that there was a problem with the wording, the way it's done. The government has heard pleas and requests from many stakeholders, yet they refuse to conduct an impact assessment study. The government has insisted on heading down this catastrophic, dangerous, wrong path. This will punish an industry that is as important to Quebec as the automobile industry is to Ontario. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
To the government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. My understanding was that the Bloc does support the principle of a luxury tax. And I wouldn't mind to get some clarification on that matter. It's both the $100,000 for automobiles and I believe it's $250,000 for boats, Madam Speaker. And I think that most Canadians recognize the luxury tax for what it is. And as I say, my understanding was that the Bloc support the principle. They might have some issues in regards to the timing. But the principle of it is what they support. Can the member provide his comments? Does the Bloc support the principle of a luxury tax?
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I said it. I said it many times. I said that we support the principle, the idea behind it. And in the industry, people, the main players are saying they agree with the idea, but they want it done properly. They want it done well. The issue is how the targets have been set, how it's been done. An impact assessment study wouldn't have hurt anyone, especially given how important this is. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from the Bloc for an excellent speech. And I want him to know that I agree with him very much with the luxury tax. Coming from Oshawa, we build automobiles and we want to build the electric vehicles of the future. And with $100,000, I think he's aware with inflation and everything like that over the next few years, you may not get much of an electric car for $100,000, and we want to increase the manufacturing and jobs here in Canada. So I was wondering if he would be in favor, for example, as the automotive industry has been asking, if we want to promote more manufacture of green vehicles, electric vehicles in Canada, would he be supportive of removing the luxury tax from electric vehicles?
Honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, the idea of more green vehicles, well, I think overall, I think that Canada took a long time to get into this. It was the last Western country to offer discounts on electric vehicles. And there are so many things that need to be done with respect to this that the fact that we're so far behind is catastrophic. There are industries based in Ontario and there are businesses in Quebec who are making real efforts with respect to the electrification of transportation.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In my riding, carbon capture and storage is very important. It's a technology that is working, that is being supported by the private sector. We've seen the NDP constantly attacking carbon capture and storage, claim it's not working when we know that in fact it already is working, and it's an important way of working with industry to support the development, to support reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. I wonder if the Bloc could share their perspective on just the important role that carbon capture and storage can play as part of our efforts to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions.
Honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, at least there's a writing where that's working, because since the beginning we've been looking for this kind of thing. But in any case, we think that the best carbon capture thing is a tree. There are millions of them being planted. I planted trees. This is a strategy that helps capture carbon, but it hasn't worked, and it costs a fortune. And we would have to pass the bill on to taxpayers.
Madame la Présidente, je vous remercie.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I have a certain concern with his comments with respect to provinces and health. I believe that this bill is putting $2 billion into helping the provinces and territories deal with delays for certain surgeries. And during the pandemic, the federal government worked in close cooperation with the provinces and territories. Why is he against government initiatives to work with his province, Quebec? The honourable member, in about 20 seconds. Well, with respect to this amount of money, it's not something new. We're also, given this inflation and this explosion in costs, we're very far from what was promised even in the Health Act. And when you talk about the federal government's work with the provinces, well, you can ask the provinces what they think. They all realize it's not sufficient. And Quebec is unanimous on this. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue, thank you. I'd like to, this evening, talk about what I think about Bill C-19. We've been discussing various clauses, and we feel that the devil is in the details, and I'd like to thank my fellow members of the Bloc Québécois for their vigilance in dealing with this. We've been contacted by various organizations that have been making demands for changes. There are moments when we can see just how important our actions are. Small businesses often have to pay for not being adapted to the world today, and I think that we need resources in order to make changes. We think that it's possible to be prudent, rigorous, and innovative. We want to help Quebec as much as possible given the actual crises. The Bloc Québécois is trying to get as much as it can for Quebec. We have done a class-by-class study and always looked at it through the prism of what is best for Quebec. Now let's look at charities. Yesterday I talked about the difficulty that these charities are facing. I'm delighted that we can build on a foundation that will allow us to better come to agreements with unrecognized organizations so that charities will be able to concentrate on their work. With C-19, we've seen that other countries have helped support charities. In C-19, this is an inadequate response to what people need. Now, I'm going to talk about mead and cider. There are people who are involved in this type of production, and I'd like to talk about the importance of the amendments that the Bloc has brought forward for C19, especially with respect to mead and cider production and the excise tax. We want to help our tourist industry, our fruit producers, and others in our economy. You have here a fine example of the changes that the Bloc Québécois wants to make. What we did is like a breath of fresh air. We've managed to avoid certain businesses closing. We helped stop them from closing. But I have a word of caution. This fly-in, fly-out labor situation, there are people who come into a certain area to work, and this measure there's a measure that would help people deal with their transportation, accommodation, and living expenses. And this would help because there is a great labor shortage in Témiscamingue, especially with respect to mining and tourism. But we have to make sure that people will settle in our regions, that they live there, and that they become proud citizens of Abitibi-Témiscamingue, and that they help support businesses in our region. We want to help small businesses become big businesses. I've talked about the impact of these measures in this bill. I think that there is a cruel lack of housing in Quebec, and I hope that there would be measures that will help ease the pressure on the market. We want to help temporary workers come to our region, and Abitibi-Témiscamingue is a place where you want to stay. You can go to a show of the Emerging Music Festival or see the majestic Lake Témiscamingue in Ville-Sainte-Marie. People can realize their dreams while keeping their feet firmly on the ground. This bill, I'm looking at Section 15, which has to do with the Competition Act. Now, there was a motion I tabled where Industry and Technology, the Committee on Industry and Technology, looked at this, and we heard from many witnesses. I think that the reticence of some witnesses came from the fact that there weren't really open discussions on these government measures. I think that all witnesses were disappointed by this, because it was sort of just added to the budget and wasn't in a dedicated bill. Now, it seems that this will be status quo as far as competition is concerned. We in the Bloc think we have to send a clear message. We have to have demanding rules that will ensure true competition. We need to reform it through a complete rehaul of the Competition Act. Madam Speaker, I think that the Competition Commissioner has had this to say. Something very important is happening in terms of competition in Canada. There are increasing concerns with respect to these behemoth corporations. Now, as parliamentarians sitting on this committee, we have heard the deep concern about people who have appeared before us. We have not changed the date of implementation of this bill in order that the Competition Bureau could add the items it wants to. This is what Commissioner Boswell said. It is urgent that the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology table a new bill on competition. There are significant amendments which have been proposed. The Bureau has to have greater powers of investigation, and they have to look at things like salary fixing and non-hiring, and there have to be heavier fines. It would deal with the incomplete disclosure of prices. Amendments would also broaden the definition of anti-competition behavior. And this would remedy a form of different forms of abuse. In ending, Madam Speaker, I'd like to say about this bill that I would like to be able to be confident that these measures would bring the results so dearly hoped for by our fellow citizens. Now, there are some measures that are helpful. We have tried to improve the bill as much as possible given time allocation. We think people in our communities have been listened to by the Bloc. Once again, the government has tried to get this passed too quickly. Madam Speaker, I can tell you that with my colleagues, colleague for Joliette, we will be on the case. We need thorough debates, transparent debates among parliamentarians to deal with what is in this behemoth of a bill. None. I'd like to thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And one of the issues that one always has is when members will stand in their place. And it was interesting and share some thoughts. The member that spoke before him indicated that the federal government hasn't planted any trees, for example, when we know for a fact that there's been tens of millions of trees that have been planted. And Madam Speaker, well, a tree starts from a seed, and it takes time in order to get them into the ground. But the point is, the Bloc tried to give much like what the Conservatives do time and time again, to give a false impression. And I'm wondering if my friend across the way would recognize that maybe the Bloc is wrong and we have literally planted millions of trees.
The
Honourable Member, Madam Speaker, that was the... this is sounds very good in theory, but it scares people in various regions. Abitibi, Témiscamingue, these 2 million trees or 2 billion trees, where will they be planted? Because our area is also an agricultural area. Half of these trees are being planted in my riding, where my ancestors have been cutting down trees, and there are still cut down tree trunks that are still there. Madam Speaker, I think it would be a good idea to have a program to have land ready, prepared for planting.
For Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It does appear the parliamentary secretary was barking up the wrong tree here. The problem for the Prime Minister is that he appears to think the trees will plant themselves. The Parliamentary Secretary notes trees can plant themselves under certain circumstances, unlike budgets which cannot balance themselves, as we've demonstrated. And I know that many members, I would have liked to speak to this bill at greater length. We won't be able to because we're under a very draconian programming effort by the government to limit debate around this bill. But I wonder if the member can comment just on the overall fiscal framework of the government, spending out of control, more debt run up under this Prime Minister than all previous Prime Ministers in the country's history up until now. And there's great concern. Members of the government think this is funny. It's not funny. My children are going to have to pay off the debt we're running up today by this NDP Liberal government. And I wonder if the member wants to comment on the lack of any targets for any balanced budget at any point in time. Thanks.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Planting arbs isn't a bad thing. There's a Rameau, a business, which is trying to make sure that we can regenerate mining sites. And this is an example of where we can engage in sustainable development. Now, about the fiscal framework, yes, I have concerns. And when we look at the repercussions of inflation, I'm worried about seeing a state which is disengaging and not fulfilling its responsibilities. For example, in health, 50% of healthcare costs should be assumed by the government, but they're no longer there. They're missing in action. This has consequences, and what we're looking at in terms of problems in the healthcare system, that has to do with federal funding. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, it seems to me that my honourable colleague has been able to plant a proper denial of the government's budget. Now, the more prices go up, the harder it is to deal with things we have to deal with. There's the fact that the more providers they are, the better the prices will be. There are solutions for increasing competition, but the Investment Canada Act seems to favor monopolies, and this leads to a real loss in terms of competition. The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You don't have to be a genius to know that we need solutions, but the Competition Act needs to be reformed just as the Investment Canada Act needs to be. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and, Disability Inclusion.
Madam Speaker, it gives me great pride to rise in the House of Commons to talk about the budget and how it will strengthen communities like mine in Windsor-Tecumseh. Madam Speaker, Budget 2022 is first and foremost a jobs budget and a workers' budget, and it is a budget that will make life more affordable for millions of Canadians. This spring, I was proud to stand on stage with the Prime Minister and the Minister of Innovation to announce two once-in-a-generation investments in my community. The first was a $5 billion investment by Stellantis and LG to create a battery plant that will create 3,200 good-paying auto jobs. And the second announcement was a $3.7 billion investment at the Windsor Assembly Plant that will bring back the third shift and create another 2,000-plus auto jobs. Taken together, this almost $9 billion investment represents the largest auto investment in the history of Canada, and it represents the largest ever investment in the history of Windsor-Tecumseh. Those two investments will create over 5,500 jobs in my community, cement Windsor-Essex as the automobility capital of Canada, and secure the prosperity of Windsor-Essex for generations. And that was made possible first and foremost because we have the best and most skilled workforce that builds things better than anyone else in the world, period. And second, because our federal government has made historic investments in climate change, well over $100 billion, and that includes investments in the transition to a zero-emission future. This budget continues those historic investments which are transforming Windsor-Tecumseh into a leader in the green transition. And that includes a $15 billion Canada Growth Fund to leverage private sector investment in the clean tech sector. Just ask our friends at WeTech Alliance and Invest Windsor-Essex how important capital is to growing and attracting good clean tech jobs and businesses. And it includes $1.7 billion in incentives for the zero-emission vehicles program because we want to encourage Canadians to buy electric vehicles built by Canadians in communities like mine. More than just electric vehicles, Madam Speaker, our community has an opportunity to be a leader in the protection of Canada's lakes, rivers, and oceans, including the Great Lakes. And let me tell you about an awesome opportunity for Windsor-Tecumseh and Canada's blue economy. The Great Lakes Institute for Environmental Research at the University of Windsor is Canada's leader in Great Lakes and clean water research, and it will have a key role to play in the newly established Canada Water Agency that will be up and running in 2022, thanks to this budget. The potential to build a modern research and innovation hub for clean water technology in Windsor-Tecumseh is enormous. This budget opens that door through the Clean Water Agency and the creation of a Canadian Innovation and Investment Agency. Speaking of water, Madam Speaker, I had the opportunity to recently tour the docking, fueling, and warehousing facilities and companies operating along the Detroit River at the Port of Windsor, companies like More Term and Sterling Fuels. Through this budget and last, we are investing $2.4 billion in the National Trade Corridor Fund that has the potential to supercharge ports like Port Windsor into a true multimodal transportation hub in the North American supply chain. And that means more jobs and more investments back home. Yet as we create thousands of jobs locally and generate billions of dollars of investment across Windsor-Essex, we will have to turn our attention to two growing challenges. The first is affordable housing. And like many communities across Canada, Windsor-Tecumseh has a housing crisis. One important piece of the puzzle is to build and renovate more affordable housing. And in just the last 2 years, I was proud to announce over $200 million for affordable housing in Windsor-Essex. That is a record for affordable housing in Windsor-Essex. But we know more needs to be done, and more needs to be done faster. This budget launches a new $4 billion Housing Accelerator Fund to help municipalities like ours build more homes faster. And to help more people purchase their first home, we introduced a tax-free first home savings account and a home buyer's bill of rights. And the second challenge we will face, Madam Speaker, especially as our local economy ramps up, is the need for skilled workers. We are seeing labor shortages across Canada, and we will need more apprentices and more skilled workers to construct homes, build electric vehicles, build batteries, charging stations, and other infrastructure. I was proud last week when our government announced the $247 million investment to establish a new apprenticeship service that will create over 20,000 new apprenticeships by providing small and medium-sized businesses with up to $10,000 to hire a new apprentice. At the same time, in this budget, we are doubling the Union Training and Innovation Fund because we know that unions like the IBEW, LIUNA, Unifor, and carpenters and joiners know how to train skilled workers for today and tomorrow. And Madam Speaker, since my election, I've been pushing hard to put more money in the pockets of skilled workers, including those who have to travel out of town to a job site. And I'm pleased to see a labor mobility deduction in this year's budget that will allow skilled workers and apprentices to deduct $4,000 of travel and temporary relocation expenses. Of course, what is going to make life more affordable for so many families and allow so many moms and dads to go to work or go back to school to gain the skills that they need is our federal government's historic $10 a day child care plan. Madam Speaker, communities like mine in Windsor-Tecumseh are entering a golden age of prosperity. No doubt there are many challenges ahead, but we are a community that pulls together, neighbor looking after neighbor, and with the historic investments and leadership by this federal government, we are ready to meet those challenges and take full advantage of the opportunities. And that is why I enthusiastically support Bill C-19. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
As it is 11:45 p.m. pursuant to the order adopted, it is my duty to interrupt deliberations and to put to vote all questions required for third reading of the bill. The question is as follows.
Seconded by Ms. Gould, move that Bill C-19, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7th, 2022, and other measures, be now read a third time and do pass.
You wanted to dispense that.
Renvoi d'un projet de loi.
Recommittal of a bill, Mr. Olbers, seconded by Mr. Deltel, move the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. Bill C-19, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7th, 2022, and other measures, be not now read a third time, but be referred back to the Standing Committee on Finance for the purpose of reconsidering the clauses in Division 15 of Part 5, amending the Competition Act with a view to incorporate the consultation measures industry has been asking for.
Sub-amendment, Mr. Howland, seconded by Mr. Williams, moved by the following sub-amendment, that the amendment be amended by adding the following, and that the committee report back no later than June 20, 2022. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the sub-amendment be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Lamoine.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request a recorded division.
Conformément.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Thursday, 9th of June 2022, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
Everybody stay, I got a light show.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you'd find unanimous consent to call it 12 o'clock so we could begin the late night show.
Is the House in agreement? Agreed. Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Minister of International Development assumed his role after significant concerns were raised about the approach that he took to responding to sexual harassment and assault allegations within Canada's military while he was Defence Minister. It's important that he be willing to take a different approach to his new portfolio and raise the bar in calling international organizations to account for instances of sexual violence that occur within them. International development can involve situations of significant power imbalance. So measures to prevent exploitation and to hold perpetrators accountable are crucial. We have seen too many instances of failures in this regard. Earlier, I asked the Minister about serious allegations of exploitation and violence at the World Health Organization in Congo and also at UNRWA. He noted in response that he had raised those concerns with the WHO and that, quote, they assured me that they are working on this, end quote. I would suggest that a serious response to sexual violence requires more than taking the WHO at its word. It's important to review the context here. During and since an Ebola outbreak in the DRC between 2018 and 2020, over 150 women came forward to report facing sexual exploitation by those involved in the WHO response. 150 plus victims going on record suggests a deep and wide systematic failure of the WHO. The WHO's own report found at least 21 alleged perpetrators who were directly employed by them, including international and local staff. Various countries have pushed the WHO to improve its procedures, and the EU responded by halting funds to the WHO in the DRC. This shows how serious our allies and partners are taking this matter, and rightly so. Despite this scandal, Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus was re-elected as the head of the WHO earlier this year. Now, Ghebreyesus hasn't exactly had an auspicious time as WHO head. In 2017, he announced and then rescinded an offer to make Robert Mugabe the WHO Goodwill Ambassador. It's hard to argue that someone is interested in taking a firm line against corruption and exploitation when they want to make Robert Mugabe a Goodwill Ambassador for their organization. So much for setting an example to employees. Notwithstanding all of the things that have happened since, such as cozying up to the Chinese government and launching baseless attacks against Taiwan, this issue of Robert Mugabe revealed enough. International development should be about empowering everyday people who are victims of violence and oppression to take control of their lives, not about cozying up to dictators who claim that building their profile will somehow make the world a better place. So the WHO needs to change, but doesn't seem to have the capacity or the leadership to turn itself around. And our response has not been as strong as our allies. I'd like the government to clarify how it plans to hold the WHO, leaders at the WHO, and individual perpetrators of violence to account. It's not good enough for the minister to say that the man who wanted to make Robert Mugabe a Goodwill Ambassador has assured him of his personal goodwill towards victims. Now, my original question also mentioned allegations of sexual misconduct at UNRWA. These allegations were the subject of an investigation by the UN Office of Internal Oversight Services, providing an internal review. The report concluded that there was no evidence of sexual misconduct, contrary to the allegations. However, the report remains confidential and internal to the UN. Although it is fair to acknowledge that not all allegations are borne out by full investigation, I wonder if the government finds it acceptable that these allegations were dismissed on the basis of an internal investigation where the resulting report was never made public and where a full, unredacted version was never even shared with member states. Does this way of dealing with such allegations conform to what the government considers an appropriate standard for responding to allegations of sexual assault? So I hope the Minister or the Parliamentary Secretary will be able to provide a more detailed response about the positions of the government and concrete action taken on these important matters. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Canada has zero tolerance for all forms of sexual misconduct and sexual violence, including sexual exploitation, abuse, sexual harassment, and all forms of gender-based violence. We are deeply concerned with the power dynamics that allow for any form of sexual misconduct to occur, and we stand strong in our unwavering commitment to respond to these acts and continue working towards their prevention. Canada respects the courage of the survivors who come forward and speak out. Global Affairs Canada has taken a number of steps in order to prevent sexual exploitation and abuse from happening in the first instance, and when it does happen, to address it, end impunity, and increase accountability. GAC pursues a coordinated approach across programming, analysis, and advocacy, and expects its funding recipients not only to have measures in place to prevent and protect, but also to respond and investigate using a survivor, victim-centered approach. Canada responds to complex international crises through an established international humanitarian response system comprised of United Nations agencies. This mainly involves providing financial assistance to help meet urgent needs on the ground. The flexibility provided by monetary assistance is essential in complex, fluid operational environments like the one we saw in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and what we're seeing today in Ukraine, allowing humanitarian organizations to procure relief items, deploy key equipment, and trained personnel quickly and efficiently through established and coordinated humanitarian networks. Canada has taken a number of steps to hold the World Health Organization accountable and to ensure that incidents of sexual misconduct by staff are prevented in the future. When the allegations surfaced in the media in late 2020, Canada called on the WHO to initiate an immediate, thorough, and detailed assessment of the institutional policies, operational processes, leadership culture, and circumstances that allowed sexual misconduct to go unreported to leadership and member states. Internal investigations of WHO staff are currently underway. Canada is monitoring this situation closely to ensure that staff are held accountable and face consequences for any sexual misconduct that may have occurred once investigations into allegations have been concluded. Madam Speaker, when sexual misconduct and violence occurs, such as in the DRC, Canada's immediate priority is to take a victim-survivor-centered approach safely and securely in a manner responsive to the complex environment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, respectfully, the member shared general values but didn't respond to important specific questions. Our allies have taken stronger responses to ensure that the rubber meets the road here, for instance, by withdrawing funds to the WHO in the DRC. So expressing these aspirations and concerns isn't lining up with the strong measures being taken by our allies. I also asked the member a specific question following up on the issue of UNRWA, which was, does the government believe that an internal investigation where we're told the allegations are without merit and yet there is no publication of that report, it's not even made available to member states, does the government think that's acceptable? And I think the same question applies in the case of the WHO scandal. When you have scandals involving alleged sexual misconduct at UN agencies, you have internal reports done, the reports aren't made public or even shared with member states. Is that really a victim-centered approach? Does the government think that's an acceptable approach?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do want to thank the member for coming here at close to midnight tonight. And I begrudgingly say that this member has been finding a way to grow on me over the last 7, 8, 9, 10 months, which I thought several years ago was probably never possible. But I want to thank him for the work that he does, and I do get a kick out of him every now and again, and found in the most recent months that he's got quite a good sense of humor. Madam Speaker, Canada closely follows the WHO's work to strengthen its capacity to prevent and respond, and monitors WHO and UN-led investigations, including those focused on the role that senior management played in preventing and addressing sexual misconduct during the Ebola crisis. Canada remains committed to working together with donors to ensure that any culpable staff are held accountable and face consequences. Once investigations into allegations have been, as I said, concluded, the UN Office of Internal Oversight Services, the OIOS, conducted an investigation into allegations of misconduct among several former UNRWA.
The Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York.
Madam Speaker, we're here this evening because this government has made a commitment to resettle 40,000 Afghan refugees, a commitment that we are failing to deliver on. Because how many have we actually welcomed, Madam Speaker? 15,000. Madam Speaker, while the minister pats himself on the back for welcoming 37.5% of our commitment, people are suffering. While the minister pats himself on the back for a failing grade, people are dying. How many people are hiding in abandoned buildings, trying to evade the Taliban's wrath, who would not only kill them, but everyone who they hold dear? Women, children, it doesn't matter who, because, Madam Speaker, the Taliban are a group of people who have put individuals into cages and set them on fire. And this government is keeping 25,000 terrified people waiting. Canada made a commitment, and this government is not delivering, and people are dying because of it. Even the 15,000 who have made it, how much of that was because of the government, and how many were because of the heroic efforts of civil society organizations like the Veterans Transition Network, who stepped up in the absence of government leadership to help resettle at least 2,061 refugees. But sadly, as even the CBC had reported, even they have had to stop their efforts because their staff were so exhausted by the, and I quote, logistical nightmares and bureaucratic red tape, end quote. Since November of last year, I've had the extreme privilege of working with Castle's law firm in Toronto in the hopes of saving the lives of people who have assisted Canada in Afghanistan. They were our nation's lawyers in Kabul. But right now, it seems like their lives do not matter very much. Enough with the excuses, Madam Speaker. Bring them to Canada now. Madam Speaker, short time ago, my honourable colleague, the member from Calgary Forest Lawn, raised in this House the tragic death of Nazifa, who was a 10-year-old girl, 10 years old, murdered by the Taliban because her father worked with our military in Kandahar. How many more children will die before this government honors our nation's word? Just 2 weeks ago, I was in Warsaw and met with a number of Afghan refugees who were rescued by Poland. And this country, Poland, has also welcomed 3.6 million Ukrainian refugees. The Afghan refugees need our help. They want to resettle in Canada. I met with an Afghan couple, he a journalist, she a teacher. He showed me the messages that he had received from the Taliban telling him they would kill him, they would kill his wife, they would kill any family members they could find. I also spoke with a former justice of the Supreme Court of Afghanistan. She told me about how she can't go back because when the Taliban took over, they opened the doors of the prisons. They released all the criminals that she had convicted for heinous crimes. Madam Speaker, what happened to this nation's, this government's feminist foreign policy? Canada made a commitment. People's lives are at risk, and this government must honor our nation's word. Therefore, through you, Madam Speaker, my question to the Minister or Parliamentary Secretary is the following. 1, what is the plan for the 25,000 people who are waiting for the government to honor its word? Give us a timeline, please, of when. We're at 15,000 now. When will we hit 20,000, 25,000? When will we hit 40,000 refugees?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Seniors.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As you know, following the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan last summer, the government initially committed to resettle 20,000 vulnerable Afghan refugees, and we've now increased that commitment to bring at least 40,000 Afghans to Canada. On July 23, 2021, the Government of Canada announced special immigration measures for individuals with a significant and or enduring relationship with the Government of Canada, along with their accompanying family members. On August 13th, we announced a special humanitarian program focused on resettling Afghan nationals who are outside of Afghanistan and who don't have a durable solution in a third country. This program focuses on women leaders, human rights defenders, LGBTQ1I individuals and journalists, and people who assisted Canadian journalists. We have also created a pathway to permanent residence for extended family members of former Afghan interpreters who previously immigrated to Canada under the 2009-2012 public policies. IRCC has mobilized its global network, and all available resources are being devoted to this effort. IRCC is also prioritizing the processing of privately sponsored Afghan refugees. The department is harnessing the generosity of Canadians, including through sponsorship agreement holders, as well as individual and corporate donations to private sponsorship. Yesterday, as the member had said, we marked an important milestone by welcoming our 15,000th Afghan refugee to Canada, and hundreds more are arriving each week, including 300 privately sponsored refugees today. I also think it's important to put Canada's commitment to Afghans into a global context. Per capita, our goal of bringing at least 40,000 Afghan nationals to Canada places us amongst the top countries in the world when it comes to resettlement. Second, Madam Speaker, only to the United States on numbers alone. In terms of raw numbers, our commitment of 40,000 is larger than that of the United Kingdom and Australia, and the same one being pursued by the European Union, which has 10 times the population of Canada. We remain firm in our commitment to resettle at least 40,000 Afghan nationals as quickly and as safely as possible, and we will not stop until the work is done. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Spadina East, Fort York.
Madam Speaker, I can tell you, as a son of refugees, I applaud the government's commitment for 40,000. My question to my honourable colleague is when? You know, he's spoken about the importance of supporting LGBT members of that community, of activists, right? The Rainbow Railroad. When are we going to be able to support them to be able to come over? I talked about Canada's law firm in Kabul, Mr. Shajan and his 28 lawyers who are still stuck in Afghanistan. When will they be brought over? I've talked about a number of journalists and a justice, but there's also an Afghan interpreter who is now 7 months pregnant, wife to a veteran of our nation who is in a third-party country right now, in Pakistan, and she has still not been able to make her way here. When, Madam Speaker, can they come to their new home?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much again, Madam Speaker. We are one of the only countries in the world to have implemented a humanitarian stream to welcome even more Afghan refugees based on their particular vulnerabilities. Individuals are referred by designated partners, trained and experienced at assessing vulnerability and operating in situations of mass displacement and humanitarian hardship. Our referral partners include the United Nations Refugee Agency, Frontline Defenders, Protect Defenders, and Canadian private sponsors. In light of the current situation in Afghanistan, we will waive the requirement for a refugee status determination for private sponsorship applications. Our government is going to work with partners to utilize the Economic Mobility Pathways Pilot, an innovative program designed to help skilled refugees resettle in Canada to welcome even more Afghan refugees. Madam Speaker, we've not wavered in our world-leading commitment to resettle at least 40,000 Afghan refugees to Canada, and as I said earlier today, Canada welcomed another 300 Afghan refugees.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes, not being present to raise during the adjournment proceedings the matter for which notice has been given, the notice is deemed withdrawn. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until later this day at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
you.